What's up, guys? Thomas Mott here. Josh Davis in night one of the National Football League draft. Round one, 32 teams, 32 picks, and a whole bunch of fun. Josh, good evening. Welcome to the day we've been waiting on a very, very long time. It's the 2024 NFL Draft.
We made it. It's incredible. Like you said, yes, the day that we've been waiting on. It's here. We're gonna get to figure out who the Eagles go with. Do we trade up? Do we get a cornerback? There's so many storylines. Naturally, we're gonna have to wait probably a little bit, but appreciate everybody hanging out. If you haven't already, please do us a favor, hit that like button. I am super pumped. Thomas, you've teased it a couple times. We shared it in the live stream that we did yesterday as well. But like this draft put together of highlights and players and everything else, I mean, tonight's going to be a whole lot of fun. Let's just be honest. There's going to be lots of things and giveaways too, not to mention that as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be a blast. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Obviously, make sure to hit the like button as you're joining. Way more people can find it. And we're going to have every single pick here for the next 4.5, 5 hours. And we're going to take it, a gander at how long it takes for Philadelphia to get up onto the clock. We know as it stands, you see it scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now, Philadelphia is the 22nd pick in tonight's draft. Now, we're going to cover every single team and talk about every single pick, but that pick right there, Josh, apparently is not where the Eagles are wanting to pick. They want to move up, and Denver at 12 and Seattle at 16 is very much in play, according to reports we've heard a little bit earlier this morning.
Yes. Yep. And so that'll be the question is, do you feel like it's going to be more likely you move up to a 12 or you move up to a 16 in that scenario? Because we've heard both, right? But you got different players in play. I mean, no pun intended, but you got different players and options depending on if you go as far as 12 versus 16. So are you of the mindset, I guess, that it is more likely of a 12 or 16? And then also, I guess, to that extent, what do you have to give up in terms of those different positions?
I think 12 makes sense, but we're not going to know that Philadelphia can even trade up to 12 until you get past these quarterbacks, which we'll talk about here in a second. Denver desperately wants a quarterback. That's what everyone keeps saying. And so right now, the Denver Broncos are hoping that one of them is going to fall to 12. It's very unlikely. And so if 4 of the top 5 quarterbacks are gone by, say, 7 or 8, like we think they will tonight, could Denver trade back then? Is that when the Eagles trade up become possible? We're not going to know for a couple of hours, but I expect it to not be as expensive as people think to go into the mid to early teens, Josh. I see, one of our 2 second-round draft picks, a later-round draft pick as well, plus 22. That's all it's going to take. The numbers add up, and Philadelphia seems very, very prepared to go out and get potentially one of these corners, maybe an offensive lineman, dark horse edge rusher. There are a lot of players in play.
Yeah, what I really am hopeful for, and we've said it a number of times, but a lot of players in play, but also, I mean, it takes a 16, got some questions on it as well, like, what it might take, but a 16 for Seattle, is very likely with the trade, and also you kind of look at it like points value, you could put a point value to every single pick, but if you do 16, move up with Seattle, you also take their 81, which is in the third round, we've talked about a number of times as well, and then we give up 22 and 53.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. Mutual interest there as well. So I would like to see it. To your point, though, I mean, it just depends on how this thing falls. And we're going to know very quickly because if quarterbacks start going off the board, teams are trading up. They're getting rid of lots of capital. It's all of a sudden like, hey, you know what? In the first 10 picks, we had, let's say, 8 positions or 8 players taken that were either quarterback or receiver. This is setting up very well for the Eagles. And then Howie Roseman can trade up and get, one of the guys that we're hoping for. Or even, if you don't want to go corner, if you're on the option of that, you could get an edge rusher that falls to you so easily. So we'll see, but I'm excited about this. It sets it up for so much too for the second day, honestly, as well, because it's kind of like we're talking about. You made the point even in last night's show. It's like there's so much depth and there's so many players that could be impactful in this draft. Not even just in the top 10, but you talk about late round 1, even in the second round. I know everybody's on board with Edgerrin Cooper, but there's so much excitement because what does Howie Roseman do, right? I mean, the report of, and it's kind of a given. I almost laughed. I want to say, was it Jordan Schultz, I think you said, was the first one that came out, but then lots of others, the Eagles are interested, the Eagles are calling. It's like you could pretty much just go ahead and write that tweet and then just save that draft for next year and the year after that, as long as Howie Roseman is a GM, and just go ahead and tweet that out, that he's looking aggressive to trade up, move up in the first round, and get his guy, because this is what we've seen Howie do. The exciting part and the unknown is really just who's that going to be? Which player is at the top of his board? Does that player stay available, and who does he go up and get?
We'll get into players here in just 1 second. You'll notice we are not have any graphics on the screen besides the scrolling ticker underneath. We will be able to track where stuff is going down. We will be having, obviously, lots of graphics whenever the draft gets started. For instance, when the Bears get on the clock, you'll see the Bears are on the clock, along with their timer of a little bit over 10 minutes because, there's a little bit of delay, and so we add the 30 seconds. That way, YouTube keeps us up to date. But our promise to you is Twitter is where you find out first, and we're scouring Twitter. Josh and I, you'll see us looking up and down at the camera and not the camera throughout the entire night. We will know these draft picks before ESPN does, at least the ESPN broadcast. And so if you want to know first, this is the place to go ahead and be. You'll see what's happening on your screen. The Bears will be on the clock here shortly. And then the beauty of tonight is that we have a lot of fun and exciting things to go ahead and roll with it. And once the Bears make their selection, you are going to see something pop up on your screen like this. Of course, we will talk about that pick. It's going to be a bunch of fun. Josh, we've added something in at the last second as well, as we expect a lot of trades to happen tonight. If a trade happens, if a team moves up or down, or players are potentially traded, we'll talk about that. Brandon Ayuk, possibly Deebo Samuel being shopped around as well. We'll get a quick little trade in. We'll know exactly what's going on. The graphics are going to be having fun. Obviously, the Bears are not on the clock yet, and so we take the timer away. But we do know who the Bears will be taking, and we'll go to Caleb Williams' highlights here in just 1 second. But first, welcome in our first couple of Snapchats here. We got to go Birds from Yara SFX, as we have almost 1,000 people watching us in the first couple of minutes of tonight's show. Go Birds! And then we have K.A. Molly with the Latu fingers crossed. Latu, the pass rusher from UCLA. He's very interesting, Josh, and we're going to talk a lot about him, obviously, a little bit later on tonight. I don't think he's a top 10 player, but a top 15 seems very likely.
Yes, absolutely. I think that with his pass rushing skills, again, like you said, we'll talk about him more so, especially depending on where that goes. But the graphics and the sound effects, it just gets me so pumped for this draft to figure out what's going to take place and happen. There's a lot of guys. I'm going to be happy, honestly, with a lot of different options here. If it goes O-line, yeah, I'm gonna try to grit through it. I'm gonna smile, put a smile on face, and just all right, let's go ahead and move on from that one because it logically, sure, does it make some sense, but that's not really what I want to go with. It's not what a lot of people want to go with. But the defense, I can live with regardless of where that is. I do prefer it to be cornerback, but if you get a guy like Latu, Dallas Turner, if he possibly somehow slips or falls back, because he's kind of under the radar. It's like all these mock drafts, all these players getting talked about. Dallas Turner's just kind of that foregone conclusion, I suppose, of just like, maybe he goes around 8 or 9 to 8 to Atlanta, or maybe somewhere if 9 if someone's trading up. But if not, it's just like you kind of just insert him somewhere. So maybe he falls back, or a Jared Verse. There's lots of options, and that's the good part of this draft here. So I'm excited about it.
Couple of super chats. I missed this one here from some Black Ninja. Edrin Cooper goes to Dallas. Josh, what are you doing? Not being happy. It's probably going tomorrow, though. Probably going tomorrow.
Yes, yeah. If he goes, heck, if he goes tonight to Dallas, then that's going to really just throw things off. But I wouldn't have wanted to draft him that early. I'm going to be upset that he goes to Dallas, but there's no way that we would even consider even trading back and drafting him. I don't know, you draft him very late first round, maybe depending on what draft picks you get. But no, if it's second round, I don't know what I'm going to do. Honestly, I'm trying to. That's not something I prepare for. So I appreciate the question, but I don't know. Like we'll see whenever it takes place. I'm just not preparing for it. I'm not going to speak it into existence. So get that out of here. Appreciate the
almost
two.
1,000 people watching right now. Justin popping in with a super chat. After wanting a corner in the last 2 years, I'm almost expecting D-line or O-line men, or even better, a wide receiver. There are a lot of wide receivers, Josh, but because we're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles here and we're waiting on the Bears to go on the clock in about 15 minutes, there are 2 cornerbacks that we are very much expecting Philadelphia to be in play for, and one of them is Quinyon Mitchell. Let's take a look at Quinyon Mitchell and give me your thoughts on this cornerback out of Toledo. There he is. He is one of the better cornerbacks in this draft. He might be the best cornerback in this draft. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, he without question. For me, yes, without question, he is. Totally understand the Terrion Arnold argument if you want to go that way. And for the record, I'll be happy whether it's a Terrion Arnold or a Quinyon Mitchell. But he's just a difference maker. You look at the tape. Yes, there's the argument of competitiveness or the talent that he's faced up against, but this dude is different. And I don't care what you want to say about being Toledo. He went to the Senior Bowl. He proved it. You look and listen to the receivers there that got interviewed and said that Quinyon Mitchell set the tone for that week. It's like, hey, he proved it. No one's going to win every single one of those drills. It's just a given in the one-on-one matchups. But he also has experience going up against Marvin Harrison Jr., so he's played some talent. Now, is it week in, week out like the SEC? No, it's not. But the testing, the measurables, the potential, and a lot of this is what you draft based on the ceiling that a player has. And there's not a player in my mind, not a cornerback in my mind in this draft who has a higher ceiling, and especially looking at the Fangio scheme, the fit that he brings. You're playing off-ball coverage. He didn't play a whole lot of press man, but you don't necessarily need to, especially coming in, mirrors his game off of Slay. And if this is the scheme you want to run, you want him to learn behind someone. I mean, Howie Roseman has said it a number of times. We draft players in this instance. We look at Cam Jurgens with Jason Kelsey. You look at this draft, probably, hopefully getting Lane Johnson's replacement as well. Why not get a guy who can come in, start, sure, but also learn how to be a pro, learn behind Darius Slay, see what he does, what makes him so great, and then also you have the icing on the cake too of saying, hey, this is the top corner in my mind, best fit for Philly. So yeah, without a doubt in my mind, I go Quinyon Mitchell all day, every day.
OG Venom says go Birds with a $2 super chat. Subbet Steve drops a 20. I did Howie will go O-line. Let's see, and work something really make some magic happen. We'll see exactly what happens there. $10 from Skelator, who says, draft anyone who could put Dallas in a hurt locker. Dallas has already put themselves in a hurt locker. I think that they might even be trading out of the first round. They might not even pick tonight at 24, so we'll see what happens there. Donovan, we get Mitchell or Arnold. I'm dropping 50. We're going to hold you to that. We'll get to Tyron Arnold here in a second.
Okay.
Hey, we're going to hold you to that.
Let's go.
And then Devontae with the 2. He says how he needs to make sure it happens and get Patrick Surtain. Where do you want to go? You want to go Patrick Surtain, Josh? You want to go Tyron Arnold? Who do you want to talk about next?
Whoo, boy. That's a good point. Okay, why don't we stay at Tyron Arnold, because we talked about Quinyon Mitchell. Stay Tyron Arnold, then we could go Pat Surtain. If that works, let's stick that route. We'll do
perfect. Here we go. Tyron Arnold. Some say he's the stickiest cornerback in this draft, Josh. Some say he's the best cornerback in this draft, mainly due to the fact that he played at Alabama and not Toledo. You think he's number 1? You said Quinyon Mitchell was there. How much further down do you have Arnold on your list?
It's 1A, 1B. Yeah, we're splitting hairs here. So again, I mean, I will for sure say in my mind, there's no question I want Quinyon Mitchell, but it really comes back to, like I was talking about, the scheme fit, the Darius Slay effect, what he brings to the Fangio scheme, everything else. But totally get it. And it is without question 1A, 1B. Tyron Arnold, really good corner, especially if you're going to do a press man or ask for more of the press man. He's got versatility. You can move him around a little bit too. I think that there's a lot to like. He's got some great athleticism. It's maybe not elite. It's not to the level of a Quinyon Mitchell, but he's younger. He's 21. So you have some of that potential as well. And you see in the draft, a lot of times that's where you might go. And also, like I mentioned earlier, the SEC, that type of competitive schedule week in, week out. I mean, it's not going to be unfamiliar territory when he plays on Sundays of like, hey, I lined up against a lot of these types of players, maybe further along in their career, but he's not going to be intimidated in that aspect. So I would love it. Like I say, if you go either one of these players at 16, I'm going to be ecstatic. I'm going to be super happy. And Donovan mentions, he's going to be dropping 50. I would say if it happens, I'm going to be ecstatic. We're going to be giving away stuff all night. But I think that might be the point where it's like, let's just give away the sign. I'm going to do that at some point tonight. But if we get the Quinyon Mitchell or Tyron Arnold, it'll be too hyped at that point. We're just going to go ahead and
Josh,
give it away then.
I got to stop you right now. You're going to be hyped whenever you see what's about to come up on your screen. We have breaking news here to our NFL draft show, and it does involve the Philadelphia Eagles. You see it there. The Philadelphia Eagles are signing wide receiver A.J. Brown to a 3-year, $96 million extension with $84 million guaranteed per Adam Schefter. Philly continues to spend big and pay their players. And a man who apparently the media wanted out of Philadelphia, he was never going to sign a long-term extension, has agreed to a 3-year extension, which probably means he's here to at least, my guess is, 2028, depending on how they structure this contract, because right now we signed through 2026. There you go. A.J. Brown is a Philadelphia Eagle for a lot longer, Josh, and he gets an extra bag after Devontae Smith got his. How about that?
Heck yes. Oh, my gosh. I mean, This is incredible news. We before last draft, it was the Gannon tampering thing, and like get an extra draft pick or whatever, and it was just a weird vibe, but it was good, positive, like with picks. But this is incredible. Like, yeah, you're talking about it here. His total guarantee of 84 million. The fact that it's 3 for 96, highest for any wide receiver in NFL history. This is so great. And if anybody, I haven't seen anyone yet, but I'm sure there's always going to be, some trolls or some haters or, hey, let's try to criticize a little bit. The reason this is incredible is it not only, it gets him right here as the top wide receiver. He won't be that for long. Like Justin Jefferson's going to get done. CeeDee Lamb's got to get up there. There's other receivers that are going to reset the market. But this is how he's seeing Amon-Ra St. Brown and going, all right, that's a pretty penny. Like, I got to pay that. A.J. Brown is worth it. Let's get in before these other contracts. So you lock it up. We got Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, like you said, commit to the core players and also get it in on a discount because it won't be long. It may be a week or two, or certainly in a couple of years or a year. We're going to look back and go, oh my gosh, like this is certainly a discount. It already was, but this will be an incredible. So I'm pumped. I mean, I just love this by what you said. I mean, trying to run him out of Philly and the media and all this other stuff. And no, he wants to be here. He said it. He's signing the contract, so it backs it up at his word. Because if he was hating it, he could just sit this out and say, you know what, I got a couple years and I'm going to sign a record deal. I can get out of here. He wants to be here also. He's with Jalen. He's with the guys. You re-up. I mean, my gosh. Yeah. What a start. What a start to draft night. Let's go.
There you go. The biggest news of draft night has officially happened. A lot of people are very worried that it was going to be a trade. It is not a trade for A.J. Brown. It is the furthest thing from a trade for A.J. Brown. And, Josh, they do this again before Justin Jefferson, before CeeDee Lamb, before Jamar Chase, a little bit after Amon-Ra St. Brown. And, obviously, this is going to be a team-friendly deal because that's all Howie Roseman seems to do. It's a fantastic move about 10 minutes away from the Bears being on the clock, and now I think we can officially put to rest any idea that the Eagles were going to go ahead and get a wide receiver in round one, right?
Yes. I mean, hopefully we could have already done that, but to your point, yes, for sure. At this point, you've committed way too long-term to go in there. I mean, yes, it's Howie, so, like, someone might be like, he loves offense. He's going to continue to add pieces. But come on, you got Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. You're committing a lot of funds as it is here. Like, there's no way you're going to draft your wide receiver 3 in round 1 when there's so many other spots that we could get that would be, still a lot of value, but filling a bigger hole or a bigger need. So, no, it could be. Now, it could be second round. I won't discredit that.
Sure.
Could be second round if you get a guy for the future. But yeah, without question. First round, got to be defense. Could be O-line. But heck yeah, what a move. What a move. Let's go back to, you mentioned Pat Surtain and this kind of, fantastic news there. But back to the Pat Surtain argument or topic or, where we're going on that side. Like, you're paying a lot of money. Totally love this move. Does this even, I was going to ask, like, the ramifications of a trade to Pat Surtain. Obviously, you got to give up things, but then you got to look at, okay, if we get Surtain, it's going to be contract negotiations. What do you do? A deal there? How much money do you have to spend on that side? This all obviously plays a little bit of a factor. Does this change things and or contracts just in general with a Surtain? I mean, where are you at on that?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, listen, I don't think Denver has the ammo to go up as high as they want. And so the idea there is that, well, you could trade away Patrick Surtain, and that way you're in a situation where, you can go ahead and potentially get at the quarterback that you really, really want. I just don't think Denver is really going to do this. I think it'd be very, very surprising if Denver went ahead. I muted myself there for a second. I was going to say, at the same time, you had a chance to get a really, really good cornerback early in this draft who was going to be on a rookie contract. That's the big knock here on Patrick Surtain. Now you've paid A.J. Brown a bunch of money. You've obviously paid Devontae Smith a bunch of money. Jalen Hurts has gotten a bag. And so if you want to go ahead and trade for Patrick Surtain, you got to give him a brand new contract. And I'm just not feeling comfortable enough to go ahead and make that move. And so Quinyon Mitchell, Tiriano makes a lot of sense. But I wouldn't be surprised if Surtain is traded at some point tonight. If Denver's really desperate and if J.J. McCarthy slides past the Giants at 6, then they could package him to go up because they don't have a second-round draft pick and make a move there. I think PS2 has a chance to get dealt tonight. It's not as high of a chance as I would say a Marshawn Lattimore or even a Brandon Ayuk. More on that in a little bit. But PS2's name has been thrown out a lot more the past couple of days, and so we at least got to mention him here.
Yes, yep. Makes a whole lot of sense. I agree with you. It's There's from multiple sides you can look at it. He's a great player. No one's discrediting that. No one's even arguing that. Obviously, it's a given. But it's long-term ramifications, and also, hey, how does this draft fall? It's not impossible, but to your point, it's got to make sense on all sides. Denver wanting to have the capital to try to move up. Can you get him for a bargain enough because Denver is desperate and they're wanting to go in that sense, or are they remaining at whatever their asking price is, and they're not going to give you a bargain? If that happens, seems like a lot less likely, because again, there's lots of cornerback options, whether it is in the first round, whether you wait till the second round, even third round. We've talked about players that you could get back at that spot. So it'll be interesting to see. But, again, I won't say it's impossible, but if I had to like percentage chance it, I don't know, maybe like a 5% chance, 10% chance that we're talking about a trade or end up seeing a trade for a PS2.
Yara says, Yara SFX, I'll match the 50 if we get either of those cornerbacks. All right, we're going to hold you to that. It's going to be very exciting. Donovan Seward to the A.J. Brown news says that's how we start the night. And DKT said AJ was never going to leave. Start the night off right. Go Birds. And again, we'd heard reports as early as this morning that the Eagles were working on a contract extension. Howard Eskin from WIP had mentioned that it was the beginning stages, and clearly it wasn't the beginning stages. It was the latter part and the end part of an extension for AJ Brown. And they go ahead and get him, and it's going to be a very, very, very happy night in Philadelphia. I think regardless of what they do, even if it's something a little more boring like offensive tackle or, not the cornerback of your dreams, but still, it's going to be very, very fascinating. Let's go over to the top of the draft here, Josh, because the top of the draft is going to be the main focus for the next hour as we obviously go ahead and get those first couple of picks. Caleb Williams is very clearly going to go number 1. Also, very clearly, you're going to go ahead and probably see Jaden Daniels at number 2. The question that a lot of people have is, what are you going to do with a guy like Drake Maye if you are the New England Patriots? You're sitting there at 3. There have been reports that the Patriots have been getting king's ransom worth of draft picks for teams to come up to 3, i.e. the New York Giants have been rumored to be very, very in on Drake Maye to go up to 3, but the Patriots, according to a report I read an hour ago from multiple insiders on Twitter, they're going to stay put and take Drake Maye, the quarterback out of UNC. And Josh, you have said that Drake Maye, as we get the highlight ready to go here, is your probably second favorite quarterback in this draft behind Caleb Williams if you had to pick one. What's the best part of Drake Maye in your opinion? I mean, he obviously did not play as much, say, as a Caleb Williams. He has not many wins as Jaden Daniels, but still, there's something about this guy that you really like.
Yes, absolutely. I think it's the fact that, to me, when you're talking about a pocket passer, someone who can really utilize all areas of the field, but certainly the middle of the field, and we see in today's NFL, that is, we were subject to it so many times last year, but it's a lot of offenses, right? I mean, quarters defense is kind of a favorite Fangio scheme just in general, but quarters, and you open that area of the field up. So I think that what he can do from the pocket, his ability is different than a lot of players. And so I think that you're talking about a very high ceiling, but also, I don't know, someone who there's not as, maybe perhaps not as much of a high risk, high reward, but a little bit of a lower risk, high reward type of player. Because with Jaden Daniels, I totally get all of the hype and everything else, but you do look at his play style and say, can he stay healthy? I know that's the knock on Lamar Jackson, and there's lots of similarities, player comps, everything there. But to me, you take a look at the tape and the throws that he makes, the throws on time that he makes too. Sure, he did have some mistakes, and I think there was a part of this past season where you go back and say, like, you might have expected or hoped for more from him. But I would still say overall, in general, you look at that, and there's a lot to like about the potential. So, I mean, if I'm the Patriots, and it does feel like you said, I mean, Commanders most likely going with the option of a Jaden Daniels, I don't see how, unless it is a king's ransom and an absolute haul, I don't see how you trade out of that and don't draft Drake Maye there. I would be shocked if we're not looking at 3 quarterbacks going in the top 3.
Obviously, Drake Maye, some are saying he needs to sit a year. Will he have time to sit a year with the Patriots? Jacoby Brissett was signed to be their starter this offseason, and so maybe it's the best-case scenario for a New England football team that needs a lot of help. I mean, some have said they need wide receiver. Some say they need offensive line. They obviously need help on that defense, but new head coach Gerard Mayo has been given the keys to the castle and been promised a long tenure, and so you can get your quarterback. You can let him sit, whether it's an entire redshirt year like Patrick Mahomes did, or you play him a little bit towards the end once the Patriots are eliminated from playoff contention. but it feels like New England's going to stay put at 3, which creates a very, very, very interesting 4th pick for the Arizona Cardinals, who obviously have Kyler Murray. They're not going to get a quarterback, but they do need a lot of help on the offensive side of the football. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s name's been floated around there as well. If you're Arizona, Josh, are you trying to trade out of that 4th pick and get a king's ransom?
Man, that's a really tough decision there. It would be... Honestly, I mean, they're kind of in between a rock and a hard place because of, like what you said, New England is either going to take Drake Maye or they're going to get the king's ransom that you would hope for if you're 4. And if you do that, then all of a sudden, you got 3 quarterbacks out of play. And so 4 is not as valuable. Sure, you could trade up at 4 if you want to get like a Jaden McCarthy. So it's not invaluable or it's not as much, but I don't think you can get the absolute haul that you want, especially when you talk about a guy like a Marvin Harrison Jr. who can make an impact. And, let's be honest. I mean, if you're Jonathan Gannon, you're trying to get a weapon for Kyler Murray, it makes a whole lot of sense. You get Marvin Harrison Jr., bring him to Arizona. He's going to be, you see the D-Hop days, like it's going to be that and then possibly more, right? That the hype on Marvin Harrison Jr. is real. There's a reason for it. He's obviously a legit prospect. I think without question in my mind, number 1 receiver in the draft, but you could take a couple other options as well. But I don't know, unless you're, again, just it magically falls the right way and you have a team who really wants to give up a ton to go get JJ McCarthy, I think you just got to sit tight, take your receiver, be happy with it because you got the best receiver in the draft, and then just move on from there.
Let's get to some of these super chats here as we're about 10 seconds away from putting the Bears on the clock. Aiden says, y'all think the extension means there's more coming or just securing AJ long-term? I think that's just securing AJ long-term. It's a long night, though, and Howie Roseman, we'll see what happens. Quickly, before we get to this next super chat, let's at least make the announcement right now. The NFL draft is officially underway, and the Chicago Bears are now on the clock, according to my watch, as it is 8 o'clock on the East Coast. And so you see the Bears are now officially on the clock, and we will see how long we have to wait for what presumably is the Caleb Williams selection. Until that happens, we're going to go ahead and get to more super chats here. Vastaflow says, let's go, guys. We are back with a $5 super chat. T. Goodrow said, go Birds. Thanks for all the hard work, boys. We appreciate it. Just getting started tonight. Omar with the greetings, fly, Eagles, fly. From Seattle, who do you guys think will be the first pick? Nice Eagles polo, Thomas, by the way. I appreciate that. We got the Eagles polo rocking right now. Quinion Mitchell, Tyrion Arnold. We had about an hour and a half till we find out. So let's enjoy the rest of the picks first and see how quickly we find out that there's a trade for the Eagles to go ahead and move up. Sure.
That's what I'm going with. Yeah.
How are the Cowgirls, Eagles even odds to win the division? That's just because that's how the odd makers work. I don't know. I don't believe it either.
They gotta have something out there, something to talk about, write about, everything else. But it's gonna be someone different than Dallas. That's for sure. The division just swaps between all the teams, or at least from between the Cowboys and the Eagles. But no one repeats. Certainly, no one's going to repeat this next year. There's no way Dallas is going to do it.
I totally agree.
You got some interesting comments. It's curious. There's a few, and I got to be careful here because obviously there's trolls. But there's a few comments, a little bit more than I actually would have expected, but some people speculating and the conspiracy theorists of AJ extension means a trade.
No.
Like, come on.
No.
Really? We've already got these comments and questions? This is ridiculous.
Yes. The Eagles Twitter already officially made it that they've put it out that they extended AJ. They're not trading AJ Brown tonight. There's just no way.
No.
There's just no way.
You don't make that post if you're, even if there's like a hint of how he's like, hey, we want to get this thing done, but we might trade him. You don't post on social media to 2 hours later go post another one and say AJ Brown has been traded. There's absolutely no way they're going to do this. That's ridiculous.
David makes a good point here in his $5 super chat. AJ's great deal is great, but it frees up cap space. His cap hit was $26 million in 2025 and $41 million in 2026. You have the best draft show. Go Birds. We appreciate that. Yeah, this is the main reason why they did it. Either you would have to trade AJ Brown and there's a massive cap hit, or you were going to extend him. There were only 2 options, and so extending him obviously makes a ton more sense. And so obviously, the Eagles made that decision. They're going to go and extend him, and I'm very curious to see what the yearly numbers are going to come out to because, again, much like Smitty's contract where they absorbed the 5th-year option and tacked on 3 more years, the same thing goes, I believe, with AJ's contract. He's going to keep at least 1 more season, 2024, and then the 3 years gets extended on top of that to get him through 2027, where he'll be a free agent in 2028. That's my guess. We need the full, Twitter guru breakdown, but we're going to have to see exactly how that's going to go. Aiden says, to clarify, wasn't meaning a trade, LOL. Okay, fair enough. There you go. At least clarified. And Carvard says, if the Eagles get Quinion, are we the best team? Pretty close. I'd say I would not say that they are not the best team. Let's just go with that.
I'll just say yes. I mean, I'm so hyped on it at this point. Yes. I'll say yeah.
There you go. Sean Boston says, Eagles are in discussion with Broncos for Patrick Surtain. I missed it. It went up. Broncos have Eminem move up for a quarterback per Thomas Peterson NFL Network. That was not a correct tweet. That was a Thomas Peterson tweet saying he wishes that was happening. It was like a dream scenario. That is not an actual report, just FYI. So in case we're very, very clear, that is not an actual report.
No, we got to be careful on those. And I don't even think it was intended to be official, but it was verbiage and, wordage and all that is kind of hard. But yeah, that's one of those. It's hard to know, especially with the reports and speculation and everything else. But I will say kudos to Howard Eskin by the fact that he got the first report very early today of A.J. Brown, Eagles working on extension. There you go. You got it done. He also was one of the first that was talking about Saquon Barkley, even though I was saying, like, there's no way that's going to happen. And then they got Saquon Barkley. So just saying, if he talks, if there's reports, there's certainly one that's had a good track record recently.
The clock did not stop. I fat-fingered the clock there, and I cannot get it to go to the exact time. So we're about 6 minutes away from the pick. I'm going to leave it on right now, but we're about 6 minutes away from the pick. The clock will be correct as we go forward, but the clock is off on our board. It is 6 minutes from the pick, and the pick is going to be in here very, very soon. So we'll have that here in a second, and we all know it's going to be Caleb Williams. We welcome in 2,000 people watching our draft show between both channels. We're at 445 likes. If you have not hit the thumbs up button, we'd appreciate it. More people can find it. If you want to
hit that like
chat,
button.
get a featured Takita Lester with 10. AJ was never leaving. Devontae or Jalen Howie's never stingy with the cash. Very true. Very true. He really hasn't been, especially recently. This has been an off-season where AJ, Devontae, Landon, Mailata, Saquon, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, I mean, they have spent a ton of money on free agents and to bring back their own. It shows you that, yeah, they are not worried about spending money this offseason. And it's good to be an Eagle because there's a team in our division that spent $11 million this offseason, and that's it. So it could be a lot worse.
Yes. Yep. Totally agree. Absolutely. Same page as Tequila, that there was never a doubt in my mind. I know some people want to speculate. That's fine. There's media's got to talk about something, I suppose, but there's a certain level that all of a sudden it gets frustrating and annoying and everything else, and we had to move on beyond that. But yes, I'm super glad it is official. You got AJ locked up. Questions also of, people like, hey, why are the Bears not taking Caleb? It's just, for the pageantry of it. You don't rush the number one pick. We know it's Caleb Williams. They're told to take time. They got to get the sponsorships and ads and everything else. We know it's Caleb Williams. There's no craziness going on here.
There you go. We are waiting for the official word that the pick is in. It is not in yet. Let's just make that very, very clear that the pick is not officially in. And we'll wait a couple more minutes. And that's how the draft is essentially going to go, because that's how drafts work.
I mean, it would be shocking if Caleb Williams did not go after all this speculation, but he is the number one pick. Didn't they went as far as like already giving him a locker and like
I think so,
putting extra stuff in the facility, and he was working out with different players. It's a foregone conclusion. King like Kenzo says, "Come on, Chicago, you had 4 months." They probably already alerted the commissioner. This is probably just the NFL being like, we got to get our ads in. Like we had people paying us a lot of money for this thing, so just chill. We'll announce that the pick is in at the 10-minute mark.
Remember, we're going to have the pick before ESPN has the pick. That's how it works here. We're ahead because ESPN obviously has to stream to millions of TVs, and Twitter is pretty darn on top of it. So as soon as we have the pick, make sure we get it going, and we should be good to go. If Bray says the chick is singing on my TV, their TV is very far behind because that was done a while ago. So they're showing you Eminem on the TV right now as we look at my TV screen up to show right over here. So
which I don't know if you said which network are you watching on, or which
I'm on ESPN. Roger Goodell is taking the stage. There you go, to a chorus of boos. See, they tried to play Eminem to kind of, butter up the crowd in Detroit, but as soon as Eminem's on stage now. There you go.
Okay. Yes, because he's getting the boos. So they're like, bring him back out here. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, man. Roger Goodell, the Cowboy year, he brought all the Cowboy players out there. He tries very, very hard to make this thing actually happen. But no, they're still going to boo him.
It will never fail.
Eminem is sitting up there as well. I think we got to officially wait for the commissioner to put the Bears on the clock, and then we go ahead and start the official timer. It should have started at 8 o'clock, but it'll be a little bit later. So the timer will be accurate here pretty quick.
That's a fair point. Yep.
There you go. As Eminem is now talking to Detroit, he's got his Lions hat on, his Lions shirt on. He looks like he fits the bill there for his Lions, who made it to the NFC title game and should have won that game, if we're being honest, this past season.
Oh, my gosh. Without a doubt. Yeah, that was frustrating for a number of reasons. I wanted it just for the Niners to get out early, but Jared Goff coming out.
Oh, they're bringing all the Lions out now. There's Aiden Hutchinson. There's Amon-Ra St. Brown, newly inked to a contract. They got everybody rolling out there. Oh, and Megatron. He trots on the stage there, too. How about that?
That's pretty cool. Speaking of, I guess, current and former players, BG, it's awesome. He's going to do what tomorrow? He's going to do the announcement.
That's right.
In the second round, so that'll be fun. Good old Barry Sanders. Look at that, dude. The amazing career. The fact that he did not, he was able to go out on top, like a Calvin Johnson, honestly, too.
How short is Eminem? That guy's he looks like he's 5'5", standing next to Megatron and Aiden Hutchinson. Goodness gracious.
Although Amon-Ra makes him look, I guess, regular, so he's at the podium.
Yeah, Amon-Ra just got his massive contract as we're kind of waiting for the picks to go ahead and get rolling here. Yeah, the clock is going to be correct as soon as we officially have the announcement of this first pick. So, shouldn't be a surprise. I can't remember the last time we had a surprise first overall draft pick, Josh. It feels like normally it gets announced. Like the teams are saying, hey, we're going to take Caleb Williams. I think the NFL's kind of squashed that the past couple of seasons just to give you a little bit of anticipation. But in all of our minds, the draft tonight's probably really starting at the 4th pick because it feels like we know the first 3 in terms of Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake Maye. Yes,
I'm right there with you. Unless we get a shocking trade that someone randomly does not want one of those 3 quarterbacks, but it feels like you're going to still have 3 quarterbacks regardless. It's just, you do, when do the receivers or other positional players start falling off the board? So, man, I understand the pageantry. They're milking this thing though for all it's worth. It. Like get everyone up here, get to say your few cents. Hey Detroit, what's going on? Calvin Johnson, I think it's the last one here. Now Rodgers finally going to kick this thing off,
and they're booing him.
Yeah, no matter what, it's greatness. This is so great.
All right, let's see if he's going to officially put the Bears on the clock. They've been on the clock for the past 4 months, but we're kind of waiting for the official. The Chicago Bears are now on the clock.
They're delaying it.
Here we go. He's about to say it.
Yes, we are ready to get the show on the road.
It's underway. There you go.
Yep.
The Chicago Bears
are
now on the clock. There it is.
All
now
right,
the timer's accurate.
I take back what I said because I was thinking previously the clock had to already be on. There's no reason they would take so long, but the clock is going now. But realistically, still, there's going to be probably give people some time for broadcasting and all this other stuff.
Sure.
Although, if they really wanted to, they could just sprint out there and be like, picks in, let's go.
Here's Jacob Brandenburg saying, put the Bears on the clock. No, Jake, they have to get all the pageantry possible. And now finally, they have put the Chicago Bears on the clock. And that, of course, means that we'll be a moment away from the next first overall draft pick of the National Football League. And that is going to be USC's Caleb Williams, as I will get the highlights rolling here in just 1 second. And we have a very interesting, I would say, together take on Caleb Williams. We both think he's good. We both think that he's definitely one of the better players in this draft. But at the same time, there are question marks about the idea of how is he off the football field. A couple of scouts called him a very weird dude, and leading up to this overall night, they compared him to being the prince of NFL quarterbacks. That's not necessarily meant to be a good thing. Caleb Williams, though, any second now is going to be the number 1 overall draft pick. Now, listen, Caleb Williams is clearly the best quarterback in this draft if we're just looking at on-the-field performances. He has the arm, he has the legs, he has the mobility, he has everything you could possibly want in a quarterback. Again, mentioning it before we threw the highlights up there, there's this whole idea of, is he a little bit of a strange guy off the football field? There's been a lot of controversy about that, but the Bears find very little controversy in the fact that they think he's the best quarterback in this draft, Josh.
Yes. I mean, there's no hesitation at all, despite the fact that the pick is not in, but we know that the pick is coming very soon. And they had their mind made up for forever, like the comments have said. They've had 4 months. Caleb Williams, he does a lot of things really well, and he's a home run hitter. So you know what? Hey, there's a lot of times that you can look at plays and you go, my gosh, there's not a lot of players that can do that. Scouts, agents make the comment of saying, oh my gosh, this dude's a Patrick Mahomes combined with a Lamar Jackson at times, whatever. Like, you can get overhyped on someone else. There are some issues. There are some concerns. Even go back and look at the percentages and the analytics say, if you pressure Caleb Williams, he is a below average quarterback. Now, quarterbacks in general don't do pressure very well, but he does not handle it very well. And so if you can get to him, then that could be causing some issues. And to your point also, it's like, hey, locker room fit is very important. We know that very well as Eagles fans and what we've seen in past years and obviously with other quarterbacks, but it is very impactful. But again, you got to expect, if Chicago's already mind made up, they're going to take Caleb Williams. He looks very cool, calm, collected in the green room there. So it's a foregone conclusion. It's just a question of, hey, is the locker room fit going to be solid? Are there any questions outside of that? I'm not going to knock someone, even though there are the speculation,
Sure,
like you said, of other people saying he's a weird dude or whatever. It's like, you know what? Who really knows? It's in this day and age, lots of people are different, accepting of that. But how does that change the culture of the locker room, or is that impactful? We'll see. At the end of the day, I'll just say this. I think both of us have gone out there and said it, is like, I'm not sure I would personally pick him if I was taking a quarterback in this draft, but it's understandable that he is there at the number one option because he's been talked about that for months or even over a year, really. And there are lots of plays where he does leave your jaw on the ground saying, oh my gosh, how did he make that happen?
Well, he comes into a very unique situation with the Chicago Bears as well, as we're still 6 minutes away from the end of this first pick, and the pick has not been in yet, so they're going to drag it out until we get Caleb Williams, but they're showing on the screen right now. They got Keenan Allen. They got, obviously, DJ Moore. They added DeAndre Swift about 2 seconds into NFL free agency. The Monday free agency started. They have put together a very legit football team for being the number one overall draft pick, albeit it should have been the Carolina Panthers, but that was, the Carolina Panthers not being very smart in terms of GMing in the National Football League, but he probably goes into one of the better situations that existed for first-round quarterbacks in a pretty long time. And you can see what happens if you get put into the right place. Now, their head coach, Matt Eberflus, is a defensive guy. There are questions there. Should they have gone offensive with their head coach to go ahead and maximize his growth in year one? But if he has the right offensive coordinator and is able to settle in quickly, many people believe that he has all the intangibles of being one of the best quarterbacks in this draft. I saw Nick Wright and Colin Cowherd once on a podcast together say he's a mixture of, wait for it, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes, which is quite the comparison, Josh. You mentioned it yesterday on our live show. Do I buy that he's a mixture of those two players? I do not. But would I take him over, let's say, Jaden Daniels, who I have some serious question marks about? I think the answer is yes. Drake Maye needs at least a year of sitting. He is very, very raw. And what do you really know about J.J. McCarthy playing in a Michigan offense that was more run-heavy versus being pass-heavy and only really featured him on third downs? It's a very clear option on why you would go Caleb Williams with the number one overall draft pick this year, despite there, again, being some concerns from NFL teams about him being somewhat of an odd guy, which, if that's the worst part about my quarterback, doesn't really matter if he gets wins on the football field.
True. That's the only thing that does matter. You're right. Wins are the biggest and most important thing. It is interesting, though, because, according to Jim Harbaugh, J.J. McCarthy is the best option.
Jim Harbaugh,
but
sure.
Again, This is Jim Harbaugh, and this is also like how much is smoke and mirrors this time of year. But he likes his own guys, and that's good for him. But yeah, I don't know. There's you can speculate to death, and this is the beauty of the NFL draft and quarterback prospects, because it is. It sets your franchise up for success or failure. How much you have to give up for him. The fact that you're sitting there at number one makes sense. If you're Chicago, go ahead and get your franchise guy. You already shipped off Justin Fields, so you made your move there. You kind of dictated terms, and you're at one. So we're just waiting on it officially. The pick is in. We're just waiting on that announcement, but it will be Caleb Williams.
The pick is in right now. They had about 4 minutes left on the clock. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears. And again, once you get that first pick off the board, which the Bears have known for many, many months now, the draft can really get going. And we're going to get the Commanders here on the clock here very, very soon. They show Caleb Williams just sitting there in the green room. I don't know if he's really waiting on a phone call. He probably already knows the number and, exactly what the area code is going to be calling him from the Chicago area. And the guy's ready to get to work, learn his teammates, and try and figure out exactly how to win in Chicago, something that very few quarterbacks have had success doing. As the Bears draft room, they're showing us a picture of that right now. They're all high-fiving. There's like 30 of them in there, all in suits and ties. It's not a big shock, but their hope is that they're high-fiving the addition of a quarterback who's going to lead them for the next 10 to 15 seasons for hopefully an NFC North crown sooner rather than later in a city where the draft's taking place in Detroit that seemingly is going to be run by Detroit for the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, there's a lot of interest. I mean, obviously within, Detroit, like you said, but the Packers, don't forget about them. And then Chicago with the pieces in play. There's not, let's just be clear here too. Like Caleb Williams, go to Chicago. Hopefully he does well for them. That's what the ideal goal is naturally for taking a quarterback like that, but there might not be a better setup for a rookie quarterback to come into than Caleb Williams with the pieces they've acquired, the team they have in play, and the other weapons that they can still get in this draft. Granted, not a lot of picks, but they also pick at 9. So there's a lot to like.
There you go. Here we go. The pick is officially in. As you would expect, it is Caleb Williams as he's high-fiving everybody and makes his way to the stage. The Bears have made their selection, and that means the Carolina Panthers are now officially on the clock, and they will have 10 minutes. We throw it up on there on the board, and now you have Caleb Williams as we're going to get his highlight rolling here in just 1 second as he is officially the first quarterback taken and the first player taken in this year's NFL Draft. You mentioned it earlier, Josh. I mean, come on. You put the tape on this guy. We throw it up on the screen right now. He has everything you possibly could want in a quarterback. His mobility is, I think, what is severely underrated. Most quarterbacks coming out of the draft have mobility. You think of Jaden Daniels having that Lamar Jackson-esque ability to run with the football. Caleb is very much a pocket passer, but he's that new style of pocket passer with mobility and his ability to make plays outside of the pocket. You see some of them there on your screen. It is absolutely fantastic in terms of what he is able to do, and I cannot wait to see what he is going to be able to do not only with the Chicago Bears, but in the NFC and a team Philadelphia will have to face eventually going forward.
Yep, you're right. I mean, he's going to have a lot of expectations and weight on his shoulders. He expected that, naturally from being a number 1 overall pick. But in that division, there's a lot of competitiveness, as you talked about, too. I mean, Detroit, you got the Packers. Vikings are going to be hopefully trying to make a move and get their quarterback, be up and play on that side. But he's going to have the weapons that he needs to be productive. You're going to walk into a great situation, one of the best situations you can for, like I said, with a quarterback or a rookie quarterback. So as long as you can keep him upright, I'll say it again, that the only main concern of mine would be, if I'm looking at a Caleb Williams there, is can you keep him upright and can you keep him away from being pressured? Because if you get him pressured, get him kind of off the spot or hurried in his situations there with passing, that's where you start seeing some mistakes and then some things could change. But if you keep him upright, should be good as far as that production. And like you said, also, I mean, the fact that he can scramble, the running ability, it just adds to the dynamic pieces they already have on their team.
Now you have the Washington Commanders on the clock. It is not the Carolina Panthers. I don't know why I said that. That's a little bit of a typo on my point, but still, the Commanders are now on the clock. They have about 8 minutes left, maybe a little bit less than that. You're getting Caleb Williams' interview on the draft stage, and now we get to go ahead and wait and see exactly if Jaden Daniels is going to go ahead and be the pick, which I think most of us believe that he is.
Yeah, I'll be surprised. Surprised if he does not go to 2. Out of the number of experts that had, or I guess different reports, insiders and things like that have Jaden Daniels at number 2, it would be shocking if all of a sudden it was not. Although it was weird. You take a top 30 visit. We're talking about the Commanders. A top 30 visit to Topgolf.
Yeah, I did with all the players.
Yeah. I don't know that I'd necessarily be like spending top 30 visits and be like, hey, let's just have a little social mixer and like everybody show up. Like I do the private, this might be the future quarterback of my franchise. I'd probably go, hey, let's have a steak dinner, sit down, get to know you really well. not with everyone else, but it's a different day and age. So I suppose, bring them all in and just kind of get to know them slowly, casually, and then you talk to and meet with them the next day.
We are waiting for the pick to go in. The pick is about halfway through in terms of the Washington Commanders, We're expecting Jaden Daniels, but you did mention, just quickly, we can speculate because the pick is not in yet. Jaden Daniels apparently was not excited about what you just mentioned, and that was the top 30 visit with all the other quarterbacks in Washington playing Topgolf. And apparently, at least his agent voiced that they kind of wanted it to be a little more one-on-one with Jaden Daniels. And so right now, you see the Washington Commander GM on the phone right now in his war room. He's probably calling Jaden Daniels, but we can at least speculate that they could maybe throw us a curveball here while they're technically still on the clock without the pick being in. But as soon as we get the pick, we'll throw it up on the screen.
Yes, it is. It would be crazy, but to your point, I mean, the fact that he didn't really love that, and if there was a takeaway from that meeting, or if that kind of set things in the wrong direction with the get together to begin with, I don't know. But it is a very odd look, like you say. I mean, as far as getting to know a prospect, a franchise quarterback, you would think you'd wine and dine a little bit more, even if it's like, say you have 2 or 3 guys, you'd figure something out, then you'd move on from that. But apparently not.
All right, we're still waiting for the pick to go ahead and come in. They are milking to go ahead and let the commissioner know who it's going to be. We'll have it here as soon as they do. But we're 1 pick in, 31 picks left, Josh. The night's still young.
We are a long ways to go for the Eagles, unfortunately. But yes, the night is still young. It's exciting. The fact that we're just here, though, for draft night, that's enough to be excited. But here's where we are.
All right,
looks like we're
2:32 to go on the clock right now, and we still do not have this pick. So we are waiting for the second pick to go ahead and be made. And now we can officially say that the pick is in. And so the pick is in for the Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels waits in the green room. He didn't look like he was on the phone. Something to keep an eye on here is we're keeping an eye on Twitter to make sure nothing happens crazy here. I have not seen anything. There it is. The Washington Commanders, with the second overall draft pick, have officially selected Jaden Daniels, quarterback out of LSU. Jaden Daniels is fascinating, Josh. I think we all agree that he has a lot of skill and a lot of talent and a lot of ability to play the quarterback position. I mean, come on, he won the Heisman Trophy, and so that's the best player in college football. Size is the main issue here. You're going to hear this talked about a lot, not just tonight, but throughout the beginning of his career. He's a little dude. He's a skinny dude. He's not even close to 195, soaking wet, wearing jeans. But he's quick, and he's fast, and he has a very, very alive arm, as they say. And when he played against some pretty good SEC defenses over there at LSU, he lit them up with those 2 good receivers on the outside.
Yes, absolutely did. And that's the playmaker part that you're getting for. It's funny because, you always see like with the size factor and a question there. But again, to your point, I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Can he stay healthy, especially with a play style that he has? Because if he could stay upright or if he could just stay healthy and avoid those massive hits, he could be a potential Lamar Jackson. And that's what you're drafting someone, especially this early for, of a future quarterback of your franchise. Now, we would hope that he doesn't necessarily turn into that, being Eagles, fans and everything on that side, but he is a dynamic player. This guy is different. If he's able to stay upright, the pocket presence does need to be improved. I mean, he gave up a lot of sacks. His sack rate's not great, but that's kind of like the feast or famine that you suspect you get with a quarterback that's going to be a mobile one or on the move, take off running and things like that. So not too crazy. Maybe, for his sake, he could possibly put on a little bit more weight and get some durability, but you understand the concerns on that side. Overall, I mean, I hate to say it, especially for the Commanders being in the division, but it's a solid pick to me. You're sure taking a risk with anything, a quarterback like this who could get injured, but, as you've seen, dynamic playmakers who are dual threats can be just absolutely a nightmare and horror to deal with. The fact that he's in the division, if you add some pieces, get some other options around him as well, it could be dangerous. So I like the pick overall for the Commanders. Makes a lot of sense.
Now, of course, as Eagle fans, we are hoping that Daniels has a healthy but very unsuccessful career, and we will see exactly how that's going to happen. He goes into a Commander team that does have talent. I mean, they're not devoid of talent. They have bringing in a brand new head coach and obviously a defensive-minded guy. They still are going to be one of those interesting teams in the NFC East. I don't think I put them anywhere close to 2. I put the Dallas Cowboys at 2, Eagles at 1, but I think they're ahead of the New York Giants right now, mainly due to the fact that they have a little more offensive firepower than the current Daniel Jones-led New York Football Giants.
Yes. Yeah, I would. I don't think that's too far of a stretch. Certainly with where the Giants are at the moment. Although, I mean, hey, if depending on rookie play, I know that's riding a lot on a Jaden Daniels and where he could get. But with as little as Dallas has done, despite saying they're all in, I don't know that it's just totally crazy to say that there's a chance, Washington could slide in there at that second spot in the division. So I know you're not saying to discredit them or anything like that, but I would just go as far as saying there is a possibility, depending on how quickly he is able to get inserted in the offense and pick that up, start making a big difference on that side. You might see Washington sneaking in there, trying to flirt with that 2 seed in the NFC East.
About 6 minutes to go here on the clock. Our clock's a little bit behind, but we now have the New England Patriots on the clock, and this is kind of where the excitement really begins in the draft. We've heard Drake Maye all day long, Josh. We'll talk about him in just a second if that is the pick, but this is the first option if you wanted to trade up and get a quarterback. The report was this week that the Patriots would only move off of 3 for the King's ransom, which potentially could be this year's first for somebody, next year's first, a player, maybe a third first-round draft pick. That remains to be seen. I did hear a little bit earlier today, reading it out on multiple insiders, basically saying the Giants were very in on Drake Maye. They'd be very interested in trading up to number 3, but New England has to be willing to tango. It takes 2 to be able to do that, and it seems like the Patriots are going to stay put and take Drake Maye here once we get their pick officially in.
I think it would be a mistake. Again, like you said, I mean, if they were to move back, only way is if they get just a absolutely ridiculous haul, and then they could even kind of parlay that to get right back in early to the first round, but not have to give up as much, something to that effect. But it's just so much.
We have the pick is in. Let's go ahead and get it up. Hang on.
Okay.
All right, the pick is officially in. We are waiting to see who it is, and it will go ahead and be, as we expected, Drake Maye, the quarterback out of UNC. He is going to go ahead and be a New England Patriot. That will go ahead and put the Arizona Cardinals on the clock. If I can get my board all figured out here, we can go ahead and throw up our Drake Maye highlights. Josh, someone you think is the best quarterback in this draft? Hang on. Now, there are some that would agree with you, Josh, but there are some that would disagree that New England brings in Drake Maye and he's not ready to play yet. You really like this guy, though.
I do. Really like Drake Maye. We talk about this is probably, certainly out of the first 2 quarterbacks that went off the board, this is your more prototypical quarterback. 6'4", 230. He's got the size, the stature, standing in the pocket. He can take off and run and make some plays with his feet if he needs to. But as far as his ability, what he can do, his arm strength, the accuracy can be questionable at times. And it's not even as much as, based on scouting reports and film and everything else that we've been looking through the past couple weeks, it's not even as much necessarily of something to say like technical aspect from what I've read and seen. It's just, he misses some throws. And I don't know if that's just a timing part, though, something that you feel like you can certainly teach or kind of coach out of him and he'll be able to take place. But the fact that he is a quarterback who's got a lot of stature in the pocket, can stand there, make the throws, I think there's a lot to like. And again, like I was mentioning as well, the age factor, the potential that he brings, if you don't necessarily want to start him from day one, I suppose you could do that and try to, make shift until he's ready. But either way, in my mind, you got a lot of room for growth here too with that age. And there's just too much to like with the potential of a Drake Maye. I think this is a good pick for the Patriots. You get your quarterback of the future. And I'll reiterate and say it right now. I think when all is said and done, Drake Maye will be the best quarterback out of this draft class.
Okay, I just will say it. You are potentially in the minority there when you talk about Drake Maye being the best quarterback in this draft. And you mentioned a lot of the issues with Drake Maye, especially with accuracy. He's just very raw. Listen to these stats. 3,600 yards, 24 touchdowns, 9 interceptions this past year. It's not necessarily lighting up the board. It's not Jaden Daniels or Caleb Williams numbers. And the last time you tied a quarterback in the top 3 out of UNC, it was Mitchell Trubisky, who was very similar, kind of came out of nowhere, played a very little bit, and then was a mega bust for the Chicago Chicago Bears. Now, New England is the best case scenario for Drake Maye because he might be the most raw quarterback on the list of 6 that are potentially going to go ahead and go tonight. And so the thought process is, as we wait for the Cardinals pick to go ahead and come in, the Patriots can sit Drake Maye. They can go ahead and make sure that they, let him relax and try and figure out exactly what they want him to do at being an NFL quarterback, play behind Jacoby Brissett, and have a scenario where year 2 is when Drake Maye rolls in there. They can put some more weapons around him, and then you have hopefully a New England Patriot football team that's a lot better than we've seen the past couple of years under Mac Jones.
Yes, I think that's the ideal scenario. Like you say, if you don't have to have him go in there too quickly and get burned out or I don't know, too many scars very early in the career to kind of mess up the psyche and the mentality of that, make sure that you can block for him. If you got to play Brissett a little bit longer before he's ready, eventually insert him in that lineup. But again, I just think that the ceiling is, I think actually whenever I was going back through and looking at footage, Drake Maye made this comment, certainly being at UNC, it's appropriate, but saying the ceiling is the roof, the Michael Jordan, comment, everything there.
Sure.
But I would say to that notion, I mean, his ceiling is the highest for these other candidates. If he can live up to that, there's just so much ability. Now, on the flip side, I know you could also make the case and argument of like a Justin Herbert's like, oh my gosh, he can make throws that nobody can. I think I saw a comment of that earlier, Mr. Ethos saying Maye can make throws nobody else can too. That's true, but it's like, can the offensive coordinator get the most out of him in that situation and be able to coach him up? Because it's great that you can make those, but if you can't make the reads and you can't make those every time or the vast majority of the time, then it really doesn't matter with all the physical attributes and the ability that he has.
Well, now we have a situation where really the draft has begun because the Arizona Cardinals were the first wild card in this draft, sitting there at number 4. They already have their quarterback. They're going to roll with Jonathan Gannon. Well, booze in the chat for him. But now they have a chance to trade out of this spot, get a bunch of extra picks. They have 6 picks in the first 90 picks in the next couple of rounds. I mean, they have a ton of ammo, and they can only add to that here. If you're a team like the New York Football Giants and you want to go ahead and move up to get the quarterback that you really, really desire, if that's J.J. McCarthy, this is a potential trade-up spot. Teams like Denver, the Minnesota Vikings reportedly have been desperate to move up into the first round, past their normal spot right now at number 11 and get a quarterback. This is really where it's going to get interesting, and you're going to see the Arizona Cardinals stay on the clock probably until the very end to make sure they get the maximum amount of offers and maximize their trade option here with the number 4 overall pick.
Yeah, I'm excited. I am. This is the part, like you said, this is where things get interesting. If they're going to trade, I would envision that they just stay put and get Marvin Harrison Jr., like we were saying at the top. But the fact that, they are without question, they're getting calls because, hey, you got some quarterbacks off the board here. If you want a quarterback, do you jump this early? Do you wait? Do you hope that nobody else trades that quickly to go get, quarterback number 4 and see if you can actually get up, maybe around as 5, 6, 7. You don't have to get up as early. I don't know. It's questionable, but I'm going to be surprised. I will be surprised if they don't take the receiver here.
We're still waiting for the pick to go ahead and be in for the Arizona Cardinals, or if we're going to announce a trade, we have both of those things ready to rock. We'll see what it would cost to go up to number 4. That's the real question here. Are you going to give up 2 first-round draft picks, 3 first-round draft picks? Are you going to give up a player? It's going to be very, very interesting here. Shout out to Jose Gonzalez, $2 super chat. Daddy Josh, Daddy Thomas, answer me. There you go. We did.
What's up, Jose? Appreciate that.
There you go, Jose. Welcome in. We are waiting for trades. You see the draft room look of the Arizona Cardinals. They have made their pick. They are not trading the pick. Let's go ahead and get the pick is in. All right, with the 4th overall draft pick, the Arizona Cardinals are going to select, how about Marvin Harrison Jr.? They stay put and take Maserati Marv, as they say, Jake. Here come the highlights. I mean, 6 months ago, Josh, he was considered the best wide receiver in this draft, and then didn't attend the actual combine day up there in Indianapolis. He started to fall a little bit. Some people thought Malik Neighbors was going to be higher up there, but no, it is Marvin Harrison Jr., the newest weapon down there in Arizona for Kyler Murray.
This is a no-brainer. Again, you might have thought about getting a haul or some trades there, but obviously there's nothing that you're willing to trade back in this scenario. You get a guy, like you said, weapon for Kyler Murray. It's too obvious. The fact that Marvin Harrison Jr. brings the size, the speed, the athleticism. I mean, a 6'4" receiver who can move like he does, his change of speed, change of pace, the quickness. And I mean, it's not really a surprise, I guess, with the IQ, but you talk about like the players who are kind of been around the league, his dad being Marvin Harrison. I mean, it's just kind of a given, but he has that extra IQ of being incredibly smart, incredibly with it in terms of being able to kind of read the defense, kind of get it at one step ahead. And so I think this makes a ton of sense. You're adding this weapon to an offense that definitely needed it, obviously with the trades and kind of getting rid of players, but have Kyler Murray make life easier, help him get a rookie who can get open on his own. Incredible against man coverage. He had a slight issue, and this is a tiny knock if you want anything at all. Slight issue with drops occasionally where it'd be like, yeah, okay, you'd like him to kind of hold on to those, but it's very minuscule. I think this is an A-plus pick. Makes a whole lot of sense for the Cardinals. Get an offensive weapon.
Again, you wonder what teams offer to go up to number 4 to get a quarterback. You know, teams were calling. We had heard that all off season long, that this would be the spot to come up if you wanted a quarterback. You saw quarterback go 1, 2, 3. Arizona stays put. They believe Marvin Harrison is going to be a top 3, top 2, maybe the best wide receiver in the entire NFL at some point, and maybe he does. You mentioned his father, Marvin Harrison Sr., Hall of Famer, Peyton Manning's right-hand man alongside Reggie Wayne for all those years in Indianapolis. I mean, come on. He has the exact genes that you would want from a superstar wide receiver, and Malik Neighbors doesn't beat him out. And again, that was a thought for a very long time that Marvin Harrison would start to fall, Neighbors would go first, and he would fall somewhere middle of the top 10, aka 7, 8, 9. That is not the case. Marvin Harrison officially is an Arizona Cardinal, and we are 4 picks into tonight's draft with no trades, and what's supposed to be the most trade-happy draft that's maybe ever happened, Josh. And so now we change our sights to obviously what's happening with the team that is on the clock, and that is the John Harbaugh-led, not Michigan anymore, Los Angeles Chargers, who are on the clock right now. And again, do you go tackle here? Do you go Malik Neighbors if you're worried about losing on wide receivers? Do you let somebody trade up? This is another very interesting pick as we're at number 5 on our draft board.
Yeah, this will be interesting. To your point, the trades are coming also. I can't remember. You might have said John Harbaugh. I know you meant Jim, but
sorry,
way,
Jim. Jim
Harbaugh.
But
I know you meant the right one. Yeah. Also, shout out to Darren Shepard. Welcome to the Breed of One tier. Let's go. Okay, welcome to the membership. So shout out to you there. And also got several different comments. We appreciate all the likes so far, and people saying this is the best show, hands down. Production value, yes, kudos. I mean, the videos, highlights, everything else have been on point, as they would say. But there's the fact that this will be interesting. I think that gosh, who what? There was one insider. I'm gonna probably get it wrong. I can't. Maybe Ian. No, not Ian Rappaport. Gosh, it was one of those, and I'm not gonna find it. Maybe Jordan Schultz, but basically saying no, it was Jeremy Fowler saying that the Chargers are open to trade, open like 7-Eleven. So they would really try to trade back. They may not be able to, but to your point, I mean, this has got to be one of those areas. Do you trade up? Do you get the J.J. McCarthy because you want to reunite with Jim Harbaugh, or are they trying to get more of a haul and say, yeah, you know what? Even though Jim said that he's the best quarterback in the draft, is not really taking that because they have a Justin Herbert, and it doesn't make any sense in the world that you would take him. But Jim Harbaugh's kind of strange if you want to go back to the weird comments. He's got his own odd personality.
Sure.
But yeah, it will be interesting. How quick does someone trade up to get J.J. McCarthy? Because surely we're going to start getting those. To your point, trades are coming. We want to see the Eagles later make some trades up.
Of course.
But so far, I mean, let's just talk about as well, the Philadelphia ramifications of this are fantastic because we've already said you want quarterbacks, you want receivers, you want positions that the Eagles don't have interest in the first round, or shouldn't have interest in the first round, to go off the board. And we're looking at the first 4 so far falling like you would hope and expect.
Chargers are still on the clock here. They're about to be under 5 minutes. Again, no trades yet, and we do not have a pick being in. as we continue to see if this could be maybe Joe Alt, the Notre Dame left tackle, who many people consider to be the best tackle in what is a very heavy tackle draft and will be a heavy tackle first round. Alt is a real option here. You pair him up with Rashawn Slater, another first-round draft pick up there in Los Angeles, and you give bookend tackles to one of the better young quarterbacks in the league who still does need a wide receiver. And again, Malik Neighbors is an option here as well, but it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what happens in, the coming, 2 minutes? Something like that? We got to wait and see if there's going to be a trade. We are ready to rock and what happens here. Jose with the super chat. I want Cooper DeJean. I played corner and receiver. Way too much disrespect for simple-looking white. People will regret hating on him, I promise. Well, we'll see what happens in terms of a little bit later on in this draft and Cooper DeJean as we continue to have the Chargers on the clock right now. Less than 5 minutes to go.
DeJean is looks like no trade for the Chargers. Got an update there, so they will take a player. Just a question of who that's going to be.
Okay.
But there's no trade options going to be going. If you're getting someone, I mean, to your point, it's like Justin Herbert. You got rid of it's got to be receiver here, right? I mean, you got to reload with the fact that you don't have Keenan Allen. Your Mike Williams is gone. You need a weapon for Justin Herbert on that side. I would say it's Odunze only because it's West Coast. You keep it there. I think he might go, but I can understand if it's Neighbors. I'll be interested.
Okay, so you don't think tackle? You would not go tackle here?
It makes sense if they want to go with a tackle, but I'm going to say it's a receiver. It's going to be. I'm just going to predict it's going to be either Neighbors or Odunze.
All right, well, we will be ready for that as we're approaching a little under 3 minutes here. Shout out to Eagle One. He says he's in a cruise ship. Subtle flex there. Congratulations. You're my Eagles connection. Go Birds. Let's run this. There you go. That's why
Let's
you're tuning
go on
in.
a cruise ship, bro. Hanging out
on a cruise ship, baby. There you go.
Heck yeah. That is awesome. I always love to hear. We love all you guys, but where y'all are listening from, crazy places, on a cruise ship, trying to live with that Wi-Fi connection. I know how bad it can be at times.
Hard.
So we appreciate you hanging out and, getting covered here. But shout out to Dirty Air. Welcome to the Let's Run It Club as well. So there you go.
There you go. We still do not have this pick, and I'm trying to refresh my phone here. Jason Blessing says, let's go, boys. Let's watch how we make magic happen. That's right. We're almost to 1,000 likes as well. If you give the show a thumbs up, we're 3,000 people watching. You give the show a thumbs up, we would appreciate that, as we are still waiting for the pick to be in for the Chargers. The pick is officially in. Let's get to it. Is officially in, and Josh, it is with the 5th pick. They are taking Notre Dame offensive tackle. They are going to go ahead and get Joe Alt. Let's get to the highlights. Oop, if I can get him. Hang on. There it is. You thought it was going to be wide receiver. I thought it could be this guy, Joe Alt. You see it on your screen. Lombardi Award finalist, 6'8", 322 pounds. I mean, come on. Team captain, a 3-year starter. He is absolutely everything you want for a bookend left tackle. When drafting this position, which normally is like a 30%, 40% for quarterbacks. I think it's 42%. So when you see a team go offensive line early, if you're an Eagle fan, you think back to Lane Johnson at 4. Is it a sexy pick whenever they throw it across the screen on draft night? No, but is it a pick that's going to be an anchor for your team for a long time? The answer is 100% yes.
Yep, and that's what you try to hit on, obviously, is certainly first-round picks. So to your point, I mean, when the analytics, the stats say, if a guy is graded out as a top O lineman and you take him early, it's almost a given that he's going to hit and he's going to be successful there, certainly get his second contract and move forward on that side. So you can't knock it. To your point, the sexy pick is the wide receiver, and that's the part where, I was holding on and being like, that makes a lot more. I would go that direction, but this does make a whole lot of sense for the reasons that you mentioned as well. So good for them. Also, shout out to Pork Chop Express. Appreciate the 5. Says, go Birds. Love listening to you guys and love your draft coverage. Celebrating our 30th wedding anniversary in New York. Ate too much dinner, so we're watching. We appreciate you hanging out. And also, happy anniversary. love New York. Thomas and I lived in New York a little bit on different ventures and working for different sporting avenues. Thomas, you were at what was it with Nick
Fox.
Wright
You and
and
I were
doing
both at
the
Fox.
yeah. Then I was
That's
the
right.
Fox Sports PR side. So, but
Yep.
we let us know we're in New York. We appreciate you hanging out and
All
kudos
right.
there. Also, do we
have
have
a
something
pick.
here?
Hang on.
We got a pick?
We got a
Okay.
pick. The Giants have selected. All right, with the 6th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Giants are going to go with Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU. They're picking from the OBJ school again. Let's get the Malik Neighbors highlights going. Josh, many people thought Malik Neighbors would be the first wide receiver taken here, although there was a report earlier today that the Giants did not want to take another LSU wide receiver after what happened with, obviously, Odell Beckham Jr. What do you like about this guy here? Again, some people thought the best receiver in this class.
Yeah, it's interesting to your point. The thought or the speculation, do you go another LSU receiver? But I think that it just speaks for itself. I mean, immediately whenever you turn on the tape, sure, he's a little bit of a smaller receiver in the 6', 200. He's not a Marvin Harrison Jr., but the acceleration and the ability that this guy has with the ball in his hands is phenomenal. I mean, it may be unmatched, and that's the reason that he was speculated as potential of going wide receiver 1 in the draft. There's a ton to like, and especially in today's NFL, I mean, I think we all realize and know it's a lot of times quicker routes. You get the ball in the hand, see if you get yards after catch. This dude is one of those that can do it. If you try to make life easier on Daniel Jones and the Giants offense in general that could use a lot of help in a lot of areas, but you get a playmaker of this ability, this is probably a great place to start. And you add that there naturally, with the age factor too. I mean, he's what? I think is he 21 or did he, I think I read he's not. Is he 21? I don't think he turned 21 yet. So there's, again, like tons of potential as well. You talk about second contracts and longevity and everything else there. So great pick. Totally understand it.
89 catches, 1,569 yards. This guy caught 14 touchdowns at LSU from Jaden Daniels, and he was alongside another first-round wide receiver in Brian Thomas Jr., who I'm sure we'll talk about at some point tonight on our draft coverage. They don't go quarterback here. They have to pay Daniel Jones $41 million next season, and this seems to be at least a chance or a try to get the most out of that $41 million and really give no more excuse to a guy in Daniel Jones who, let's be real, doesn't have any weapons. Saquon Barkley was truly their only weapon. He's now in Philadelphia. Shout out to all the Bird fans out there. Thumbs up for that. But he had no good receivers. They never could get the receiver to work out post-OBJ, and now you have a case where you get the 6th pick in the draft, one of the best receivers in this draft, and as an Eagle fan, this guy's good. This is a good pick by the Giants. I'm surprised they didn't go quarterback here, but they still go out and get a top player. And so far, Josh, you look at the draft board, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no trades. Everybody stayed put, and I feel like we were lied to a little bit that there would be a lot of trades inside the top 5.
Go figure. I mean, that's kind of what happens whenever we have a certain speculation or prediction for the draft. It's like, oh, we're going to get all these trades. It's going to be ridiculous and crazy. It feels like last year when it was, hey, we're going to get a lot of these quarterbacks taken, and then it didn't happen as much as we expected. We have gotten the quarterbacks taken early, but to your point, it hasn't been near the trades. And so it's inevitable. We will get trades, but it's kind of like you're waiting for that first domino to drop. As soon as you get one trade, then all of a sudden team's like, okay, we got to move. Time to make things happen. Haven't yet. Interesting with Tennessee being on the clock. Would a team potentially? I saw it in one mock trade. I think it was in either Peter Schrager's or it might have been in Daniel Jeremiah's, but the mock draft of Minnesota looking at a potential trade up scenario if they actually want to go get JJ McCarthy and get their quarterback. So maybe we see it here. But I am with you. I agree. As an Eagles fan in the division, can't knock the pick. It's a good pick with Malik Neighbors. So unfortunately for that. Shout out to Cody Waxman. Appreciate the 20 bomb. Let's go. It says from Chicago. I've been an Eagles fan all my life. Love listening to you cover the Eagles. Hope we getting a cornerback with our pick. Go Birds. I'm right there with you. We're all right there with you. Let's get a cornerback. It's falling well. Let's just say that. It's still so far really no positions or changes that you would have expected or I guess hoped for at this point. But quarterback, wide receiver, tackle, and wide receiver. So far so good.
Shout out to Joey de Blasio here as he gets a $5. Missed the last one up, but got Tyrion Arnold. Him and Smitty's chemistry be crazy. Haven't learned from AJ. See ya, Bradbury. And Anthony Miguel with a 20 bomb says go Birds. And you already mentioned Cody's there at the same time.
Go Birds.
You mentioned this as a trade-up option if you needed a quarterback. If I'm Denver sitting at 12, if I'm the Minnesota Vikings at 11, this draft is looking very good for those quarterback-needy teams, and Tennessee is an option if you want to go ahead and come up. If not, though, a lot of people would think this is offensive linemen, and it could be J.C. Latham out of Alabama, Josh. We'll see what that happens, but the Titans, about halfway through their pick, are still on the clock right now.
Interested who they're going to go with, honestly. Seems like you could get a trade, maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
If someone wants to come get a quarterback, this is the spot to do it, I would say, right?
I would think so, because you're looking at this board. You got Odunze. You got Brock Bowers, maybe. We got a couple defensive options, but it does feel like if you're a team desperate in need of a quarterback and you really highly value J.J. McCarthy here, This might be the time you go ahead and move up.
Looks like we have a pick. The Tennessee Titans are going to pick. The pick is in. Let's get that up on the board.
Okay.
All right, the pick is officially in. I need to see one more tweet so I can confirm that it is who I'm seeing that it is going to be, because the first Twitter account I saw, there it is. All right, with the 7th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, looks like it is going to be J.C. Latham, the very, very big offensive lineman out of Alabama. Here come the highlights. You talked about Latham a lot on your show, Josh. I mean, come on. SEC right tackle, you see him there working against LSU. What's not to like about this guy?
I mean, it's a good, honest question, or a good question, quite honestly. There's so much to like about J.C. Latham. I mean, the fact that this dude is, I mean, unbelievably well at using his leverage, pad level, 6'6", 335 pounds. He's only 21 years old too. So again, you talk about like these types of prospects that are coming out that have a lot of longevity left in their careers, tons of potential, but ready-made to play and start from day one. And J.C. Latham is one of those guys. Like, you have versatility. You can play him at guard. You can play him at tackle. He's got the strength. He's got the athleticism. He can move really well. The IQ is on top. So there's a reason. Now, I would say it was a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but there's a reason. There was some speculation he might go over Joe Alt in terms of being drafted first as the offensive tackle in this move. So for Tennessee, if you're not going to move up, or you're not going to get a trade for someone that's looking for a J.J. McCarthy and get a haul on that side, O-line, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, there's not a safer bet in the first round than taking an offensive lineman, especially a highly graded offensive lineman. So to me, A-plus pick. I don't think there's any concerns in my mind at all about J.C. Latham. Love this pick. Should be very good at keeping the quarterback upright as well. So good job.
They obviously got their wide receiver. They paid him a lot, $96 million for 4 years in Calvin Ridley this offseason. And some people thought it was a stretch a little bit there, especially in a draft that had a lot of wide receivers. But you see maybe why they did that. The best 2 receivers are now gone. You saw them taking the past 2 picks. You saw Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. Then you saw Joe Alt. And then the other receiver in Malik Neighbors going to the Giants at number 6. And so the Tennessee Titans have taken the second best offensive lineman off of the board, putting us with the Atlanta Falcons, who now approach the clock and potentially giving us our first defensive selection here, Josh. Dallas Turner's name, the pass rusher from Alabama, has been mentioned here. Jared Verse from FSU. Latu from UCLA would be a little bit of a surprise, but they also could look at Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle out of Texas. All big options. There was a report that they could look at Michael Penix here. I believe that is just pure bluffing due to the fact that they obviously gave Kirk Cousins $100 million. This could be a trade-up spot for one of those teams. Obviously, we keep saying it. Vikings at 11, Broncos at 12, and Raiders at 13 who want a quarterback. The Falcons don't need to make this pick. And if you're Atlanta, you go back 4 spots. You can still get your best defender basically of your pick.
I would certainly be taking the calls. Let's just say that. The fact that we have not had a trade, and we'll continue to say it with every single pick at this point, because I would have expected we'd have at least one trade, like you mentioned earlier, with all the rumored reports and teams looking to move up and trades are going to happen and everything there. The fact we haven't seen it, you're no doubt getting calls at this point, but will they move back? can they acquire another pick and still get a top defensive player? It does feel like you're going to get a defensive player taken. I mean, surely at this point, at 8, you're going to get a defensive player moved off the board. I don't know. It'd be interesting. It seems like, I mean, you alluded to it as well, but it seems like a Dallas Turner does make a lot of sense, especially just the willingness of a defensive lineman, but also the area and the rumored reports of the interest on that side too. So I don't know. I'd go back and forth, but it's got to be defensive player, either a Dallas Turner. If you like Latu as far as just his medical history, if there's not as much of a concern, I think that's a phenomenal pick, assuming he stays healthy. It feels like D-line. You could go Byron Murphy, I guess, but I would side towards one of these edge rushers. You get Latu or Dallas Turner.
All right, we're waiting to see what that pick is going to be. Right now, they have not announced the Titans pick yet on ESPN. So if you're wondering how ahead we are over here, we are much faster than ESPN, as we promised you guys that we would be. And so we await not only the Titan pick to then officially, at least from the ESPN perspective, put the Falcons on the clock. But right now, in real time, the Falcons are on the clock because it is J.C. Latham, obviously going number 7 overall to the Tennessee Titans. There's a lot, honestly, Josh, there's a lot of picks left, but this first round has really started to kind of move here and get working as people seem very content with the players that have been left on the board.
It is kind of surprising, right? Yeah, it's moving fairly quickly, and teams just being content to take the positions, which we don't always see. I mean, usually kind of, some interest of trade or move around something, shake things up. But yeah, so far so good. I'm curious, where are you at? And people are wondering how and why. We have a crystal ball. We can look into the future and see these picks.
Sure.
No, it's obviously with the Twitter and being a little bit more on top of it. But this is right in your backyard practically. So is there a Thomas Mott prediction for who the Falcons? One guy you're just got to make a prediction here.
It feels like Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner is probably the most ready pass rusher in this draft. I think Latu's a better pass rusher, but at the exact same time, the neck injury has been serious concerns. I read a report a couple days ago saying 50% of the NFL teams are out on the Latu's neck, and that's kind of a big deal. And if you're picking inside the top 10, like the Atlanta Falcons have done each of the past 3 seasons, they've gone offensive weapons each of the past 3 seasons. They went Kyle Pitts, they went Drake London, and now, of course, Bijan Robinson in 2023. You got to help out the defense because the expectation is, now that you've brought Kirk Cousins to the ATL, you're going to be able to get all those weapons happy, feed them all the football, and score a bunch of points. But can you also stop teams whenever it comes to critical moments in football games? And that's why I really think you got to go defense here. Maybe it's Byron Murphy. I don't think that they need help on the interior defensive line. I think it's the outside defensive line. The edge rush area is where I would go if I was the Atlanta Falcons right now. But with a little less than 4 minutes to go, they have yet to make their decision, and again, might still be waiting to see if someone wants to make a trade.
Wouldn't surprise me if we saw the first one here. Again, it's got to heat up. I mean, the fact we haven't seen it so far, it's just naturally more and more likely. But there's value for these picks. There's value for players. You can fall back. You don't have to fall back too far, but somebody can go up and get your quarterback. But to your point, the reasons you mentioned Dallas Turner there, that also is very understandable. Watching the rerun of J.C. Latham pick up Roger Goodell. Didn't he have back surgery recently? I think I saw someone tweet that. So he should be picked up like that.
Someone in the chat said Atlanta made a trade. They have not officially announced that the Falcons have made a pick. The Falcons pick is officially in.
Ooh,
Let's figure out who it is. We have the first shocker of the NFL draft.
Oh my.
It is. With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL draft, here it is. Michael Penix is going to be a Falcon.
Woo,
Holy
boys.
cow. Hang on. Let's get the highlights. Here we go. Hang on. There it is. All right, Josh, the first draft shocker. It's not J.J. McCarthy. It's not Bo Nix. It's Michael Penix. Right after giving Kirk Cousins $100 million, they stay put and they take a quarterback inside the top 10. This is mind-blowing, Josh. This is going to send shockwaves through the National Football League. What are you doing tonight if you're Kirk Cousins?
I don't know, quite honestly. I mean, I guess I'm sitting pretty because, hey, I've got all this guaranteed money because I only signed contracts that give me guaranteed money. So regardless, like if you're just picking him to say, well, we're going to start him here in a year, then cool. You want to pay me all this money, like whatever. But, I can... This is great. That's insane. I don't know what else to say about that. Like, I understand the hype of a Michael Penix. Like, I totally get it. I think a lot of people do. He's a great pure passer. He makes a ton of different throws. He's got a lot of ability. He struggles a little bit over the middle of the field. Sometimes has too much kind of oomph in his throws and not enough finesse. We've a guy, McNabb, who used to do quite a bit of that. But still, he's got a lot of potential. So I don't hate the pick in terms of like a long-term, you get a quarterback of the future, but like to your point, what are you doing? You paid so much money for Kirk Cousins here, and you're gonna. It's not a waste. I shouldn't say waste, but it's just you could surely trade back. It feels like maybe someone moves in front of you and you get Penix. And you had some sources, reliable information that you might miss out on him, but. Again, if you felt like he was your dude, you don't pay all that money to Kirk Cousins in that sense, because now you've got a situation where you could have gone and got best defender available, get another weapon, something, and you're sitting here. Again, I won't knock it in terms of Penix is good. We all agreed with that. You would say the same thing, but it's just situationally, team decision-wise, this is mind-boggling. That I don't understand it.
This is one of the crazier picks. I mean, everything you just said is 100% accurate. I mean, we're talking about Michael Penix. It's not been official on ESPN. It is official. You're looking at a football team that everybody said when you got Kirk Cousins is competitive now. And you have Kirk Cousins for the next 3 seasons at $100 million guaranteed. So this either says that you don't think Michael Penix is ready for 2 years, 3 years, or you don't believe in Kirk Cousins. And you had other needs if you're the Atlanta Falcons that are not quarterback. Did anyone think that their offense was going to be bad with Kirk Cousins? I didn't. I think you could take Bijan Robinson in fantasy football, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, and they'd finally be the value that you thought they'd be the past couple of seasons. But now they go ahead and take a quarterback, and one with injury concerns, although people say it's fine. But Michael Penix here is a crazy, crazy pick. And as someone who used to cover the Atlanta Falcons, living in Atlanta, Dirty Bird Nation is going to blow their mind when this is announced on ESPN. This is crazy. Crazy.
There's just no words to this. I'm still in shock. I mean, we will say this is great news if you're any teams behind this, because you just take another quarterback off the board for a team that you assumed was going to take a defensive player. And you're not getting defenders being taken, so it's great, especially if you want a defensive player. But my gosh, again, to your point, I'm like, what in the world is taking place here?
They have just made the announcement, and the entire 150,000 people in Detroit are absolutely stunned. Mike Greenberg is stunned. Mel Kiper is stunned. Wow. I would be wild.
I would be furious if I'm a Falcons fan. If we got any Falcons fans on the stream here, like, my apologies to you, because I would be furious. I don't know what to say to that.
Oh, my goodness.
It's craziness. You're in the top 10, and you just paid $100 million for a quarterback that you literally just said, no, we have no faith in. None. We're going to go ahead and draft a quarterback now. That's unreal.
Obviously, we have the Chicago Bears are on the clock. I had the Jets up there. It is the Bears who are on the clock again. As we have about 5 minutes until Chicago picks, there were rumors that Brock Bowers to the Jets at 10. The Rams are reportedly, according to Anna Rossini that I just read, trying to move into the top 10, potentially for Brock Bowers. This feels like a Brock Bowers area. But now that you've seen Michael Penix go, if you're Denver hoping he was going to fall on your lap at 11 or 12, if you're the Vikings that were going to take him, at number 11, maybe you start to panic and you make a phone call to the Chicago Bears right now to go up and get the next quarterback, which is either Bo Nix or J.J. McCarthy.
Gosh, I'm still in shock, quite honestly. But I agree with you. Yes, you do think about the next domino's got to fall as far as quarterback. I think it has to, because it can't be, if you're a quarterback needy team, I don't care. I know that, we talk about, hey, like every GM, especially Howie Roseman, is going to have a million different scenarios played out in his head. But even Howie said there's things that happen that you're just like, wow, I could have never planned on that. I didn't account for that. That's wild. This is one of those things. There's no way as a GM you sit there and go, yeah, we got Michael Penix mocked to the Falcons at 8. Like, you just paid your dude. You had Kirk Cousins. The fact this happened, though, if I'm a QB needy team, there's no waiting around. Like, I can't just because this just throws off everything. This is a team that had no business taking a quarterback.
The Bears pick is in. Let's go ahead and get to the Bears pick. Let's go ahead and throw up All right, the Bears pick is officially in. Let's see where they're going to go with this draft pick. I'm kind of waiting to see if we have it officially, but the Jets are now on the clock in Chicago. We have 0 trades. Maybe in the entire top 10 right now. Do you see it? Do you know who it is?
I've got one. I'm waiting for a second tweet.
Let's get a confirmation. You can also say it as well.
I think it's Odunze.
Do you think it's Odunze? I'm waiting to get confirmation. Have you seen two that
I've seen
it is
three. There's
Odunze?
three. There's 3. Yep.
So they are going to go ahead and take. Wow. Okay, so they're going to get another wide receiver as I get this thing pulled up. And oh my goodness, hang on. Let's just fathom this for a second. So with the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, Rome Odunze from Washington is a Chicago Bear. Here's the highlight. Josh, I thought that they had gotten their receiver in Mike Williams this offseason. That no longer is the case, as you have another weapon going to the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, it's not it's not entirely shocking, I say, and also I know you mean Keenan Allen for Chicago.
That's what I meant. Yes,
but even right before the draft, actually, I was listening to an interview, and Odunze said that him and Caleb Williams talk all the time about, hey, how fun would it be to play together? So I'm sure that played a factor as well of like the Bears drafting Caleb Williams at this pick. You might ask your franchise quarterback, like, hey, who would you prefer here? Do you actually want to get in the receivers? So you got Keenan Allen, you got Rome Odunze. I love it in terms of the weapons. Again, I said it before, whenever Caleb Williams was drafted, there's not really much of a better spot for a rookie quarterback to come into than Chicago with all the weapons that he has, and then you just add another one. So this could be the tandem for years to come. There's a lot to like with Odunze, obviously with his size, his ability. Anyone who watched Washington play, or even if you just watched the college football playoffs, you saw the plays that he's able to make. Ridiculous big playability. The fact that Caleb Williams can be able to play him into those spots and you move him around quite a bit, different areas. He's also really good against man coverage too. Doesn't drop the ball a whole lot at all. I mean, it's an A+ pick when you talk about adding talent and adding another skill player. It is just beefing up the offense, but in an offensive league that wins championships, you can't totally knock it. So get a receiver.
Breaking news: we have our first trade, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
New York Jets have traded one spot back with the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings go from 11 up to 10. The Vikings are now on the clock here, and this is all but guaranteed to be a quarterback, if I believe so. Right, Josh? This has got to be a quarterback. So the Jets go back 1, and the Vikings make sure no one else can trade up 1. Denver, the Raiders, to go ahead and steal their guy. This could be J.J. McCarthy. This feels like J.J. McCarthy.
I think it has to be. If you're trading up, there's no way that you get something else there. I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I will say also too, we're about to figure out who it is. Most likely it's a quarterback, most likely JJ McCarthy, and that's going to be the top 10 picks, all offense. So we talk about like, this is the draft you want for Philly if you want them to draft a defensive player. Quick shout out to Ryan, though. Appreciate the 5, dude. Said, I'm scared Atlanta and the surrounding area may be set on fire. By the way, thanks for amazing draft stream. I live in the surrounding area near Atlanta. So
there you go. I do too. We're both going down in flames if that's the case. Hang in there, Atlanta people.
Stay safe. Don't venture to downtown Atlanta. Just stay safe.
All right, we are waiting to make sure we know that this is going to be J.J. McCarthy at 10. Really quick, if you have not hit the thumbs up button, we'd appreciate if you guys got us to 1,000 likes on both shows. If you haven't hit the sub button yet, Go ahead and hit that red subscribe button down below. We got 3,500 people watching. The biggest Eagles stream, but a very big draft stream as well. We appreciate you guys. Here is the trade. The Jets are going to get 11, 129, 157, and they will get back 203 and number 10. So really, to go up one spot does not cost the Vikings a lot, but it does guarantee them that no one else can trade up and go ahead and get to that 10 spot where the Jets were sitting. Now we have probably our third quarterback, make that the fourth quarterback off the board here very, very soon.
It's not the worst trade there. I mean, really for either side, but I think it does make sense. You could talk about, sure, like the Jets, are they going to end up taking a quarterback there? Do the Vikings need to trade up? This is taking matters into their own hands and realizing that teams are either going to jump them to take a quarterback, or they can go ahead and just say, hey, no, we're going to move up. Like we're going to make this thing happen and go get our guy. So this has to be a quarterback, which is a good move for them because, again, let's just say no one expected Michael Penix. I still can't get over that. Like that's thrown me off here. The fact that Atlanta went quarterback at 8, like, bro, that is insane. It's the part why we love the draft. Like, let's just say that. It's what makes it so special. But
pick
my
is in.
gosh.
Pick is in. Here we go. As expected, with the number 10 overall draft pick, the Minnesota Vikings have selected J.J. McCarthy, quarterback, Michigan. Let's go to the highlights of McCarthy. All right, Josh, you had to wait a little longer than maybe even he would have thought, but the national championship winning quarterback is now a Minnesota Viking, and all week long, every single draft show I watched said the best fit for J.J. McCarthy was the Minnesota Vikings. He has played in a very similar system. He gets a plug-and-play ready offense with a plug-and-play ready weapon in Justin Jefferson, and he's going to start right away up there in Minnesota. The question is, can he give you what he gave you on third down in college football on first and second down, because Michigan ran the football so much over there in the Big Ten?
That's the big question. And you know, he's got a solid foundation, but McCarthy's kind of an anomaly because it's just weird to describe or hard to describe his game in that sense. He's raw. He's got some things that you like, but again, to your point, it's like, can he be more of the complete package? You know, like he kind of sticks to one read quite a bit. If you watch a lot of the tape or you just watch him play, it's kind of a one read option. If he needs to read the field more, you got to pick up sim pressures and things like that. It's the part that he struggles in his game. Now, he is younger. He's got some time for refinement, especially if you bring him in there and hopefully don't insert him in too early. However, if you're drafting him this early in this sense, you might go ahead and say, well, let's get him in there very quickly. The question will be, how fast can he pick that part of the game up? Because I think that there are, again, foundational pieces to his game where he could be a solid quarterback, but it's, can he kind of groom and get into that next level? Because, you know, he was less than 3,000 yards passing, 22 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, you know, not earth-shattering numbers by any means. Now, you could also reverse that and say with Michigan, it was a pro-style offense, so he's used to the NFL game. So it goes on both sides, but he's one of those that I can't totally get behind. I've seen some people that watch tape and that start talking about him and saying, oh, this dude's going to be, you know, a baller at the next level. Like he's going to take to the next extreme. I can't see it yet. I'm not saying a no, but there's just a lot of elements of his game that need refinement, and hopefully he can kind of move up from there, not be inserted in too quickly.
All right, we are waiting to see what the New York Jets are going to do. They are still on the clock. I saw someone say the Eagles have traded with the Broncos. That is not official yet. I believe Adriano is saying that's what he expects to happen. Make it clear, we have heard reports all off-season, or at least all last week, that the Philadelphia Eagles and the Denver Broncos had called each other about Denver maybe popping back out of 12. I don't think that happens now, though, with Michael Penix gone. Denver's idea of trading back with Philadelphia would have been to get Penix maybe later on in round 1. Now, with J.J. McCarthy gone at number 10, there's one quarterback left, really, in Bo Nix to go inside this first round. And if Denver's going to come out of here with a quarterback, they're going to have to do it pretty much at number 12.
Yeah, there's no way you wait. If you, especially now, the run of quarterbacks, the fact that the top 10 were all offense, it's insanity, but you got to go ahead and get it right now. Shout out to Way Truth Life. Welcome to the Let's Run It tier. Let's go. Also, Juan Toralba, I may say that last name correctly, but said you guys are cool. So we appreciate that one.
There you go. waiting for ESPN to announce the McCarthy pick, but that has not happened yet, at least in terms of the broadcast. Twitter obviously has it, and so that is officially official. The Jets have been on the clock for a little over 4.5 minutes, and so we're kind of waiting to see exactly when the Jets are going to make their pick, but the Vikings have made their pick. I have the first tweet confirming the Jets pick. I got to wait for a second one here, Josh. And then we're going to have the Jets pick here in a second, so stay tuned. Quickly, let's get to a super chat. Way, Truth, and the Life. Dream pick, Bowers affiliate 15 after trade with the Colts. Happy cornerback O-line 2. God bless y'all, and Jesus' mighty name. Go Eagles. Well, unfortunately, Way, Truth, and Life, your dream of Brock Bowers, I think, is about to die. I'm waiting to see another tweet here, but I think we're about to have Brock Bowers off the board
as well, but I think,
New York Jets. So let's see.
Unfortunately, we appreciate the support and, understand the thought, but it does seem unlikely.
This would be a nice weapon if you can get him for what is already a very strong offense, if you can have Aaron Rodgers play for more than four snaps, as we continue to wait for the official pick from the New York Jets. I have not seen a second confirmation. In journalism, they say 2 sources, Josh. You got to see at least 2 reputable sources on Twitter to confirm who the Jets are taking.
Yes,
some of
these
these
the goal.
not reputable Twitter accounts are not ones that we're going to give you. We're not going to mess this one up. So we are waiting here.
You mean I can't go with any just random blue check mark? I can't just automatically say?
No, unfortunately you could not. The commissioner is bringing out a Taps family, to announce the Vikings pick. And so I think that's going to delay things just a little bit here, and obviously for a good reason. But we are waiting for the Brock Bowers potential at number 11 for the New York Jets. So sit tight. Hang on. Yeah, they're showing the Ewing family, a Taps family, on deck right now for the Vikings to make that pick, to officially make it J.J. McCarthy. Report from Howard Eskin. Eagles working phones to move up. That is not confirmed they have, but they're working the phones right now. So keep an eye out for all the Bird fans watching. Obviously, that's what we are. Approaching 4,000 people watching the draft right now.
Yeah,
Birds are working the phones.
Yeah,
but the Birds will not be picking at 11. We do know that.
Yeah, I was going to say definitely with, like Jesse said, falling nice for the Birds. Let's get our guy. And then also Nadine said earlier as well the same thing. So we've got a couple. Definitely how you would want it to play out. I'm curious. Have you seen that second tweet? I don't know if I've.
Nope.
Yeah, still nothing.
Yeah, the Jets have not officially made a selection yet. They just made the McCarthy announcement on ESPN, so he is a Viking, and they will go ahead and start the parade procession of the J.J. McCarthy to Justin Jefferson, J.J. to J.J., if you will. But we await the number 11 pick because we have known the McCarthy one for a while now. And now we have a super chat from Tim Pauly. He says, 11 picks in, no defensive players taken is good news for the Birds. It is great news for the Birds. If you are a Birds fan watching with us right now, it is as good of news as we could possibly hope for.
Yes. And we've got, by the way, just speaking of the good news, hit the like button because that does help us. Reports have said we got the analytics on it, but if you want a positive draft here, positive vibes, hit the like button. We got almost 4,000 people here. Let's get the like button up. Appreciate you guys.
Jets pick is officially in. Let's get that going on our screen right now. The Jets pick is not Brock Bowers. That was a false alarm. They are going to go with an offensive lineman in Fashanu, I believe, if that's what I have. And he's one of the ones we do not have a highlight of. But they are going to go ahead and get an offensive lineman at number 11, and that makes a lot of sense for the New York Jets.
Yep, I don't hate it. Certainly you try to protect Aaron Rodgers. As we saw last season, how very quickly that season ended on that side. But you get a guy like Fashanu, might be, second most I can't remember where he tested exactly athleticism, but he was really high up there in athleticism. So, you get a player like that who can play potentially both sides. You got flexibility with guard and tackle, but in terms of pass protection, especially, that seems to be his bread and butter. Run blocking, you might have a little bit of area where you want him to clean up, but He's what? I think 21 years old. Did I see it? Yeah, 21 years old. So the fact that you get him with an Aaron Rodgers, I mean, you kind of go back and forth. I did think it was going to be Bowers, to your point. So that the dream is still alive. Way truth and life. It is still alive. It's possible.
If you wanted him.
Sure. But yeah, in terms of, get your guy for Aaron Rodgers makes a lot of sense. They're going all in. The Jets, this is, hey, get whoever you can that can make an impact with Aaron Rodgers. Otherwise, you're screwed if you don't win a Super Bowl because of all the moves you had to make. So we'll see how that turns out. Also, Way Truth and Life, appreciate it, man. Gifted 5 memberships. So there you go. Shelly, Rankar, Chris, John, and Michael got the membership. Good for you guys.
Go. Right on. Denver Broncos are technically on the clock now at 12. We had mentioned this is a trade-up spot for Philadelphia if they wanted to go ahead and do this, and so we can wait and see. My guess is Denver is going to go ahead and take a quarterback here, and we're going to see what happens. It's going to be very, very interesting. As the Jets pick is in, as we mentioned, they have taken Fashanu, the offensive lineman, the third best tackle in this draft, to go ahead and protect their greatest asset, which is their quarterback, who hopefully can stay healthy this season for all Jets fans' sake. And now we wait and see what Denver does, who desperately wanted a quarterback. And if they like Bo Nix, which Albert Breer is an example of someone who said they did, he's right there for them at number 12 if they want to go with that pick.
Makes it incredibly easy. I mean, to your point, you don't have to give up anything, kind of fall in your lap, just go ahead and take it. I don't know. Are we really, I mean, how far are we going to go before we get a defensive player taken, though? That's my question. We're literally sitting here at 12, and you're probably not. It doesn't seem like you're going to get a defensive player.
Okay, I'm seeing some drama on Twitter. I got to make sure that it's verified. I can not going to confirm anything yet because you never know what Twitter is going to do, and that's how it works here. We appreciate 3,800 people watching right now. That is easily our biggest live show, our biggest live draft show. We appreciate you guys hanging out. Not at the sub button.
Heck yeah.
These shows on both of our channels. We'd appreciate that greatly, as we are still talking about edge rushers. Dallas Turner is still on the board because the Jets have just announced on ESPN their tackle, And if the Eagles really loved Dallas Turner and didn't think he would be available, they could trade up to go ahead and get him. So the Penn State tackle, Fashanu, was off the board, and now we wait to see what the Broncos are going to do and if it will be a quarterback or anything like that.
Who is it going to be? Michael says drama on Twitter, so a day that ends in Y. Exactly. Yeah, well, that's a given.
All right, well, we're about 6 minutes away from a Broncos pick, and there were reports that Philadelphia has been working the phones, potentially wanting to trade up. They have not made that trade yet. That obviously is a rumor at best. It's as simple as that, and so we sit here and wait, Josh, to see if Philadelphia wants to come up, or if you're Denver and you need a lot of positions, the Russell Wilson trade and then the releasing of Russell Wilson has cost you not only a lot of money, but you don't have a lot of talent really anywhere in this roster. Can you take a quarterback here, or do you need to go ahead and take maybe the best player in the draft on defense? Like, what do you do if you're Denver?
Gosh, I mean, I think you're kind of you're really in a tough position as Denver, quite honestly.
Denver has picked. Hang on. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this up on the screen. We are not sure who it is, but the pick is officially in for the Denver Broncos. Hang on 1 sec. All right, so we do have a Broncos pick. The Broncos have picked. That puts the Raiders on the clock, and it is official. The Denver Broncos have taken Oregon's quarterback, Bo Nix. We're going to go to the highlights here, as Denver has got, assumably, was going to be their guy all along. Here we go with Bo Nix. Josh, I think Bo Nix has had the most interesting route to becoming an NFL quarterback. You remember him being in Auburn, and the guy couldn't throw the football. I mean, he truly had nowhere near written a first-round quarterback, but then he goes to Oregon and just lights it up. He's one of my more favorite quarterbacks, in this draft because of the adversity. Again, no one thought he was going to be here 2-3 years ago. He remakes himself. He becomes that pocket passer. He's big. He's tall. He's got a cannon for an arm. Will he work out in Denver? Well, they might need some more players. It might take a little bit longer, but Bo Nix is a gamer, and if you're worried about Jaden Daniels being a little too skinny or J.J. McCarthy not showing enough being a college prospect, put on the Bo Nix film, and he just absolutely jumps off the screen. If you had put Michael Penix's receivers on Oregon this year, Oregon is playing in the national championship game and not Washington.
There's a lot to like, to your point. Yes, I mean, the 45 touchdowns to only 3 interceptions, like you say, and his production value. He comes into the NFL naturally, I mean, one of the older quarterbacks, because it feels like he's been there forever, and he kind of was in college football. He's 24 years old, but I mean, you know, there's a negative to that on that side of him not being as young. However, he does come very polished and quite possibly, I mean, just the best passer in general. I mean, just overall passer. You look at the gradings, look at the analytics, what he was able to do. If you're able to solidify him and have some weapons for him, that's the question mark, you know. But if you can get the right pieces around him, he can be successful there. It just feels like it's you asked me right before this pick, like, do the Broncos do it? They're in between the rock and hard place because it feels too early for Bo Nix just overall. But we've seen this draft play out and the quarterbacks get taken. It's kind of like, if you want him, then you grab him now at this part. So, you know, personally, you would have liked to trade back and get some more picks. But if this is the quarterback that you wanted, you know, you made the case of saying Bo Nix could be the steal of the draft in terms of quarterbacks as well. I mean, I don't necessarily knock it. You don't necessarily always like it whenever a player is 24 years old coming out as a rookie, but he's got the intangibles. He's got the skill set. He's able to throw in the pocket and also out of structure. So it just comes down to, you know, can Denver not screw this one up, as they screw up a lot of quarterback picks. So we'll see how that turns out.
Sean Payton has never drafted a quarterback in the first 2 rounds, whether he was a Saint or Denver's head coach. He has changed that tonight. And Josh, we have officially tied the record for the most quarterbacks taken in round 1 of the NFL draft. It's 6 in the first 12 picks, and no defensive player has gone off the board yet. The Raiders are on the clock as we continue with the Bo Nix highlights, and that means, A, defensive players are still available for the Philadelphia Eagles and the rest of the National Football League, but B, there will not be another quarterback, presumably. I don't have a highlight for another quarterback in round 1 of tonight's draft, with Nix rounding it up here at number 12.
Yes, please no more quarterbacks. We're out of highlights. We can't do that at this point. But no, it's shaping up beautifully. If you're any team that needs defensive player, but certainly, you know, for Philly, and we talk about the number of different selections, I mean, you've got Quinyon Mitchell still on the board. You've got Terrion Arnold still on the board. You've got Latu. You've got Dallas Turner. You've got all these different options of players that, I mean, 16 looked like a realistic spot that you could trade up and get a guy. Well, now you don't even have to settle and say, well, we can kind of get our, you know, like 4th or 5th best option, because no defensive players come off the board yet.
All right, we continue to sit back and wait as Bo Nix officially is a Denver Bronco, and now at 13, the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. And if you're the Las Vegas Raiders, Josh, you were presumably wanting a quarterback. The Jaden Daniels connection to, obviously, one of Arizona State's coaches, and, you know, I'm blanking on his name right now. Antonio Pierce was very strong. Daniels goes 3 to the Washington, or 2 to the Washington Commanders. There are no quarterbacks left, and if you are the Raiders, and you want to move back for a team that wants to come get the best defensive player in this draft, we have to at least announce this, Josh. If you're Howie Roseman, you have your pick of every defensive player right now. Now, you're sitting at 22. You got to make the move to go ahead and get up there. But anyone who wants to take a defensive player, there is no more speculation on, will this guy be available? Will that guy be available? They're all there right now. It's just pick the one that you think is the best.
Yeah, you really have to. But again, it's just like, I am just dumbfounded at how this draft is playing out, because there's no defensive players that have gone off the board so far, you know? And to your point, I mean, you do have pick your best here. The draft has kind of been helped in a way for you because of all these offensive options. So if you wanted to go that route before, you're kind of like, well, you know, screw that. We'll take best player available. This is a situation where like you said, you literally get to take number 1, anyone that you want, insert your player, and they're right there at that spot. So it's just wild that we're still seeing some of these names at this spot. I don't know. Did we make sure? I'm not sure that you said it, or maybe I missed it, but John Kempsky's message, did we get him real quick? Appreciate the 5, John. He just said, thanks, Josh and Thomas. Great job, guys.
There it is.
Cool.
Nope. Good.
We appreciate
catch,
that, John.
Good catch. My mind is going a million places right now. Sorry.
Oh, I know. Yeah. still just in shock of a lot of the past moves, but still, I mean, the Penix one shook up everything, and then it's just been wild beyond that. So
they have announced Bo Nix just now on ESPN. We mentioned that, 5 minutes ago. We keep telling you guys how far ahead we are, but we are obviously waiting to see what the Raiders are going to do, who are still on the clock. I mean, really, you could get the 7th best non-quarterback in the draft right now because 6 non-quarterbacks have gone, 6 quarterbacks have gone, and that means you still can get a top 10 player who's not a quarterback. If you're the Raiders, if you're somebody else, this is going to be a very, very interesting next couple of picks as we get into the early teens here. 4,000 people watching our draft coverage. Appreciate you guys. Hit the thumbs up button. We're almost to 2,000 likes. And if you want to go ahead and subscribe to both of our channels, we would greatly appreciate that. That would be absolutely fantastic. So if you're enjoying the coverage, we'll be live tomorrow night as well. Go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. That would be fantastic.
Yes, we very much appreciate that.
Okay. We are 2 minutes away. Sorry, a little more than 2 minutes away from a Raider pick. And the Raiders have still not selected their player yet or put their pick in. So we are waiting on that right now to see exactly how that is going to go. Yeah, I don't have anything yet. We're going to keep an eye on that. Josh, let me know if you see anything. Penix went into the best situation. I see a comment there. We talk about quarterbacks, potentially. Gardner Minshew is going to win the starting job with the Raiders. Okay, I have the Raiders pick. The Raiders pick is in, and there are going to be a couple, not a lot, but a couple of unhappy Eagle fans. Let's go to the pick. Hang on.
Oh.
All right, with the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders have selected Brock Bowers, tight end, UGA, and that is a target that a lot of Eagle fans wanted. Brock Bowers off the board. Let's go to the highlights. Josh, I live in Georgia. I have a lot of Georgia friends. We watched a lot of UGA games this past season, and Brock Bowers' tape jumps off the screen. I mean, he's fantastic. He can block, but really, he can pass, catch, shed blockers you see right there on your screen, and run after the catch. Many people think he's the best type.
Potential, an all-pro in the making, just waiting to happen. You get him in the right system, utilize him the right way. Everyone who's watched him at Georgia in college knows this, but I mean, there is so many ways that this guy can be utilized with yards after catch, like you mentioned, the route running, being able to beat players in contested catches, and then also the run blocking game. He's not afraid to do it all type of tight end. So put him in a ton of different situations. This very, very minimal slight knock that I saw a couple people's like, oh, a little bit undersized, 6'4", 240. But I mean, even if he is technically very minimally undersized, he doesn't play like it. And certainly even in the run blocking game. So strength and everything else there. You got to understand if you're, Raiders, the draft being made for you, Brock Bowers was certainly one of the best options in the draft in terms of just individual big board and potential. I personally like it because it takes it out of play for the Eagles. But yes, you will see Brock Bowers combination with Devontae Adams there, and Raiders get another piece on offense.
My mother just texted me and said, I know you're happy that they did not get Brock Bowers. That is Philadelphia, as I go to the highlights one more time. And yes, Mom, I'm very happy. And it's not because I didn't like Brock Bowers, Josh. Brock Bowers is a great player. Where does Brock Bowers fit on the Philadelphia Eagle offense? He has to go somewhere that doesn't have a tight end. The Raiders obviously traded away Darren Waller, who has been in the news for other reasons over the past week. He's may not even play this year for the New York Giants. They needed a tight end. They get a tight end, and they get one of the better ones. There's a lot of ones that are taken in round 2, 3, and 4. Dallas Goedert, for example, Travis Kelce, for example, that work a lot better than first-round tight ends. But if there was a first-round tight end that was going to work, it feels like Brock Bowers would be that guy.
Yeah. If you're going to bank on one of those, I'm with you. You see what he can do, the potential and everything else. I can't knock them for taking it, especially with it being, Las Vegas, and kind of bolster the offense or give another weapon on that side. But I also, to your point, like you've mentioned a couple different times, certainly last night was, hey, which guy do you not want to have the Eagles taking? I mean, I'm right there with you. It kind of helps you in that sense that he's not there because there's other positions, there's other players. And defense, as I'll keep saying, I mean, it still has not come off the board. We're at 14 now.
14.
Like
14. Yeah.
It almost inevitable at this point. You could get one of your top two options, Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell. If you want a cornerback, if you want that guy, if we go one more pick without one of those players getting taken, even if Indianapolis takes one, you could perceivably trade up with Seattle because there's apparent interest there and go ahead and get your guy. This is crazy. Like, it is a perfect falling for the Eagles draft at this point.
Let's make sure we didn't just have a trade. My Twitter is a little bit frozen right now, Josh. If you have any sort of trade update, let me know. I want to make sure it's official. I do not have a trade on the board yet. But people are saying on Twitter, everything breaking Howie's way right now.
Yep.
So far, that seems to be the case.
Seeing some speculation that a Howie interest in a Dallas Turner may be at work. So nothing official, but
I think that could really happen. All right, we're waiting on the Saints. They are still on the clock. We're less than 5 minutes away from the Saints having to submit that pick. And if you are one of these teams that need a defense, then maybe now's the time to happen. Okay, the Saints are going to pick. They were listening to offers. According to Ian Rappaport, the Saints are going to pick. The pick is not in yet, but they are going to make the pick, and we'll put the pick up on the board here in just 1 second.
See who they go with here.
Flown by. It's 9:41, but I feel like the draft's already halfway done.
Yeah, it is going extremely fast, which is cool because especially as far back as we are, I was wondering like, oh, are we going to take forever and just be sitting here like, oh my gosh, here we go, it's just taking forever. But it is going very quickly. Shout out to Sydney Coleman real quick. Said Sherman, Texas here. You guys kill it. We need a DB, but if we could get the best defensive player in 2 straight days, 2 straight drafts, we'll be sitting pretty. That's a great point. You got Jalen Carter. Yep. There's literally not a defensive player that's come off the board yet. So you take your pick at a defensive guy. But we appreciate the support, Sydney.
Okay, we're keeping an eye on what is happening with the Saints pick. They have not selected yet, but the report is they are not trading this pick. So they are going to take somebody, and it's a Saints football team that has a lot of holes, Josh. I mean, they give Derek Carr $100 million. That does not work out. They obviously draft wide receivers, and I'm blanking on his name right now, and Chris Olave. He was good, but when Derek Carr couldn't give the football, you could think offensive line here because Derek Carr was one of the most sacked quarterbacks in the league this past season, but that defense also still had some issues. Wouldn't be a shock here if the first defensive player is about to go ahead and come out.
Surely. You got to think that it is. I just retweeted Jenna Lane, though, saying each of the first 13 picks have been on offense, tying the longest streak of offensive players taken in any point in a single draft in the common draft era. The only 2 other drafts that it tied were 1993 5th round and 1971 the 14th and 15th rounds, which is, we don't do those anymore. So it's basically one draft, and it was in the 5th round. This has never happened in the 1st round before.
There was speculation that there could be oh, nope. We have I have one tweet about the pick. We are waiting for a confirmation on a second, but Eagle fans will be happy that it won't be a defensive player. If I'm seeing it. I think we have it. All right, well, the pick is officially in. Let's go ahead and get to the Saints selection here in just 1 second. All right, the Saints have selected, and I got to make sure that I have the right one here, Josh. I think it's Fuaga, right? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yep, that's what I'm
seeing.
All
right, let's go to the highlights. Offensive tackle, Oregon State. Talisi Fuaga, the tackle from Oregon State. You didn't watch a lot of Oregon State games, I understand. His Senior Bowl highlights, though, Josh, are on your screen, and boy, did he light up the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, there's a lot to like with Fuaga. I mean, especially with just his mentality, probably more of a strength in terms of run blocking, but I mean, dude could just be a mauler. And especially, again, like you're seeing on your screen, the strength that he presents, 6'6", 334 pounds, got some versatility, but I think the biggest thing for him that, it doesn't necessarily always show up on tape, but the thing that I kept seeing on scouting reports, didn't matter who I was reading, who was talking about it, was the football IQ. And obviously you talk about for an offensive lineman, the smarts, the intelligence, and things like that it'll impact. So for me, this is an incredible pick for the Saints. If you're going to bolster the offensive line, you're going to protect your quarterback, who, you did need some improvement to the offensive line from last year also. So bring him in. I do really like the pick, as a biased side because it helps out the Eagles, like you said. I mean, there's not a defensive player that's taken still to this point, so you break a record for most offensive positions taken. But yeah, this one, it makes sense. Very solid pick. I didn't expect him to be maybe about this range. I felt like he'd get taken maybe a pick or two before this, but solid pick. I like it.
14 picks, 14 offensive players. And Josh, we talk about the Eagles going offensive tackle. They're starting to run out of tackles. Fautanu is really the only one remaining here that I think we could at least get excited about with the Colts now being on the clock.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, you could throw a Mims in there possibly. Like you've got Fautanu or Mims who've been, the only other two. I think Daniel Jeremiah had mentioned Mims, but Mims would have been probably further towards that back end. So yeah, it's crazy that this many offensive players, and you'd think that defense is going, but at the same time that I guess the thought is, like if you're a lot of these teams, you're just saying, man, there's a run on offense. It's like it's the equivalent of like a fantasy football draft. As soon as someone takes the first tight end or as soon as someone takes the first defense, then, there it goes. Like the lid's been lifted. Go ahead and just take those. But still, I mean, to the point of there are some really good players here on the defensive side of the ball that I'm just shocked we're at 15 and we have not called out a single defensive prospect.
We have not at the moment. A couple of super chats here. Midwest Eagle fan says A.J. Brown 3-year extension. We did that at the top of the show. A.J.'s been inked.
Let's go.
Huge. We love that there. Appreciate the super chat. And Gojo Sukonu, say his last name. Hope Howie trades up to get the best DB in the class. Also, what y'all do? Fly, Eagles, fly. Okay, there you go. We appreciate that. So the Saints pick was just announced on the screen in terms of ESPN. But we had Talise Fuaga a lot earlier out of Oregon State, and now we wait to go ahead and see what the Indianapolis Colts are going to do. Anthony Richardson, wide receiver could be interesting. They did give Michael Pittman an extension. They like him. Is he a true number one? Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy territory. Adonai Mitchell as well, where we're kind of in that wide receiver 2 category right now after the first 2 big ones in terms of Neighbors and Marvin Harrison Jr. went off the board. But this is going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
I think surely you go defense. I got to envision you're going to get – I'm hopeful that this does not happen, but I'm kind of thinking this is where the first cornerback goes. It's – I prefer that it goes Terry Arnold so that you could possibly trade up and get a Quinyon Mitchell, but I feel like it's one of the cornerbacks that goes right here with Indy. You do make a good point, as far as receiver or options for the offense with Anthony Richardson, but it just seems like, I mean, come on, the value, the potential of these guys, corner just seems like that's the play.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of corners left on the board right now. Let's just say all of the corners are left on the board as we're about 6 minutes away from a Colts selection. Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what Shane Steichen wants to do, the former Eagle offensive coordinator and now head coach who, obviously, Gardner Minshew, Anthony Richardson goes down, and Minshew Mania, I mean, they had the Colts playing until the final week of this past season. They're a good football team if Richardson can, stay healthy, and with this big frame, you assume that he's going to be able to, but we're going to see what happens with this pick in just a matter of minutes. The pick is not in yet, though. Not yet.
This is crazy.
You wonder if Cooper DeJean is starting to kind of get next to his phone, and this is kind of that sweet spot. There are a lot of teams very high in the versatile corner, defensive back. He can play in the box. He can play outside. Yeah, you wonder if DeJean's phone is going to get interested here in the next couple of minutes, maybe even at, where are we, 15 to the Indianapolis Colts? We got to keep an eye on that as well.
I'm just reading here, too. Kirk Cousins was not given a heads up by the Falcons that they were selecting or even considering Michael Penix.
No.
And this is, important for the source because sometimes you're like, Daniel Jeremiah is the source. So Kirk Cousins, no heads up.
Atlanta.
Oh, my gosh.
It would truly be like Philadelphia taking a quarterback at 22 and not telling Jalen Hurts. That's how crazy it is in Atlanta right now. I mean, oh my goodness. Yeah, $100 million to poor Kirk Cousins, who his wife's from Georgia. She went to UGA. They come back to Atlanta. They're pumped, and now literally 3 months after the honeymoon, the Atlanta Falcons are cheating on Kirk Cousins with Michael Penix is what it feels like. It's just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
That is wild.
Okay. we are still waiting for the pick from the Colts. They have not put the pick in yet. They have not done anything in terms of making that selection. Okay, I just saw Anthony DeBona on Twitter. He makes a great point. Dallas Turner is still available. How is Dallas Turner? I mean, we're talking a fantastic edge rusher. We're 15 picks in. We're basically halfway through this draft, and even Dallas Turner is not gone. It's just unbelievable how zero, but how little emphasis defense has been put so far on this draft and what we know is an offensive league, Josh, but still, edge rusher is at least the number one defensive prospect for all NFL teams. You got to be able to rush the passer, and yet no one seems to want to bite yet.
Which is just mind-boggling. I mean, as crazy as it was for Atlanta to draft Penix and not tell Kirk Cousins and take him at 8 and all this other stuff, it's like, I cannot fathom it either. The fact that you have all these defensive players and no guys going off the board yet. I mean, do we have one?
I got a pick, and a guy is going off of the board from defense. Okay. Let's get to the pick here, the Indianapolis Colts. Hang on.
All right.
All right, the Indianapolis Colts, I'm just going to make sure I got this right. The pick is officially in. And yes, the Indianapolis Colts will go with the first defensive player off of the board at number 15, UCLA's pass rusher, Latu, ahead of Dallas Turner. Let's go to the highlights. Josh, you did a lot of work heading into the draft on Latu. We thought Philadelphia might be an option here. He falls a little bit, but still going ahead of Dallas Turner. One big factor, pass rush win rate. What do you like out of Latu?
He is the best pure pass rusher in the draft. There's without question, like you said, pass rush win rate. He was in between the Bosa brothers, so I think that says it all. I mean, coming out of college, pass rush win rate is just about everything, but he also had the sack production. I mean, 13 sacks in 13 games. The question mark, too, I mean, the only thing or the biggest thing is the medical history, but, you know, you got to believe with all the top 30 visits that he had, teams are taking a look at this guy saying, hey, where is he going to fall? Are there any concerns on that medical point? But the bend that he has and the way that he can separate, Brett Coleman did a great breakdown on this multiple times with Latu, but the way that he can separate his ankle and his hip movement combined with the rest of his body to shift towards the quarterback is really unmatched in this draft. The only negative in terms of really actually rushing the passer, I would say, is that if he's beat or if he's matched up against a really physical, long length tackle, that's going to give him some issues. He doesn't really get into the chest as much, but that's a very minuscule effort because with his size combined with that explosiveness, he beats a lot of people in very quick space. So a lot to like with Latu. Like you said, I think it's the pure, clear-cut best pass rusher in the draft class. Dallas Turner, very close, but I think when you talk about some guy that can come in, make an impact from day one, Latu is that guy, and great pick by Indy.
Okay, so this officially ends the run on offensive players, which makes you wonder. The Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock, Josh. Philadelphia reportedly has talked to the Seattle Seahawks over the course of the past couple of weeks about trading into the slot. You see the first defensive player go, teams start to panic and think a run comes. This becomes trade-up territory officially for the Philadelphia Eagles is probably what I would say.
This is where it needs to happen. My excitement is starting to get pretty high right now. There's potential. I did not think it was going to be you have your choice. I thought it was going to be the draft dictates your terms to you and says, okay, only one of them fell at this situation. But I mean, this is insanity. You literally could say, hey, do we want to go get Dallas Turner? Cool, let's trade up. Hey, do you want to go get Quinyon Mitchell? All right, yeah, he's still available. Or do you want to go get Terry Arnold? Yes, you could also do that. It's unreal that those three options are still there at 16, and you probably could be able to do that if you trade back. And it makes a lot of sense, the mutual interest with the third round and second round swap, along with moving up for the first. So I don't know. I mean, without question, Howie is calling, probably has already been calling about what's it going to cost to be able to trade up at that point. But for sure, right here he is. It's just how much is Seattle, because you'd also have to wonder too, like Seattle might be sitting there going, yeah, we appreciate the offer, but this is not how we thought the draft was going. There's a lot of defensive players we can take that we felt would be off the board. So it might hurt you on a detriment, but man, I don't know. There's so much to potentially move up and get at this spot.
let's do some math here, Josh. We're at pick 16. There's been one defensive player. The Eagles are 6 picks away. They are going to get a top 10 defensive player in this draft if they stay put at number 22, and we know they like multiple players in this draft. And so if Seattle, potentially Byron Murphy here could be an option, Dallas Turner is probably my guess if Seattle wants to just stay put and take maybe the best pass rusher besides Latu. But Philadelphia doesn't have to trade up if they just want to stay put and still get, again, a top 10 player because of that crazy run of 15-person, 14-person run on offensive players to start this draft.
It's a fair point. Yeah. Either way, I mean, it's a win-win in terms of the defensive position. So that is a good point, the way that the draft fell. So maybe you just say, depending on what they're asking for, but yeah, maybe you're just kind of like, it's not worth it to that point. And Seattle might just be revisiting it and saying, I saw a couple comments like you were talking about with Dallas Turner, but if you get a guy who I think we all would have expected before the draft, and we've mentioned it a couple different times, that he was going to be a top 10 pick, and he's sitting there at 16, I can understand where Seattle would say, no, we're going to go ahead and grab a great pass rusher with the way that is in the league and highly coveted. So I don't know. I'm the fact that Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are both still on the board. I'm excited about the potential, the prospect of that. As they start to go, it's going to get me a little bit more anxious, but I can understand where they might not.
I am getting very nervous right now. By the way, 4,600 people watching both of our shows right now. We appreciate that. Let's get to 2,000 likes. We're at 1,600 likes. If you have not hit the red subscribe button, if you've enjoyed the draft coverage, we're doing it again tomorrow night, so make sure you guys go ahead and hit that red subscribe button. We would greatly appreciate that as we continue to grow our channels here and we continue to monitor what the Seattle Seahawks are going to do as we've dipped below 5 minutes on the clock to make a selection, and we have not seen any sort of movement yet in terms of either a trade or staying put. The first defensive player just went off the board. That was Latu out of UCLA. He pairs with DeForest Buckner over there with the Indianapolis Colts. Eric Armstead. Who did they just sign? Didn't they just sign Armstead? I forget. I'm not up 100% on my Colts news, so. Okay, I'm seeing someone in the chat said Byron Murphy. That's a real possibility. I do not have a Byron Murphy highlight, but we got to make sure that that's going to go ahead and happen. We have not gotten Byron Murphy yet. We're still waiting. They are still on the clock. They have not submitted their pick yet in Seattle. Stay tight.
Okay, we'll see. Man, I don't know how long this can keep going, but yeah, if like Byron Murphy goes here, then I'll be like, all right, great. You just keep going. We're to 17 and you haven't had a Dallas Turner. You haven't had a Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold taken. It's insanity. I think I missed one earlier, not a super chat, but I saw, I think it's Frank's birthday. So shout out to Frank. Happy birthday. I did see that comment. And Larry Bird, the legend, apparently is in here. Appreciate the two. Says, who do y'all want to be drafted? It's a good question.
Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. There's your 4. Any of those 4, and I'm a happy boy tonight. But Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold are right there, huh?
And they're all available,
You're gonna
which
get
is
to choose?
Just insanity. I never expected that would happen. Oh my gosh, this is nuts. This is so exciting right here, and this is why we talk about you do mock drafts for forever. Endless amounts of mock drafts, and it never can replicate anything close to what happens on draft night, because I promise you, none of us did a mock draft that had this many picks in a row before you finally got defense coming off the board. So who knows? Everything's gone out the window. The draft strategy, what was going to happen, Howie did not expect this. I could promise you, I can't wait for the press conference after, because someone surely has to ask, did you envision this? Did you expect how did this change things? I mean, it's unreal.
I saw a tweet from one of the Falcon reporters. I'm trying to figure out Joe Patrick. I know Joe Patrick. He's a great guy. He said Michael Penix said I had no idea the Falcons were going to be the ones to give him a call at 8. So just to further add to the shocker of night one, I mean, it's crazy. How about a $20 super chat from Brett Olson? Thanks, guys. We enjoy your channels. Appreciate it. Yes, sir. Rhett, we appreciate you for the 20.
Let's go.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here on draft night, trying to keep you guys up to date. The Seahawks pick is in. I don't know who it is yet, but we're going to go ahead and make sure we got the pick chime, because the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. Jaguars on the clock. I do not have the pick yet. Oh, it is Byron Murphy. So the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy. He is the one player I don't have a highlight of that was projected to go in the first round because he doesn't have a lot of highlights, but he comes from the University of Texas, Josh. And the one thing we know about Byron Murphy is he is extremely quick. He is extremely strong. He's a little bit undersized, I would say, is probably the knock on him in terms of weight. He's not a true massive, space-filling defensive tackle, but he goes to Seattle. Many people considered him the best player in this draft. He goes at 16. That's pretty crazy.
It's nuts that he's still available here. So I can understand if Seattle, surely they were getting calls about trade backs like we were talking about, but you take a guy like this who can be a difference maker, strength-wise, also like you said, explosiveness, athleticism, a little bit undersized, but he plays bigger than that size. Anybody who's watched him or even watched the tape on him knows that. 6'1", it's a little smaller, like I say, for an interior defensive line, but he can move around. He does have some of that versatility, but the strength is just absolutely insane. So for a guy who, like a lot of the mock drafts and expectations, I think he would have said for sure top 10, could have even been, somewhere in the top 6 or 7 picks, really, outside of, hey, you got so many quarterbacks that everyone speculated to go. But just in terms of pure talent, there's a lot to like. It's not just pass rush. He's incredible in the run stopping game. So Seattle gets a guy who I'm sure that was very high on their board, but like in realistic terms, they also had to have envisioned like, he's probably not going to be available. So good for them. Impact player, difference maker. And I like it as well because it's just furthers to the point. There's still 4 available players that we very easily like and could have potential on in a Jared Verse, Dallas Turner, Quinion Mitchell, and Terrion Arnold, and none of them are off the board yet, which is wild.
Let's just be very, very clear here. Philadelphia is going to be able to stay put at 22 and not give up one of their second-round draft picks. It's pretty much guaranteed now. They will have 2 second-round draft picks tomorrow night at 50 and 53, with the Jacksonville Jaguars being on the clock right now. That is big news because we were all but guaranteeing they were going to get rid of one of those 2 second-round draft picks. You could have 3 picks in the first 2 rounds and get 3 starters by just sitting at 22 and getting a top 5 defensive player. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Never envisioned this. It's, there are just no words. It's the beauty of the draft. It's what makes it so great. I know that I've said that, but it's insanity. I mean, is there any possible way? Because Daniel Jeremiah was even saying it like, oh, there's a 0% chance that Howie Roseman stays put at 22. He will either trade up or he trades back. To your point, I mean, we're getting close to it's like, do you really need to trade up? Or how far you barely trade up? There's not a notion of trading back, is there? I mean, you had so many defensive players fall. You got to take someone at the very worst 22.
Yeah, you would think. You would definitely think.
Not your typical Leo says you guys are way earlier than the NFL Network on these picks. Between commercials and them talking is funny. We appreciate that. We're trying to remain up to date and keep you guys informed so that you can, let people know and kind of talk some smack to people before they even realize. They're like, oh, wait, you got so-and-so? There you go.
100% right. We are still waiting. Still waiting for the Jags pick here. They are still on the clock. They are going they're at Osan Air Force Base to give you the South Korea pick here for the Seattle Seahawks. It's pretty cool.
Ooh, there you go.
All right. And we are knowing that it's Byron Murphy, but we are waiting for the Murphy one to be officially made. Okay. That was cool. Going ahead to show us the troops, and now we are waiting on pick number 16. We still do not know it yet. You start to kind of think you're about to get another. The Vikings.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you see this? Do you see this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we have a trade. Let me get this going here. We have an official trade, and I'm gonna get a. Oh, there we go. Minnesota Vikings have traded up to 17 overall with the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't know who it is yet, Josh. Do you know who it is?
I haven't seen the player. I've seen the trade, which, I mean, obviously they have to have a guy immediately in mind.
Okay, this is the Vikings. This is going to be very interesting to see exactly what happens here. Remember, the Vikings were sitting at 23.
I'm thinking it might be Fautanu, honestly.
Because
I'm kind of surprised that Fautanu is still there. And if you're the Vikings, I mean, you literally just went and said, hey, we've got the option with JJ McCarthy. You want to take advantage of a quarterback and protect him? I would think so, but my gosh, okay, we gotta
giant super chat real quick here from Warren Lutz, 200. I've been watching your YouTube videos for years. Both of you guys deserve the 100 for your content. Chill on the clickbait titles. I would recommend Tonky. Anyone regardless. Troy from Washington is the pick here. All right, we will see. We appreciate the $200 super chat.
Heck yeah, bro.
Crushing it.
Appreciate it. And I agree with you on Troy. That's what I was saying. Yeah, Fautanu seems like the pick. I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. The fact that you're going to protect the quarterback. So I'm just trying to envision, because there's so many cornerbacks. There's cornerbacks on the board. You don't have to trade up for that. It's like the last high profile, really worthy offensive lineman to me is Troy Fautanu.
Yep. Well, we have the pick, and it is not Troy Fautanu. The pick is officially in. That's going to put the Bengals on the clock. Let's get to the pick chime. Here we go. Okay, the pick is in. The Minnesota Vikings have selected Dallas Turner, edge rusher, Alabama, an Eagle option at 22. Here we go to the highlights for the Alabama pass rusher. So Minnesota was sitting at 23, and they saw, some would say, the best pass rusher in the draft sitting there at 17. They make the trade up to put the Bengals now on the clock, and Dallas Turner, Josh, from Alabama, is officially a Minnesota Viking. This guy seemed to me, without any injury history like Latu, one of the most pro-ready pass rushers in this draft.
For sure, yeah. If you're not going to go Latu, Dallas Turner is the automatic option. We were talking about it for a little bit. Shocked that he's still available here. So it does make a lot of sense for a trade up there. I will say, again, I was agreeing with Warren on his assessment of, you trade up, get Troy Fautanu on that side. But, hey, you get a Dallas Turner, you add to the defense, you have a difference maker. His pass rush win rate, not quite to the level of Latu, but very, very high in that sense. And so you know that the production and the potential is there. Is he able to kind of get into that next level? Possibly, but in terms of pass rush, I don't think that there's many questions. This dude should be a stud. He should have been taken in the top 10, like we were saying. I mean, just look at the tape, watch his ability, and you see that. Everything screams that this dude is a top 10 player, and with 6'4", 242 pounds, 21-year-old, I don't know how he's still available at that side. So, hey, good for Minnesota. You got a lot of value. You trade up, you get a defensive player. You already got your franchise quarterback, hopefully, in a JJ McCarthy. So it's taken care of, unfortunately for the Eagles. But your defensive players they were going to fall at some point.
Looks like Minnesota did the exact same thing that you just did. They said, I can't believe he's here at 17. We have got to go get him. And sure enough, they went ahead and did, and they get Dallas Turner. And that makes the Eagles draft pick even easier. And, I mean, it makes it so much simpler for Philadelphia just to sit tight and now get corner. The best two pass rushers are gone. Jared Verse is potentially an option. I think you're probably going to see him go maybe here, 18 to Cincinnati with a Trey Hendrickson trade request. He's also going to be 30 years old. He wants more money. I think we're sitting at a point where corner is going to be right there at 22, and Philadelphia is going to be able to sit tight and take either Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell. The question is going to be, Josh, if they love one over the other way, way more, do they go up to secure it like you saw Minnesota do with J.J. McCarthy to go up one spot to 10 with the Jets earlier in the top 10 to secure that player? We will see. Flipping the Bird asks if I was in the armed forces. That is a story for another day. Technically, the answer is yes, but technically the answer is also no. So Story for another day. Warren Lutz just threw another one here. The pick here for the Eagles is Troy Fautanu, not a cornerback, with a 50. All right. We are going to wait and see if you're correct on that. Troy Fautanu remains available. He could be an option here for the Bengals, though. Keep an eye on that.
We appreciate the support, Warren. You're the man. I agree to disagree. And I mean, you know that obviously from watching the videos and everything else. I love Troy Fautanu, and I know that Stout is enamored with Troy Fatanu's game. So there's a lot to like. It does make sense. If they pick him, I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm totally floored and shocked by that. But I'm still going to say, if you have the top cornerback option and he's not been taken yet, it just screams like, man, get one of those guys. It's Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell. That's who I'm holding on to.
Okay. Yep. That is what we are waiting on here. A super chat on the board. I have messed up my scroller. Colts went Latu at 15. The Vikings did not go Byron Murphy. Seattle went Byron Murphy, correct? So wait, the Vikings were at 17.
17.
That's what I messed up. Gotcha.
Yes, yep.
So Vikings are here. This one
there you
is
go. Yep.
Okay. This is Seattle, and then we have Dallas Turner. Okay, so the Bengals are on the board. Sorry, I want to make sure my ticker is good to go. I have to manually do that, so it's a little bit more difficult than some would say. Looking like I'm going to have to drop a 50 tonight, boys. Yeah, you did say you're
That's true.
That if we get corner
really
50.
Close. So
someone
it
else
may
did
happen.
too. I forget who it was.
Hey, really quick, I got to run because I've been holding this for forever thinking we're going to get a trade up. And so, all right, I'll be back in 1 second.
Bathroom. Go for it. Optimus Prime Ribs. Watching Philly Special Show. Liked it. About to go to Tom's Live. Liked that also. Stream is great. Double likes. Y'all too deserve it. Go Birds. We appreciate that. We're almost at 5,000 people. Most watched Eagles stream by far. This is a top stream on YouTube right now. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us for that one. If you've not hit the like button, we're almost at 2,000 likes. If you've not hit the sub button, I'm approaching 40,000 subs. If you want to hit the sub button, help me out, maybe get there tonight. That'd be kind of fun. So it's a lot of you guys watching, so it would count for a lot of subs. So if you want to hit that sub button, we're live tomorrow night. That would be fantastic. Bengals are still on the clock as of right now. Let me make sure and confirm that, as Albert Pastrana says Arnold or Mitchell. No brainer. Okay, that's very, very true. Let's see. Amarius Mims looks like we might have the pick at 18. I'm waiting to see if we're getting Amarius Mims to the Bengals. That would make sense. Okay, we do have a pick that is in. Let's go ahead and announce it. Josh is probably going to understand that we're going to go ahead and roll with this one. All right, the Rams are now on the clock, and we have another tackle in Amarius Mims, who officially, coming out of Georgia, is a Cincinnati Bengal. We will alert Josh. We do not have Amarius Mims highlight. Amarius Mims is a Cincinnati Bengal, Josh. He is off the board. We do not have a Mims highlight, but he is officially off the board.
Okay.
So, truly, Fautanu is just crashing very far down. He's the final remaining offensive lineman that would go in round one, and the fact he's still there is pretty crazy.
That is wild. Yeah, I would have taken Fautanu. I mean, if I had the option between the two, I know that Mims is the bigger player. You got him for the tackle option, 6'7". But that's wild, the fact that he's still there. I would have assumed, because I think most mock drafts were, like 14, 15, something like that. Again, you have differences with some tons of quarterbacks and everything else go before that, but that is crazy. So we're literally sitting here 4 picks away. You got Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold as far as just, top ranked cornerbacks. You got Jared Verse still available, Troy Fautanu. Amazingly, Howie might not have to make a move. He might just sit here.
Couple super chats here. Warren Lutz dropped another 20. I don't listen to two ad reads and freeload for years. Eagles have to pick Troy. He can play guard today and right tackle in a few from pitching $1. You want those videos, and they're better than WIP and the NFL Network. There you go. We appreciate that. And we're almost to 5,000 people watching our stream, Josh, which is unbelievable. Ryan Grebe, amateur streamer, doesn't understand a Gatorade bottle under the desk. They're calling you out for taking a potty break there, Josh. Gotta like that.
Appreciate that, Ryan. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, I guess this is, just going to use that, I suppose. See, I don't know if I could keep a straight face and look at the camera knowing I was doing that. You obviously wouldn't see it, but
yeah.
That's true. That's a professional. That's a true professional. I'll gladly say I'm an amateur streamer.
Brock Bowers still available? Yes, he is. My fiance brought me a second glass of water, so I'm going to be very close to joining you, but I can't go until the Eagles pick. So, big shout out from New Zealand. Thanks for the stream, says Wraith. Hey, shout out to
let's
New
go.
Zealand.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate you watching. The Bengals pick is in on ESPN. Was it daytime, I think? I think it's daytime. So the Bengals pick is about to be announced on ESPN.
The draft happened.
That's right. He already knows. Do we go Fautanu now? Why is he falling? That would make me ask the question, why is Fautanu falling? I don't know. I thought Fautanu was... He's Mel's best available right now, followed by DeJean, Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, and Graham Barton, the center out of Duke. So, I don't know why. I think the Eagles are still going to go defense, right? I think we both agree the Eagles are still going to go defense.
Surely, yes. I mean, there's just no way you go offense. I mean, who do you... I mean, yeah, Fautanu, if Fautanu's there, I'm just going to say, if Fautanu falls to 22, I want them to go defense, but I will not be surprised if Howie's just kind of like, yep, got to take the value. We're going to go with O-line. But if it's not him, there's no one. Who else would you take offensively?
I don't know.
There's
receiver,
there's no one.
After you extend A.J. Brown doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense at all.
Not at all. Yeah, totally with you.
All right, we've reached the 5,000 mark on the show right now. I got to take a picture of this to document. Smile for the camera.
Let's go, baby.
There we go. Got that one.
Hit that like button. If
people
not
watching.
Already, this draft is falling for the Eagles, and we got 5,000 people in here. Combined streams. Let's go.
Okay. We are still waiting for the Ram pick.
Is the sign raffle tonight? Yes, it is, Ryan. Good question.
Yes, it is. It's after the Eagles are done. We're doing that stuff.
It's so wild for everything. I haven't been able to mention it at all. But yes, we're doing that. Got the draft. By the way, too, the draft league that we had for people to predict.
Yeah,
how wrong
that's
was
be
that
fun.
for all of us?
That's going to be fun.
That was terribly inaccurate. I can't imagine the winner's going to get like 30% correct, if that.
We're, of course, going to announce that obviously tomorrow on the live show because we're going to have to figure out who wins late tonight, and people might have checked out. So tomorrow during our Round 2 live is when we're going to do it. The Rams are still on the clock. They have not submitted a pick yet. This is the first time the Rams have had a first-round selection since, I think, 2016, Josh. I think that's the right year. It's been a long time for the Los Angeles Rams, and sure enough, they're on the clock right now. They loved Brock Bowers. We know that to be a fact, but we're going to wait and see what they're going to go ahead and do with about 5 minutes left on the clock. How about a 100 bomb from Greg Tyson? Greg, we appreciate you. That is fantastic. That's a big super chat. We appreciate it, guys. We worked really hard to get this draft as fun as it could be for night one. And apparently, you guys are enjoying it, and that's payment enough for me. But it's a lot of fun that you guys are joining us right now. The Rams have not submitted their pick yet, so let's see.
Did you see the Fiji comment? It wasn't a super chat or anything. I just realized that. Matt Cummins,
no.
2:15
Is someone watching from Fiji?
Watching from Fiji. Matt Cummins. Dude, we appreciate that. This is
nice.
awesome. I just love the fact
Must be nice.
Like, we got someone on a cruise ship. We got someone in Fiji, which
New Zealand.
And
then you have Jeremy here from Fort Polk, Louisiana. It's basically Fiji. It's the same thing. Let's go get the corner. Let's not overthink this. Love both y'all's channels. Let's do it. I'm right there with you. Oh, man. What are they going to do? We are still waiting. Still waiting for the Rams pick. The Rams have not picked in the first round in so long, they just don't know what to do. They are very excited here. Yes, I did say Brock Bowers. The Rams wanted Brock Bowers, but he went obviously earlier to the Raiders, so they are not going to be able to get him. Warren said, "Have you been watching? Read slower. If you've been watching for years and have never super chatted, then chat now to support these guys better than NFL Network and WIP with a 50 bomb." Did I read it slow enough? I tried. We appreciate it. Appreciate everyone who's been watching for the years that we've been doing this. Josh is a little over a year now because he had just started his channel kind of right around last year's draft. So, watching from Guam, says DB Easy. Okay. There you go. And in Hawaii, we got one from Hawaii.
Saskatchewan, Canada.
Okay, people are not just
all over the place. Edmonton,
Sunshine
Alberta.
Coast in Australia. There you go. Another someone in Australia.
From someone from Israel, Vietnam. This is legit. I love all you guys from everywhere, all over the world. Eagles Nation, go Birds, baby! And we were
Well,
about
I
to
think
get our
there are
December.
some other people besides Eagle fans in here. I think we got a lot of people just watching the draft.
Well,
right
true.
now,
That's fair. Totally fair. And we we love all you guys.
We know the Eagle fans
a
are
lot
in
of Go
here,
Birds from those same comments.
Korea, Aaron Lynn. Bahamas, Kennedy Francis. All right. Honolulu, Hawaii. Are the Rams going to make a pick? Okay, here's the Rams pick. We got the Rams pick. Let's go ahead and throw the Rams pick. The pick is in for the LA Rams. If it hadn't gotten any clearer for the Philadelphia Eagles, the other option at edge rusher is officially gone, as Jared Verse is now a LA Ram. Let's get Jared Verse out of FSU up on our screen. Personally, I thought he might be the best pass rusher in this draft, Josh. I know that Dallas Turner exists, and obviously know Latu, his incredible pass rush win rate. Jared Verse looks NFL ready. He looks the part of being a superstar pass rusher. The fact he fell this far when I thought he would go easily inside the top 15 is very, very impressive. And he was on a very good defense at FSU that was undefeated this past season. And really, he gets after the quarterback, he gets a lot of sacks, and he disrupts passers in the backfield. I'm a big fan of Jared Verse going here at 19 to the LA Rams.
Great pass rusher, yes, to your points. Again, there's not a whole lot to dislike about Jared Verse's game. You could certainly make the case, especially as far as the pass rush win rate. In fact, he had higher than Dallas Turner, if you want to just go based off that category. Where he really excels, too, I mean, watching the film, seeing the scouting reports, the tape, and everything else, is actually where Latu struggles, like the power rush. Latu does not have as much of the power rush. Verse does. Verse can just say, hey, I'm going to beat you and run right over you. The power rush, the power moves that he has, 6'4", 260 pounds. I mean, he's got a lot of ability to just go ahead and win on that side. And then you still have some elements to it with the speed rush or kind of some counter moves. Might need to be polished in a little bit of other areas. But still, I mean, there's nothing that really substitute for that speed to power transition, which Verse definitely has. So I'm with you. I mean, a great pick for a team that is not drafted in the first round in forever. You do make a solid selection there. You bolster the defensive line. And to your point, I mean, it makes it easier for the Eagles here because this was the only other option on the defensive side in my mind. I agree with you. You have to go corner now. I know Fautanu is an argument, like Warren said, and I can understand the thought and the logic there, but it's like corner is available. It's so close now at this point. You have to go that direction.
All right. The Eagles are 3 picks away, essentially. I'm going to mention a tweet here. Okay. The Rams are about to make their announcement on ESPN. We'll keep an eye on that here. Keep an eye on Twitter. Okay. Make sure we're good to go here. All right, there's Jared Verse. And there is my tweet to let people know in case they have not joined the stream yet. All right, we're back and ready to go there. And the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock here. This is going to be a very interesting selection with the 19th overall draft pick, as they have a very interesting quarterback situation right now as well. So we're going to keep an eye on what they are going to go ahead and do. As I've missed a couple of super chats. Let's make sure that I got them all. Let's go David first. He says, great show. Birds have a choice of Mitchell, Arnold, DeJean, Fautanu. Who to guess that? Loving the show from CT. That's Connecticut. How about CK Legendia? Let's go. Arnold, come home. Great stream with the 5. We appreciate that. Tierra Arnold's going to be there. I mean, it feels like he's going to be there. So, got a chance. Permafrost X. Love listening to you two. Amazing work as always. I think Mitchell's a must pick. Day 2, I want Xavier Legette. I would not mind him either. I think Trotter Jr. with 120 is an option there. Okay. How about Sly checking in from Quebec City, or Quebec? I think you can also say that there. Quebec is probably the proper pronunciation in Canada. It's very cold up there, even though it's probably, it is May. Optimus Prime, almost May. Beat-up Sixers finally won a game of the series. I wasn't even checking. The Sixers did win, though. How about that? Thumbs up if you're a Sixer fan. That's good news.
Embiid had like 45 earlier. I don't know what he ended up with, but yeah, that's great. Good
How's
news.
the name?
Better news.
Garrett Middleton, fine Warren. Good stuff, guys. Appreciate that. Joshua Edmond, got a feeling even if Troy's on the board, we'll pick a cornerback. Think Troy goes to the Steelers. Possibility here. That would make it much easier for the Eagles if Troy Fautanu is off the board and they decide to go ahead and go corner. K. Smiz says, appreciate y'all keeping me in the loop. Fly goes fly. Super window wide open for years to come. Jerry punching the air with that wide receiver market reset. Yes. Yes, he is.
You gotta love
he
it.
100% is. Okay.
That's the best part.
Jay Fry, another one here. He drops a $13.99 super chat from Vancouver Island, Canada. Big fan of your content. Thanks for keeping it real. God bless and fly, Eagles fly. We appreciate that.
Heck yeah.
We appreciate all you guys hanging out with us. We've had 5,000 comments on the show today.
Yeah, this is so legit. I love hanging out with you guys. This is not a super chat, but I got to call it out here. Mateo said, love you guys. Hands down, the best channel or best chat ever. Hallelujah. And then also Derek apparently said that he's watching from Middle Earth. I'm going to take him at his word. But we appreciate you hanging out and watching from Middle Earth, as is everybody else from their locations.
You never know. Everyone's watching from somewhere.
Possible.
Eric McLeod says, best Eagles content on YouTube. Appreciate you. Appreciate you guys, too, as well. We appreciate you guys there.
Appreciate it, Eric.
Chat from 95 John doesn't say anything. He just dropped $5, so we appreciate that as well.
If you have something to say, comment back, and we'll throw it up there.
Sure. We do not have
he said Embiid had 50. Embiid had 50.
Jeez,
I see it. Yep.
There it is. Yeah, he did.
Went off.
Here's a stat. The last first-round draft pick of the Rams was Jared Goff. So they just got Jared Verse, but Jared Goff was the last first-round draft pick. So it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy.
Jared. That is, that dates itself. You don't even need to know the year. You just hear the player and go, oh, all right. Well, that's been a very long time.
Let's see. If you've not hit the red subscribe button, we are looking to make sure you guys are subbed for tomorrow's show as well. Quarterbacks dropping. Can you see us trade back? I don't think so. I think they're going to stay put. Shout out Steve watching from Cambodia. Darian is watching from the other side of the ice wall. I think that's a Game of Thrones reference. So, you never know.
Okay.
Maybe it is. Yep. How about the 20 from Mr. Brown? Doesn't say anything, but he drops 20. Mr. Brown, we appreciate that. The Steeler pick is in. I don't know who it is yet. Okay. All right. The Steeler pick is in. Let's get to it. Here we go.
Let's go.
All right. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected. There it is. Troy Fautanu, the offensive lineman. The tackle is officially gone. I read reports the Eagles were trying to jump to get Fautanu, but he becomes a Pittsburgh Steeler, and that makes the Eagles a lot happier, I would say, for the defensive back. Let's go to Fautanu first. I don't know why he slid, Josh, but he had a very impressive combine. You see, obviously, Jeff Stoutland running that show at his combine. His pro day looked good as well. And now you go to a team in the Pittsburgh Steelers that needs to protect whoever their quarterback's going to be this year, and they get Troy Fautanu. What do you think?
This dude's a mauler. I mean, there is not a better way to describe it. He plays nasty. It's a guy that you like in the trenches. His position was tackle, but he's probably going to end up being a guard in the NFL. And this guy, I mean, sometimes technique can get a little bit off and he can get a little bit of hand fighting, but he's going to use it to his advantage. So I like the pick. It's a lot of physicality. It's a dominating play style. You add it to the offensive line, like I said, certainly helps in the run game. His pass protection should be solid, and you like a lot of the traits because, this dude is just, like you mentioned, a very, very good athlete. But the size, mobility, 6'4", 317. It did make a lot of sense. Like I said earlier, if he had fallen to the Eagles, I could see a world where Howie Roseman and Jeff Stoutland have a conversation and go, no, I need him for my offense. So unfortunately for Stout, that does not happen. I do agree. It does make your life easier from the defensive side. We can take a defensive player at 22, but still, I'd say solid pick overall to get Troy Fautanu at that selection for Pittsburgh.
Really quickly here, with Fautanu off the board, corner becomes a big question as Philly is essentially 2 picks away. The Dolphins need a cornerback, though. Xavier Howard out of Baylor. You and I both were there when he was there. Shout out our Baylor Bears, but he is no longer there. And obviously, Jalen Ramsey's not getting any younger, so This could be a corner here for Miami. We'll keep an eye on that there on the clock. Darren Mitchell with a 5. He says, praying. We all should. We get Quinyon Mitchell. I hope that we do. Should we trade 2 seconds for first and get both corners? I don't think you need both corners because you just got Isaiah Rodgers and you got Keely Ringo. I don't think you do, but crazy things have happened. Trade back a few spots, pick up a third, says Bobby. It could, but if corner goes here, then the Eagles are going to get the other corner that goes right here. I feel very confident in that. I feel very, very confident.
I do too, yes. And I like the idea of it's a fair point. You get your third, but also like you're saying, you didn't have to trade any draft capital to get that first round selection.
Yeah.
So if you want a third, just wait till tomorrow. Like take whoever you want at 50 and then use 53 to drop back into the third round and you're set. So I kind of think that option a little bit better. Actually goes right into Sean Davis. Appreciate the 5. Also, great last name, by the way. But says, does this make it easier to get linebacker Edgerrin Cooper tomorrow?
It does.
It does because, again, the draft capital you didn't have to give up. If you do want to move up tomorrow, then all of a sudden you could be looking at Edgerrin Cooper in Philly, which would make a lot of people, including us, very happy.
Let's get to one more super chat from Nathaniel Bowden, who says, first time ever watched the NFL draft. Thanks for making a good time. Hey, if you don't watch the NFL draft yet, this is your first time.
Go.
We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Bunch of fun.
Absolutely.
All right, the Dolphins are on the clock. Can I just offer you, Josh, Xavier Worthy here? Do you think Mike McDaniel can control himself and not draft speedy receiver Xavier Worthy? Just a question. Just a question.
Yeah, I mean, there's reports, right, of him looking at picking up that type of a receiver, especially with a speed threat. So it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me if they ended up going that route. I would enjoy that because then all of a sudden, again, you're literally sitting at 22 and the impossible scenario of what I was asked. We had the conversation last night. You know, it's like, hey, what's the dream scenario? And I was like, well, dream scenario is sitting at 22, not having to trade anything, and Quinyon Mitchell falls in your lap. But I was like, but I got to be realistic. It's at least a trade up. And no, we're looking at this either Quinyon Mitchell, worst case scenario, Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold. One of them will be available at 22, and possibly both if Miami goes with a receiver or someone else. So that's wild.
Watching from San Antonio, Texas, is Joey Olivas. Glad he's gone. Need to shore up the defense. Yes, they do. Okay, the Steeler pick has just been announced on ESPN. It is Troy Fautanu. We knew that. Should be Arnold at 22, and the tackle from Yale at 50, says James Carver. Possibility. Cy Peters. Or Cy Peters. Awesome show, guys. Great job. We appreciate that. And we are still waiting on the Dolphin pick. We do not have a Dolphin pick yet. And I'm just going to say it right now. TMI, I got to go to the bathroom so bad. I mean, I've had way too much water, but I obviously cannot because Philadelphia is coming up very soon. So we're going to just sit tight.
Yeah.
Sit tight.
You need to...
No, we're okay. We're okay.
I was going to say, as soon as Miami announces their pick, you do have time. You got like a quick second because they're not going to speed it up with Philly. But I understand.
I'm too excited. I don't know if I can.
That's fair.
I'll be too excited.
That's fair.
Okay. Yeah, the Dolphins have not made their selection yet. But they're going to get their pick of the top 2 cornerbacks in the draft, truly. I mean, that's literally where we're at right now. They're going to get their pick of the top 2 corners in the draft without trading up. And we started the day saying they would have to go to 12 to get one of the top cornerbacks in the draft and give up multiple draft picks, including 50 tomorrow night. Here we are. They have not had to do any of that yet. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Now this, I think it's just total speculation, but Ed Crack said keep an eye on Graham Barton for the Eagles. Day 1 starter at right guard. That'll have a lot of people riding. Like, that's not something that we want to see. Let's be honest.
I don't think I have a Graham Barton highlight, so I would really like to be able to play the highlight of whoever the Eagles take.
Preferably, yeah.
That's kind of my hope there.
Very anticlimactic to be like, we have all these highlights for everyone except for, oh man, Philly picked a player that we did not have highlights for. That's how far down we went, even with the way this draft fell.
Yes, the Dolphins are taking their sweet time right now as we are getting close to them making their pick. Donovan Seward said 50 bomb incoming. Donovan Seward did say, 2 people have said, but Donovan Seward was the first. He'll drop a 50 bomb if we go ahead and get one of the top 2 corners. So
Yep.
Here we are.
It's happening.
Donovan.
We are going to get there, as wild as it is whenever you first said it.
Get that checkbook ready. The Dolphin pick is in. Let's go ahead and get that ready to go here. The Dolphins pick is officially in.
Ryan
And
says,
with
"Get
that,
your Gatorade bottles here."
and with that,
both
we
need 'em.
officially put the Eagles on the clock, but we don't know the Dolphins' pick yet, so we have to sit tight. But we do know that Philadelphia is officially on the clock right now as we currently stand. So we are waiting to see the Dolphins' pick. Wow, we don't know the Dolphins' pick yet. No one knows the Dolphins' pick. This is crazy.
It's very surprising. Out of all the other ones that have come out and broke it very quickly. Come on.
The Texans have been working the phones to get back into the first round, according to Diana Rossini. Keep an eye on that. Philadelphia's on the clock. We have the Dolphin pick, and it's going to surprise some people, but it shouldn't affect the Eagles. Let's go ahead and get Chop Robinson, pass rusher, Penn State, has officially gone to the Miami Dolphins. We got the Chop stuff. For a while, Josh, I thought Chop Robinson would be an Eagle option, but I just couldn't buy into him being ready year one. It almost feels like a Nolan Smith pick here. Can he produce as much as he did at Penn State his first season? Not year two, not year three, because he definitely can do that. I like Chop. I don't love Chop. I'm glad he's not an Eagle. He goes to Miami Dolphins at 21.
Can't agree with you anymore. I mean, that is spot on. There's a lot to like in terms of the athleticism, but I don't want a project like you said. I don't want a Nolan Smith. Hyped on Nolan Smith, expect big things this next coming year. But Chop Robinson, you love the athleticism, the factor there, but he feasts off of, or at least last year, off of inferior tackles. And at the NFL level, the concern is that he's just going to get swallowed up, especially in that first year. Now, eventually, he could turn into a dynamic player, but I don't see him coming out as this first-year option. So to me, this is a reach for Miami. Again, ultimately, long-term, he could turn out to a great player, but it does feel like a reach considering what was available on the board. And, again, I mean, Chop Robinson, you love the athleticism. He does play the run fairly well, but I would say there's other considerations. So, hey, you know what? You take a player like this. Now we get to make our pick, choose who you want. Choose your scenario, choose your adventure in terms of cornerback. It is amazing. I can't say that I believe I'm actually saying this, but Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold are both available on the board at 22. Howie did not have to trade up. That is wild.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Philadelphia Eagles are officially on the clock. And we have our pick of the lot of the two cornerbacks. And now we officially let the heart rate go crazy, and we wait. There were a couple of super chats. Ryan Grebe, I didn't throw it up, but he says, get the Gatorade bottles ready. $5 here. I appreciate that. We're going to hold it, though. Arnold at 22, bleeding green on Maui. I bet Maui's beautiful right now. Wonder if Atlanta people mimicking Swole Thomas tonight. I don't know, James. I don't know if they are. I have no clue. But the Eagles are officially on the clock. And we have... Oh, man, this is exciting.
So hyped right now. This is insanity. Like, this is 10 times better than Christmas morning. I mean, the fact that I can't believe we're here even with this option, but I'm about to be through the roof. And
here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say it. I'm just going to throw the highlight on the screen whenever we get it.
Okay,
so you're just going to have to wait for the highlight to come on the screen. Happy Draft Night says, Wait, Truth, and Life. Philly fans and all, Jesus loves you, and I do too. Go Eagles with the 10. Appreciate that. Wait, Truth, and Life. Is it Cooper DeJean? Is it Terrion Arnold? Is it Quinyon Mitchell? We do not have to guess who was their favorite of the DBs, Josh. We're going to get to find out right now who was ranked highest on their board because every single one is available. That is crazy. That is wild.
Unreal. The fact that he just falls to you like that. I mean, Jalen Carter did the same thing. Then you get a Nolan Smith. And that was last year's same deal here. You get a defensive player. Take who you want. Who is this?
Welcome in 6,000 people watching on between both of our channels. 2,200 likes. Hit that thumbs up button right now as we are waiting to give you the word that the pick is in. Ryan, don't do this. It's obviously not a punter. Don't make fun of us like that.
Do
not make fun of us like that. Oh man. Gosh. Okay, we're waiting. I'm refreshing my Twitter feed like I am a crack addict as I'm mashing the Twitter refresh button. Come on. 5 minutes to go on the Eagles draft selection. Here we go.
Oh, I love
They are
that.
just now mentioning the Dolphin pick on ESPN, by the way. If you're watching here, you're gonna get it first. Dirty Air says live from his bathroom. Okay, you're nervous. I know. I'm with you there. Marcus says, let's not get cute. Let's get our cornerback. I agree. Okay, let's not get cute. I agree.
Come on, be smart. Be smart. Don't do something stupid.
Whoo, I'm like, my heart is racing. I'm like 28 years old, and every single year when this happens, I'm like just going crazy.
I know.
This is crazy.
And this thing can't refresh fast enough. Like, come on.
Nope. I'm refreshing it like a madman. What if they traded back right now? That'd be crazy. That would be crazy.
I would be so upset if we trade back because you take your pick. Take your pick with any of these. There's just no way they could trade back.
Okay, we're still waiting.
Come on, baby.
Okay.
Come on.
Albert Pastrana says, hurry up, I have to pee. No, Albert, I do. Really bad.
You're free to. Like, go ahead.
Oh, man. Darius Slay just tweeted, no DBs in the first 20 picks. A lot of dogs in this class. There are a lot of dogs in this class. 6,000 people watching between both our channels. We continue to wait. We're going to have it first. Whenever they do, we will have it first. We do not have it yet.
Hit the like
Darian
button.
Mitchell.
If we can get more likes,
There you
it's a
go.
better chance
There
they
you
pick
go.
corner. Hit the like button.
All right, we got 5 more from Darian saying in Howie we trust. That is right. In Howie we do trust. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous right now. Okay, we are still waiting. We're just going to throw it on the screen whenever we know. Whenever we know, we're just going to pop it onto the screen.
I hate all these speculation. Like, I'm refreshed and I see a name and I'm like, no, okay, all right, not yet.
No, we're still waiting. If you have it, just tell me that you have it. Let's not spoil it for the viewers.
I won't say it. Yeah, I'll just.
Ooh, Eagle One says trade. No, I don't think they're trading here. It'd be funny. It'd be very anticlimactic if they trade out of the first round.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
Oh my gosh, my heart is racing. Okay. Come on, Twitter, tell us who it is. 2 minutes to go on this pick, by the way. Maybe they are trying to trade back because, I mean, come on, would they have waited this long? Surely they knew they were going to have the pick of the lot of corners. Do they not want a corner?
Maybe. The only thing that I'm hoping for is the fact that like they're shocked that it's this many players available, and they thought it would just be, we're going to take 1 or 2, and they've got to decide between more than that. That's the only thing I can think of. Howie's on the phone. He's smiling.
Is he on the phone? Okay, so that means they are going to take a pick. Okay, Adam Schefter telling us about A.J. Brown. We still don't have it on Twitter. We still don't have it.
I flipped over to NFL Network. They've got Howie in the situation room. He's smiling. He's looking around. He's on his cell phone.
Okay, well, that means they're going to make a pick. We don't know if they've made a pick yet, though. Less than 2 minutes away. Oh, my gosh, I cannot believe they've not made this pick.
Lurie is pacing, and Sirianni's just kind of like aimlessly staring off into space.
Yeah, there's the war room on ESPN. They're very clearly making a pick right now because Howie just hopped on the phone. It was given to him. That tells you they're making a pick. Lurie standing by. Where's Nick Sirianni? There's Nick Sirianni.
He's the far
khaki
left.
Pants on. Yeah.
Who is this? Come on.
Oh my gosh, this is the longest we've had to wait for a pick. Oh man, they're showing Toledo quarterback Quinyon Mitchell in the green room. They're showing Tyrion Arnold in the green room.
Mm-hmm.
Mikey Rocks has dropped a $1 super chat. We appreciate that. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. They still have not done it yet.
I'm gonna pass out.
We don't have it yet. Still waiting.
Come on.
This is insane how long this is taking. 6,400 people watching.
Know.
Hit the thumbs up button if you want to know.
The fact that it was on TV means that it's delayed. So, like, some people already know who it is. Come on. Let's go. The pick is apparently in.
Well, but we don't know who it is yet.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see it on Twitter yet. Do you?
No.
All right, I have it. The pick is in. Here it is.
Do you see?
The pick is officially in. I'm going to throw up who it is on your screen right now. Here we go. Quinyon Mitchell, Josh. Cornerback, Toledo. They did it, baby. Philadelphia gets the best cornerback in this draft. How about that? Quinyon Mitchell.
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely. Oh, my gosh. I am through the roof right now. Oh my gosh. I never envisioned this. I wanted it to happen, but 22? You don't have to trade up. You get, in my opinion, the best cornerback in the class. There's so much potential. Couldn't care less that you want to say he played in Toledo because he showed up at the Senior Bowl and made a statement. Every receiver there said that he set the tone for the week. He showed up and made plays. He's matched up against Marvin Harrison Jr. He's proven that. The athleticism is unreal, and we know Howie Roseman proves that he really wants that. But also, it's the scheme fit. We talk about it so many different times. He fits beautifully in this defense. He's going to be a game changer. He's going to start on day one. James Bradberry, I mean, you might as well pack your bags at this point because I can't see a world where they keep Bradberry around and you make Quinyon Mitchell have to wait at all. He's going to start. He's right next to Slay. He's mirrored his game. He said it multiple times. He mirrors his game off of Darius Slay. So he gets to watch and learn up close and personal with Slay. It fits beautifully. I mean, this is, I'm ecstatic right now, but it's just the fact that this happened at 22. I don't know. I'm kind of speechless because I didn't expect this to happen. This is unreal. The fact that Quinyon Mitchell is in Philly and will be a Philadelphia Eagle taking a cornerback for the first time in 20 years.
How about that? Philadelphia Eagles, Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo. Nick Saban said it today on the pre-draft broadcast. It was very clear. Quinyon Mitchell is a Power 5 player who played on Toledo. And when he went to Toledo, he told his defensive back coach, I want you to coach me harder than you have ever coached a corner in the world, and that's exactly what happened. And did he play against top SEC talent? No, he didn't. But when he went to the Senior Bowl, he lit it up and was the best cornerback on the field by far. That is why he is taken 22 by the Philadelphia Eagles, and that is why the Eagles believe they have one of the top cornerbacks in the league for the next 5 years on a rookie contract. The 22nd overall draft pick only makes about $3 million a year on average through the first 4 years of his deal. This is a mega draft pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think everybody is as hyped as we are in the chat right now as Quinyon Mitchell is a Philadelphia Eagle, Josh. I cannot believe it. And you didn't have to trade any second-round draft picks to do it. Unbelievable.
It's
unbelievable.
A perfect scenario. I don't know what to say. This is unreal. The fact that we got Quinyon Mitchell. I mean, my gosh. And Donovan, the 100 bomb. Bro, you said it. The 50 if we got him. And Quinyon Mitchell for how many months? Shout out to Andrew. Andrew's the first one that started getting, I think it was back in November that the dude's bringing up Quinyon Mitchell. I said the live streams on Wednesday nights. But, like, this is incredible. I mean, you got a guy, like you said, there's so much potential. There's so many things to like about this. But Howie Roseman, I mean, hey, he talked about self-reflection. You change some things. You do things that you haven't done different, that you haven't done before, and changing things up with Saquon Barkley coming to Philly. It's just he's changing things whenever he needs to, and you're bringing in the youth to the defense that we've seen that you need. Vic Fangio, you know, we talk about too, and like shout out to BD, says 100% Vic Fangio pick. Vic Fangio was going to have a say on this. So when he looked at who he wanted, that tells you for sure Quinyon Mitchell was his number one corner in the class. He gets his option. You go ahead and get a guy because he needs top corners and he wants those in his defense. I mean, I'm so hyped for this pick. This is unbelievable. The fact that I would not have believed you, even though I know I kept saying like, oh, I want it. I'm speaking to existence. Like realistically, I was setting myself up to say it's just not going to happen. There's not a world that it's going to happen unless you trade up. And we're here at 22 getting the best cornerback in the class. That I don't know. This is unbelievable. Hit the like button, everybody. We just got the best cornerback in the class.
Quickly, there's been a trade. Let's go ahead and get to that first. Hang on. The Dallas Cowboys have traded out of 23, and the Jaguars are now on the clock. But with that being said, Yaru, he said 50 bomb if we get a corner, and they did. Super Bowl bound with a 50 bomb, says Yaru. Eagle 20. He throws, love you guys. Got our cornerback. Beautiful. We appreciate that. Steve, Subbet Steve, he gives us a woo, go Eagles. He did a little high pitch there, but I appreciate that as well. J. Ross Films with the 2. W. Howie, Howie, go Birds. And you mentioned Donovan Seward. He doubled it. He said he would do a 50 bomb. How about a 100 bomb from Donovan Seward? I'm so hyped. They decided to double it. Quinyon Mitchell, let's effing go. Got to bleep that one out there. Sorry for the kids at home. Brian Grebe was hoping they took special teams coach. LOL. Okay, we skipped that one. Way the truth in the life with the 5. Quinyon Mitchell to Philly. Jesus loves you. For God so loved the world. He gave his only begotten son. Whoever believes in him will live forever. Love the excitement there. Ryan got Mitchell. We got both of our second-round draft picks. That's the craziest part of all this. Both second-round draft picks. Both of them. And then we have
Oh, my
Darian Mitchell
gosh.
say the crowd boos Roger Goodell every time he comes out. Yes, he does. Philadelphia has gotten their man, and the man that they thought they would have to trade up for in Quinyon Mitchell, he is a Philadelphia Eagle. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, it was the Seahawks who traded back, not the Dallas Cowboys. So Jaguars come up to 23. I'm curious. This is probably for Tyrion Arnold, would be my guess here. Let's just wait and see what happens with that. Darian Mitchell says, Quinyon Mitchell, let's go. Dreams do come true. Darian,
yes, bro.
Your name on the back of the jersey, baby. Your name on the back of the jersey.
Dude, okay, I'm going to say, I know that we're giving away jerseys, and I know that there's like extra hype and everything like this, but I'm sorry. I am buying a Quinyon Mitchell jersey without question. I will be wearing that at the game. We don't know which game we're going to yet. We know we're going to be in Philly for one game. I will for sure be wearing a Quinyon Mitchell jersey at the game that we go to in Philly. There's without a doubt. Like, this is so hyped about this. And this may be crazy to say. I don't care. I'm more hyped about this than I am Jalen Carter because of the ramifications of it and the fact that you get a corner and that just never happens. The Eagles didn't do it in 20 years, and you get it at 22, and it's at the second round. Like, unreal. Insane.
What a day.
Like Zach says, yes, Josh, we got the best cornerback at 22. Chill. I can't chill. I'm sorry. I am through the roof right now. Like, I need to stand. I wish I had a standing desk and could move because I feel constrained to this desk at the moment. Oh, my God.
Wendell Day says $10. Appreciate that. We got a Darian Mitchell throwing up Josh about the cry tears of joy. Yes. And they also extended A.J. Brown tonight. Like, I mean, come on. I mean, like, what more could you possibly want? Oh, man. Tyrion Arnold's got to be a little bit bummed. His kid was wearing an Eagles jersey tonight. I think Tyrion Arnold really thought he was going to be an Eagle had Quinyon gone a little bit higher, but you can't pass on a better corner. And the best cornerback in this draft has been Quinyon Mitchell, and I think all of us stand 100% by that. I mean, I think we all believe it. There's the look at the Eagles draft room as they make the pick in the announcement. Where's Vic Fangio in that picture? I don't see Vic Fangio in that draft room. He's got to be excited, though. Got to be excited.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, man, that is exciting. That is exciting as it comes right there. As exciting as it comes. Okay, let's make sure the Jaguars pick is in. We'll get that, and then I'm going to go pee because people are reminding me that I need to do that.
I don't blame you.
Say a curse word, Thomas. I can't. My mom's watching. I can't. I'm sorry. I'll get an immediate text if I say a bad word. I can't. It's very exciting, though. It's very exciting. Trust me. It's very exciting.
Oh, my gosh. I'm just in shock right now. And, like, so... This is insane. This is just unreal. I mean, my gosh. This is... Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Let's make sure... Let's see. Okay. All right. Oh, man. This is so exciting.
Devontae says we need a two-step from Josh.
Probably could get one if we weren't sitting in front of our cameras right now. You probably definitely could get one. Definitely could get one.
Probably.
I wonder who the Jags pick is here. I think it's Tyrion Arnold, right? I think you got to get rid of James Bradbury. I don't know how you can sit Quinyon Mitchell for a year. There's no way. Quinyon Mitchell is way too good.
Yeah.
He is way too good to sit
starting from day one.
Here's your Jaguars pick. Let's get that one in. Wow, the Jacksonville Jaguars go with Brian Thomas Jr., the wide receiver out of LSU. And that is going to go ahead and put the Cowboys on the clock. Let's quickly do the Brian Thomas Jr. highlights, and then I will go ahead and use the restroom. But Brian Thomas Jr., pretty... There was an option that he could be an Eagle. I'm glad he's not, but Jacksonville, they need weapons on the outside, and they go for Brian Thomas Jr. Really, I mean, listen, Malik Neighbors is great. Brian Thomas Jr. considered more of a deep threat, but I think he is an every-down receiver who doesn't just run vertically. Very good at LSU.
Definitely. Lots to like about Brian Thomas. I'm curious with the trade up there, were you getting speculation of maybe the Cowboys getting a receiver and things, so it does make some sense if you want to get up in that side, and I don't mind it anytime someone might, still a pick away from Dallas. So that's even better for that side. But 6'4", 205, like you said. I mean, he's got a lot of ability. There's maybe perhaps some in terms of like not being able to beat press man at all times, which is a very minor concern. But to your point, I mean, he's got all of the traits, the tools, the potential, athleticism. So should be a good fit. The fact that you again, get a weapon. You lost Calvin Ridley on that side, so you need some help, especially on a division that has gotten much more difficult over the years. So get your receiver, get a guy there, and also he's not going to be in Dallas. So there you go. You like that?
Flipping the Bird says I missed his super chat. I didn't see another super chat from Flipping the Bird. If you see it, let me know. I am going to go use the restroom while the Cowboys are on the clock, and I'm going to think about the Cowboys while I'm peeing because I don't like the Cowboys. Okay. So I'll be right back.
Nice. Yeah, let me check and see Flipping the Bird. Or just comment back if you can, and I'll just say it. We might have missed it in all the hoopla, so apologies. We're trying not to, but my gosh, I need to breathe. Honestly, I'm just like Trent said, dude, I'm with you, Josh. I'm literally screaming in joy right now into a pillow because my parents our siblings are sleeping too. Yeah, like it's what I'm trying to like, because you guys don't want to hear me just yell into the microphone, but like there was a brief moment of struggling to breathe, maybe hyperventilation. Jason, then it's up to you, Josh. Make us proud. The family watches this thing, like if I can go ahead and I've got some like, younger also like kids and people are going to be watching this. I can't necessarily go for that, but it is later, I suppose. Luke, time to say Trashberry. Yeah, aloha from Hawaii. Appreciate the support, dude. Yeah, there's no way that there's no way that Bradbury is sticking around. You're not going to do anything there. Sorry, you got your best corner. Unbelievable. Yeah, I can't flash the super chats, so Thomas has to do that. He's running master control, but I did see your super chat, Luke. The time to say bye, Trashberry. He can do that whenever he comes back, though. I'm sure he hasn't gotten to all of those because again, we're just losing it for a split second. But gosh, Dame, I appreciate it. Josh, I love you. We got Quinyon. We did. We got Quinyon. Oh man, there's some serious like, I don't even know what to say. The hype is just through the roof right now because it just didn't feel like it was going to be possible. It didn't feel like it was going to be possible in general, and then it also didn't feel like it was in any type of world at 22. So now you got to, and Dallas unfortunately just had a team trade up in front of them, so that's even better. They got to take the leftovers, take the scraps.
Did Dallas take anybody yet? Do we know?
I was refreshing to see if we have anything official. I have not yet.
Flipping the Bird asks, I did read that one. I said yes and no. It's a complicated story there, Flipping the Bird. Story for another night. Let's see. Char said, let's go. We got the best corner top to bottom in the league. Best rower. It's roster is what the word he said. Who's next? That's going to find out tomorrow night. We're going to be live tomorrow night. Let's see here. Oh, yeah.
There might have been an earlier one with Luke that I don't know if you said it, but you didn't flash it up on the screen. He was asking or saying time to say goodbye to Trashberry. Did you see that one?
Yep. Okay. Let's check in on the Cowboys. We do not know. Okay. Oh, Micah Parsons, utterly disgusted by the Eagles drafting Quinyon Mitchell. Gotta love that. Okay, I just mentioned this.
Hey.
I am giving away one of the Eagles official draft hats, the one Quinyon Mitchell, same type that he was wearing. And so I had people comment Howie season on a show 2 days ago. And my fiance is in the other room, and I told her to randomly pick somebody who followed all the parameters. She's going to text me the name of the person who won. So we are waiting to see who is going to win.
There you go. It's a pretty sweet looking hat too. So that's
it's the best draft hat in a while. in a while. So I
Yeah.
was like, someone needs to get it. So
For sure.
let's see. Way Truth in the Life. We have
I
Mitchell.
think
God
I
loves
think we
you
might
and
have a
all.
trade.
Do we have a trade? No,
I
the
think
Cowboys
we
pick is in. The
Is
Cowboys
it?
pick is in.
Okay, I was gonna
Yep,
say
it's in.
RJ Ochoa was retweeting it, so I thought it was legit, but
Nope. Let's see here. The pick is in for
they
the
did.
Cowboys. Did they?
They did.
But why does it say
With
ESPN has the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys? Oh, no, they did trade. Hang on, we got to trade.
It's trading
Who
back.
is it? Detroit. All right, Detroit Lions are now on the clock after a trade with the Dallas Cowboys. That is very interesting. Okay, let me make sure I have everything I need. Jaguars took Brian Thomas Jr. This is going to be the Lions, and that means the Cowboys probably go to 29. There's super chat here. Corner wasn't a need. Would you guys have gone with what was there on the draft board? That's tough. I mean, that's really tough. I don't even know what they would have done. Maybe Guyton, the guard, I guess, could have made some sense there, but I don't know.
Yeah. What was it?
Lions are coming up to appease their crowd right now. That's why the Lions are coming up. They're coming up to appease the crowd. That's what's happening right now. They didn't want to make this 250,000 people in Lions jerseys wait any longer. So
for sure. Yeah.
In.
Yeah. You smell blood, you go ahead and get your guy, whoever you want. So good for them. We'll see who that is.
Could be Cooper DeJean here. I mean, listen, they lose C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and this could be DeJean territory. Let's see here.
I will say that if I was going to draft in terms of that cornerback question, if we didn't need that, I would just trade back, as crazy as it is maybe. But it's just like the value didn't seem as much there. So,
all right, we're waiting. I don't have it. Let me know whenever you have the pick.
Yep, I'm still refreshing. I haven't gotten anything yet. I mean, I saw the reactions. They know who they're getting, but
Yep. Let's see here. Oh, I have it. Okay, we have the Detroit pick. It's a pretty good one. Let's get that one. Let's go to the Detroit pick. All right, the Detroit Lions have selected Terrion Arnold, cornerback out of Alabama, coming out of the SEC. Well, Josh, we have a lot of good things to say about Terrion Arnold because we thought the Eagles were going to take him, and we really liked him. Sticky is the word I was going to use if he was going to be an Eagle. Extremely sticky. Maybe the best man cover corner in the entire draft. Even I think Quinyon Mitchell, but still played in the SEC. He has the SEC pedigree. Did a great job against LSU whenever they played this past season. He's absolutely fantastic. And listen, Detroit's defense, that second half of that NFC Championship game, they could not stop the Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel pairing of the San Francisco 49ers. They got a better shot at it now going and get Terrion Arnold, especially ahead of the Green Bay Packers.
Yes, absolutely. Very solid pick. I'll say it's the second best, but it's 1A, 1B. And I've said that for a while. A lot of people have. It's a good cornerback. He's got a lot to like there, especially with the athletic percentiles and really the profile that he projects. He's younger, in terms of the comparison of Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold. You got 21-year-old, a lot to like, the hybrid versatility, moving in a bunch of different areas. And he's certainly better whenever it comes to press man coverage. So that's something that maybe a Quinyon Mitchell didn't play a whole lot. You're not asking him to do. This is a guy who's got a little bit more of that versatility on that side. So good pick. Really like it there. And again, to your point, you're going to help within the division and also the conference as well. You add to the secondary, which did need some help. So trade up. You got in front of the Cowboys. Get your guy there. Second best corner off the board.
There you go. Second best corner officially off the board there. They're announcing that pick here very, very shortly. Dallas picks up 72 overall in this deal is what I'm seeing right now. So it looks like Dallas was gearing up for extra picks. They continue to be all in, which is, the theme of the night for the Dallas Cowboys. All in, baby. They are just They're just all in. I'm really, really glad I'm not a Dallas Cowboy fan. That would be
Could you imagine?
very
This night would be so terrible. Not only you're
so
trading
lame.
back, and the
So
Eagles are getting the
lame.
best corner in the draft, and just all these other things. You're like, "Oh, are you kidding me? This night can't get any worse." But
It can't.
the
It absolutely cannot.
Cowboys
Nick
are playing
Saban
on.
did say that, the Toledo cornerback was the number one guy in the portal last year. We tried to get him to come out of the portal, and he would never get in the portal. So the idea that he wasn't getting offers from other SEC schools is not true. Teams wanted to Quinyon Mitchell, and he just wanted to stay at Toledo for some reason. Whatever, hey, I'm sure we'll find out when his post-draft interview goes live.
Yes, that is.
Listen to the Lion fans are going nuts for Tyrion Arnold. They
Oh my
love him.
gosh, yeah.
They love him.
Good for them.
Yeah,
Good for them.
they love him. Good for them. Okay, while we have time, I am going to announce the randomly selected from my fiance winner of the NFL draft hat. It is DeMard Buckets 10. How he sees and appreciate the content was his comment. So, DeMard Bucket 10 wins the Eagles hat. DM me on Twitter or shoot me an email at Real Thomas Mott and give me your info, and I'll get that sent out to you. Congratulations. Thank you to my beautiful fiance. We will be married 8 days from tonight, by the way. 8 days from tonight. It's pretty crazy. She picked
Coming up fast.
So, coming up fast. Josh is going to be in the wedding. Probably not wearing a Tyrion Arnold jersey, but he might. You never know. I would approve it. The fiance might not, but you never know.
You mean Quinyon Mitchell? I know what you meant.
That's what I meant. Yeah, sorry. I was trying to type in my
I'm
password.
gonna hide it underneath.
You could
pull it out afterwards.
There you go. DeMard Buckets 10. This comment right here. Where is it? This comment right there. That's who wins the hat. Congratulations, DeMard Buckets 10. And I'll announce it on my show tomorrow. So hopefully he watches the show. I assume that he does, and he can go ahead and tell me no. If we didn't claim it in a week, I'll pick somebody else. That's how it works. So there you go. Boom. And then obviously whoever wins our NFL draft league gets a jersey, and we're going to announce that tomorrow during the live stream because the first round's not over. We got to calculate and stuff. So that will be given away as well. And then Josh at some point has a sign.
That we do, yes. And we'll do the question, or actually, yeah, someone was asking, did the sign giveaway happen? It is not yet. We're going to do it.
Not yet.
For that one.
We've been very busy.
Just a second. Very busy, yeah, with the draft. But we'll do it here in just a bit. See who that gets to. And then also we will have a randomized spinner as well for just anyone who entered the draft league for the Quinyon Mitchell jersey or whatever one you like. But I mean, at this point,
I think you want a Quinyon Mitchell jersey. I think so too.
Yeah.
Dave Curry, Landon has a little button, go Birds. Okay, I don't know what that means. Garrett Middleton says if corner wasn't... Oh, wait, we already did that one. Okay, I'm caught up on Super Chats. I want to make sure I was caught up on Super Chats. So we're good to go there.
Sean is asking if I'm the flower girl. I appreciate that, Sean.
Thank you. I don't think so. No, Josh is in the wedding. Josh is also like 6'8". He's 6'4", but so he will not stand right next to me. He'll be a little further down the line because I am a very tall 5'9.5". Very tall. Really tall. So, yep. Just
respectable.
Let it be known. I love watching the Cowboy Misery on Twitter. The Cowboy Misery on Twitter is one of the many things that brings a lot of joy. And watching them just go crazy is very fun right now.
Oh, yeah.
Very fun right now.
Can I just say, it would feel very Green Bay Packer-esque to take a Cooper DeJean.
It would. It would. The pick is in, too. Let's go ahead and get ready for the Packer pick. All right. I don't see it yet. We're kind of waiting. I'm starting to think it could be Cooper DeJean. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. We are waiting.
Yep. Still curious.
Well, the Lions guys are loving Tyrion Arnold. That's fun to watch. It's fun to get drafted by the host city. It's always a good time to get drafted by the host city.
Oh, yeah. While we're waiting,
Packers are going tackle. I don't have this guy's highlights. They're going Jordan Morgan at 25 out of Arizona. So it is not Cooper DeJean. I didn't have a first-round grade on Jordan Morgan, but what do I know? I'm not the draft expert here. But Green Bay, with a very Green Bay Packer pick, they go Jordan Morgan.
That one's weird to me. I don't know.
A little
You
strange.
could trade back. I know there was just a trade back, so maybe no one's
Sure.
super interested to go up, but there's still a lot of talent available on the board.
Yep.
I don't know. Like you got Jordan Morgan, potential for a guard. Graham Barton, you know, I don't know.
Sure.
If I was picking, I would have had Tyler Guyton over that, but they like Jordan Morgan's ability, I suppose. Go with a guard. You did need a guard. It just feels early. You know, you could have traded back
It
and
does feel early.
had someone else. I guess good for them. They got a guy. It's you did mention earlier. Let's just say this: first round offensive tackle, the hit rate is pretty high. So you know, even if you don't like it,
Sure.
it might be a smart pick. But
That brings the Bucks are up. The Bucks are now up on the board. And we are getting close to lights out. We're gonna be, another 45 minutes, and it's gonna be this is gonna be end of round one, and then we get some sleep and do it all over again tomorrow night.
crazy. I was gonna really quickly mention while we're waiting on those and about to give away the sign, but Brennan Deeg had mentioned a couple other pretty cool, interesting nuggets on Quinyon Mitchell. So once clocked at 23.58 miles per hour in practice.
Fast.
That's insane. Only FBS player since 2000 with 4 interceptions and 2 pick sixes in one game. Did not commit a penalty all of last season.
Wow.
And he only committed 1 penalty in 2022. So 1 penalty in 2 years' time. Started 40 straight games at Toledo and can squat 555 pounds. So
you got to send me that tweet. I got to have that tweet.
Dude's
That is crazy. The Buccaneers have made a selection. Let's go and get the Bucks up on the screen. And unfortunately, it's one we don't have. It's Graham Barton, the guard. I mean, he's a guard, but the guard center hybrid, obviously coming out of Duke. Yeah, I don't have the Barton. I don't have Barton highlights, unfortunately. But Graham Barton is a Buccaneer. We have that.
There you go. Will be interesting. Yeah, it's some guys have tackle, and obviously like tackle listed where they played and stuff. Some guys have that and they just stick, and then other guys have the more like, okay, they're immediately moving inside. But definitely, you're right. Barton is the one that play guard or even potentially center. I guess you could move in there, but.
Full Send Daily says, hoping to win that Mitchell jersey. Also, how y'all feel about Trotter Jr. to land in Philly? Let's wait to talk about Trotter Jr. until Edgerrin Cooper goes through. We got to wait for Edgerrin Cooper to go through.
Yep.
As they're showing the Packer fan a little stunned by Jordan Morgan going. That's funny. We also got one here from Mitchell M. Sorry if y'all talked about this. Do you guys think the pick means Bradbury's definitely cut in June? I think they do. And I think they're going to eat the $10 million post-June 1st cut. I think it's $8 million, something like that.
Yes.
You can't sit Quinyon Mitchell. This is not a redshirt year for Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell's ready to go right now. And he's ready to go right now on all 32 NFL teams. There's no way that you were going to sit Quinyon Mitchell at all. So, yes. Tori says, I drink Dallas Tears for breakfast. You're going to be very full because there are a lot of Dallas Tears happening right now.
It's never ending. Yes. Yeah, we love that.
Bob Paul, you guys did a great job on this draft. We appreciate it. We try to make it fun
Thank
for
you.
you guys. We appreciate you guys. Awesome job. Better than ESPN, says Scott W. Yes, we will be live tomorrow night.
Okay.
We appreciate that as well.
Appreciate it.
Not as many highlights tomorrow night because come on, there's a lot of players that could go tomorrow night. Can't make highlight reels for everybody, but we're going to be here for the draft and covering it all and having a bunch of fun. So sure you guys join us for that one.
And we'll have a few. We'll have certainly a few highlights, but, there's, like you said, a lot more picks and a lot more players getting done and everything else. So,
yep, a lot more picks. Okay, we are waiting for the Bills. This is receiver territory here. Buffalo obviously losing Stephon Diggs means that this is probably going to happen. The fact that Cooper DeJean is still available is pretty crazy.
Yes, it is. I kind of would have thought he'd already go, but yeah, it's slipping back a little bit further. We'll see.
Okay, let's see here. Okay, we're still waiting for the Bills pick here. Haven't gotten it yet.
Jay Jones, shout out to the 5. Appreciate that. Said, did you see on ESPN that Arnold had the Eagles inside his jacket? He really thought he was coming
did.
here.
Yeah, he
I
did. My fiance mentioned that. You almost feel bad for him. Yeah. He was probably told, we're not going to be able to get Quinion. You're our next guy. We're going to get you. And the fact that Quinion sits at 22 means, like once you got to 16 and you saw that defense and corners had just started to go, right? Or at least defense. Corners had not gone at all. You got to 20, you realized you could just stay put, and Quinion or Arnold were going to be there, and you could stay put and have 2 draft picks, 50 and 53 tomorrow night. I mean, that's the beauty of tonight, is that you can get 2 more starters tomorrow night. Or you can trade up and get Edgerrin Cooper. I mean, you can do a lot. You can do a whole bunch.
So much flexibility. Yeah, you're right. I think we did. I was in all the hoopla. Did we miss Arizona? Like Arizona's on the clock?
Oh.
First,
are they on the clock? No. Oh, I might have put the wrong one. No, that means the Cardinals traded back up, right? Because they did not have 27, did they? I do not remember. They might have, though.
Did. I
think they did. Yep, my bad. It's Arizona on the clock. Cool. Juan Sinatra says, Cam Kitchen's next solidify Eagles' future next decade. Cam will be a steal for anyone who wants to get him. CJ Deacon says they feel we try to trade it back into the first round and grab Cooper DeJean as well. I mean, that'd be pretty wild. I don't think they're going to do that, but that would be really wild if they wanted to do that. JD Slat says, do we move up round 2 for anyone? I mean, I think Edgerrin Cooper is a name that Josh and I would throw out there as being a trade-up option in round 2. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Although you have to ask yourself, as few amount of defensive players that went early, and even, later, like we've gotten, still, it's not like a total run on like, oh, okay, now we're getting defense. Does it push back, like where Edgerrin Cooper before was like, oh, you got to get early 40. Does it push him back? Does it push all the defensive players back a little bit further than what we would have thought? Because again, like you mentioned, I mean, Cooper DeJean's still available on the board. Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like there's other defensive players that you kind of assumed would have already gone, at least a few of those earlier. So it might, can we get fortunate enough 2 nights in a row where it's like, hey, we didn't have to trade anywhere. We actually get the guys just who we want that fall into our lap. I don't know. That'll be interesting to see.
I got to update my board here and make sure I have. Okay, so the Bucs got Guyton. Burton. Sorry, the Bucs got Burton. The Packers. Remind me the Packers pick. I'm blanking right now.
Morgan, the Arizona tackle guard Morgan. Yeah,
Jordan Morgan. And the Cardinals have gone edge rusher, I believe. Let me make sure I have that one right. I don't know if I have that highlight there, but the Cardinals pick is officially in, which is going to put the Bills on the clock. And make sure I get this correctly there. And we do have the pick for the Cardinals. Yeah, I forgot to make a highlight for Darius Robinson, the edge rusher out of Mizzou, Missouri. Very, very good player, very good edge rusher. I thought he would go in the first round, and he does. And Arizona gets pass rusher and wide receiver. You can't really go wrong with that. So no highlight, unfortunately, for him. I don't know why I didn't make that. It's my fault.
No, I like it too, though. I mean, to your point, you've got a guy that literally can go all over the place on the defensive line. I mean, 6'5", close to 300 pounds. I mean, his athleticism is crazy. He was weird because it was like he was one of those prospects we talk about all the time. You see or hear a guy, and then it goes so long that the hype kind of wears off, and they slip and they fall further down the draft boards. And then you have some that go the reverse of that. It's like, oh, there's not really much, and then all of a sudden they burst onto the scene. He did that at the Senior Bowl. I mean, after his Senior Bowl performance, he was taking everyone to school. Like Tyler Guyton got beat a couple times. You remember a couple different tackles that Darius Robinson just made look foolish to be able to block. So you like his ability because it's the speed and the power there. It's interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily as early as I would have drafted him, but I can understand a premium pass rusher, a guy who could be a disruptor. There's a lot to like with his tools and intangibles. And again, you talk about the versatility because I think he lined up all over the defensive line, so you have that ability. So yeah, Arizona, you got a weapon, like you said, on both sides of the ball, sitting pretty.
Yeah, I said Wazoo. I meant Mizzou. Mistake there.
Yeah.
My bad. David says, is my TV slow? No, we're just ahead. That's how it works. Yeah, we already had the
In the
Bucs
future.
pick. The Bucs have just taken on ESPN Graham Barton, and then obviously Robinson just went out of Missouri, the pass rusher, to the Cardinals, and then now we are really waiting on the Buffalo Bills is kind of where we are at. We are ahead of things. Let's go back through. I think, Josh, now is a good time to go back through some of the shockers of the first round of this draft. Quarterbacks were exactly what we really thought that they were. And then you had Michael Penix go off the board really at number 8, which I think shocked about everybody. And we like Michael Penix, but the reports from earlier this evening were that they did not tell their $100 million quarterback in Kirk Cousins they were going to draft the kid. And so now Michael Penix goes into a situation where I guess you redshirt him. You're going to have to. Kirk Cousins has got to be sleeping really weird tonight, Josh.
I don't know what I would say at that point, really, because yes, you've paid him all this money and you don't even get anything, but apparently his agent got a courtesy call. Kirk Cousins did not, but his agent got a courtesy call that was happening as it took place. But that to me feels even less of a courtesy call because it's like, hey, we kind of forgot to tell you this, but we're drafting a quarterback here. Like, there's nothing you can do. There's not selling you on it. It's just this is fact. This is taking place, and whether you like it or not, here's what's going on. So I don't know. It's a terrible selection for Atlanta to me. What's the organization doing? You brought it up earlier as well. It's like, what's the look for your franchise quarterback that you paid so much money and all of a sudden you just get that rather than a weapon that could help? I don't know. A lot to like about Penix. I understand the rookie versatility of the contract and everything too, but it set the draft. That's the first part to me where, earlier you had a few minor things, but that was the first. Bomb dropped, draft just got real. Oh my gosh, what's happening? And you kind of take it from there. So craziness, but that's what we love about the draft. There's always something weird that happens.
We thought there'd be another quarterback for the Giants at number 6. Instead, they go with Malik Neighbors out of LSU. There were reports that the Giants really wanted a quarterback, and instead they go back to the LSU receiver. Well, it's not OBJ. It's many years later. They get Malik Neighbors. And honestly, if you're trying to really make sure that Daniel Jones is not the guy, you give him a top receiver to make sure that he is going to be good with them. I like the pick here, even though I'm not a Giants fan.
Yeah, it's hard to say that we like a pick, but I'm with you. In all objective, not being biased, it's a good pick. You get a weapon there. It's a guy who, again, we mentioned also yards after catch, a playmaker in space. You can get him the ball in a bunch of different ways. And, I mean, you love what he shows on the game tape, his physicality, his competitiveness. It's really all over the field. So, good for them. You get a weapon, and maybe you can maximize a lack of offense and quarterback play, creativity, everything else. So it makes sense.
And, of course, we had to mention it, and you already know if you're an Eagles fan, they went and got the best cornerback in the draft in Quinyon Mitchell. And really, was there ever any doubt when you got to 20 and then you got to 21 and Quinyon was still on the board, Josh? You just knew this guy was going to be the pick at 22, and Howie seemed pretty happy on the phone with them.
This was the only right pick. I mean, I know that's probably hyperbole, a little bit overkill and dramatic, but in my mind, in your mind, in a lot of people's mind, this was the only right pick. In what world does Quinyon Mitchell survive and last until 22? I couldn't have told you, because before the draft, I said this was impossible. There's no way it's going to happen. You have to trade up at least to 16, if not higher, to get Quinyon. And yet, no, you still have both second-round picks. You get him at 22, best cornerback in the draft. Dude's a game changer. He's a playmaker. All the other stuff we talked about with the athleticism, the intangibles, his competitive drive and fire. He also mentioned how much he would love to play in Philly, play for Philly, and get to learn behind Darius Slay. It's a perfect fit, match made in heaven. Vic Fangio wanted him above any other cornerback in the class. I don't think that you started out any better to say, hey, Vic Fangio, your first Philly guy that you draft is Quinyon Mitchell. It's an absolute dream, and like everybody realizes, that's what we said before. We hoped. The fact that it was at 22 is insanity. It's crazy.
And then, of course, the other quarterback that maybe surprised some people, maybe didn't surprise some people, was Bo Nix going to the Denver Broncos. It sounded like Denver wanted Penix. He went 8 to Atlanta. Nix falls to Denver in the early teens. I thought he was my favorite quarterback of the not first two guys to go because a lot of people like Jaden Daniels and a lot of people love Caleb Williams. But at the same time, I thought Bo Nix was going to come in and be pretty good for a Denver Bronco team that can't figure out drafting quarterbacks, and they can't figure out training for quarterbacks. They can't figure out quarterbacks at all, and now they get Bo Nix, who struggles at Auburn, goes to Oregon, mixes with Dan Lanning better than anyone thought he could, and now he's a Denver Bronco and stays out west in the Mile High City. I'm pumped to see what he's going to be able to do. Buffalo has just made a trade, and we got to get to that here real quick because we have a trade right in. Kansas City Chiefs. I am shocked the Buffalo Bills were willing to trade with their arch rival, the Chiefs. This is probably Xavier Worthy, right? Or it's got to be Xavier Worthy.
I don't know.
I would assume.
I might go. I might go the other Texas. I might go Adonai Mitchell.
Adonai Mitchell could be an option.
A number
here too.
one
Okay.
receiver. I would probably go him. I know you could go with who's the Oregon. I'm drawing a blank.
I'm blanking on his name receiver? Too. I know who you're talking about.
Troy Franklin. Yeah. You could go with Troy Franklin. I've seen him on a couple different mocks, but to me, I think you go Adonai Mitchell here. If you're trading up, it's a bona fide wide receiver one, especially with their wide receiver issues that they've had, and Rashee Rice and everything there. It just makes so much sense.
It's in. All right, the pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's here we go. They trade up ahead of a team that needed a wide receiver, and they go and get a receiver. Xavier Worthy, come on down. You're catching passes from Patrick Mahomes. The fastest person in the history of the NFL Combine, Josh. Xavier Worthy ran a 4.2 and has run his way into Kansas City, where he will now catch a gajillion passes. He'll be very high on everyone's fancy draft board, and he becomes the new Tyreek Hill, an offense that didn't really skip a beat without Tyreek Hill. The rich get richer tonight, and Patrick Mahomes is going to love this pick.
You're right. It does make a whole lot of sense, especially when you think about a Tyreek Hill. Everyone knows if you give Patrick Mahomes a burner and in the Andy Reid creative offense, you know what? Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. I still would stick behind just value-wise or talent-wise Adonai Mitchell, but yeah, the more that I think about this, we saw what Andy Reid can draw up with a Deshaun Jackson. So you get him a Xavier Worthy. He's not just a straight-line speed burner. I think a lot of people know that, but there's fluidity, there's route running, there's quickness. He can beat people in space, but he can also beat people off of routes. So yeah, this is dangerous. I don't know necessarily, to your point earlier also, if I'm Buffalo, why on earth am I trading Kansas City? If I was going into any draft, any AFC team, honestly, I'd say I'll trade anybody except for the Chiefs. Do not help them in any way possible because we know they want to come up and get a wide receiver. Why, if you're Buffalo, you're allowing them to get their guy? I don't fully understand that, but he will be dangerous, and without question, I think people can go ahead and circle Xavier Worthy on your fantasy cheat sheet because that dude is going to put up a lot of points.
Fast, quick, but he also runs after the catch very, very well. There's a lot to like with Xavier Worthy. This puts the Dallas Cowboys on the clock, but you mentioned it. The Bills needed a receiver too. How can you justify trading with Kansas City? Literally your arch rival, and give them a receiver that Buffalo should have just taken there at 29 or 27, whatever, 28. Sorry, let's get it right here. Still, hey, I like Xavier Worthy. I did not like him enough to be a Philadelphia Eagle. I'm glad he's not a Philadelphia Eagle. We never needed Xavier Worthy, despite people saying that they were interested. But this guy's crazy. He's crazy fast. And when you say the rich get richer, this is exactly what you mean. They needed a receiver. Rashee Rice has been fast in ways he shouldn't be off the football field. You got his replacement here if he gets suspended. They've got to be thrilled in Kansas City. Have got to be absolutely thrilled in Kansas City.
It's a great pick for him. It's a scary pick for the rest of the league, and especially the AFC. Like Ryan said here, Buffalo said if you can't beat him, join him, and gave the Chiefs a free, easy pick. Sure, just move on up. Who do you want? Oh, yeah, we need a receiver. Kansas City's calling. Oh, you guys want a receiver too? Sure, why not? Yeah, we'll usher you in. Go ahead. Take Xavier
Now
Worthy.
the Dallas Cowboys at 29 are back on the clock. Baltimore is at 30, and then obviously the 49ers at 31, and then you have I'm blanking right now. The Bills are there at 32. So we're almost done in this first round. I'm very curious to see what the Cowboys are going to do here. But yeah, this is very interesting to see exactly what happens. Did I get? Yeah, I got Marius Mims to the Bengals. Sorry, I'm. It's getting a little late here. Let's see when Dallas. They might trade back.
Yeah, let's see what they do here. And then I'm going to give away the sign after the Dallas pick.
After the Dallas pick? Okay. Good call. Yeah, you got the spinner wheel ready to rock?
Yep.
Perfect.
Should be good to go.
Okay. People are not happy that Worthy is there. I like everyone going to say that Quinyon Mitchell would cook Xavier Worthy. And that's because Quinyon Mitchell's, what was it, 4.33? He's just as fast. He's just as fast. Oh, man.
Right there, keeping up with him. Yeah,
he's just as fast.
Strength. Crazy.
Crazy. As, of course, we keep sipping through what has been a very, very fun first round of this year's drafts. And really, I mean, a lot of people going where you thought they might, where you thought that they also might not. I mean, it's been very, very fun to watch people sit back. I think one of the quiet, really good picks of the night was the Chargers, not being crazy. They didn't trade away Justin Herbert. They didn't draft a wide receiver. They went and got the best offensive lineman in the draft in Joe Alt. I mean, just this pick can't go wrong. I mean, truly, if there was a pick that couldn't go wrong inside the top 10, it's probably going to be Joe Alt coming out of Notre Dame. He's 6'8", he's 322, a 3-year starter, and a first-team All-American in 2022. He was the highest-graded tackle. All right, we wait for the Dallas Cowboy pick as they have just announced Xavier Worthy, and I can only imagine what's going through Xavier Worthy's mind in Dripping Springs, Texas. That's going to be a popular place in about a week from now. Xavier Worthy gets to catch passes from Patrick Mahomes. Can you imagine getting that phone call, not knowing where you're going to go, and you get to go catch passes from Patrick Mahomes and basically be Mahomes' number one target in year one? Crazy.
Best case scenario. If you're Xavier Worthy, best case scenario. That is exactly where you want to go. Again, to the point of you go with Patrick Mahomes. They need a receiver. They're going to utilize your speed. And is there a better offensive mind to scheme open a burner like Xavier Worthy who can it's point proven. You know, I mean, Miami made a lot of sense, but the Chiefs is the best one to go to. It's crazy. Tom Grossi here just said if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, blame the Bills. Spot on. If the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, the Bills just ruined it right here for everyone else.
Okay, I think we have the Cowboy pick. The pick is in. I think I got it, too. They are going to select here. The Dallas Cowboys, you see it? They have taken Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle. They get their tackle. If you're a Cowboy fan, it's not the worst in the world coming out of Oklahoma. Did he fall a little too far here, Josh? What do you think about Tyler Guyton falling all the way to 29 in Dallas?
I wouldn't say so. I do like the pick, and Lane Johnson has been described as calling Tyler Guyton a freakazoid. Now, Lane Johnson is the mentor to Tyler Guyton, obviously the Sooner connection, everything there. You know, maybe he's getting a little less tips from Lane after this, but still, I mean, nonetheless, Tyler Guyton is a beast. There's a ton of athleticism that he has, lots of potential, but he's very raw. And so, I like the pick. Just objectively speaking, I like the pick, but I'm not sure that I'm ready to say Tyler Guyton is going to be just impactful from year one, immediately starting, and you're going to be rock solid. There's a lot of question marks in my mind of, he can get beat. You saw it in the Senior Bowl, especially like I mentioned earlier, Demaryius Robinson took him to work multiple times. And so if you get a guy who can present some speed to power challenges, that's where he can really become susceptible. He's got to work on his footwork a little bit more as well. Overall, do I think he's going to be a successful offensive tackle in the league? Yes, but I'm not sure I'm ready to say he's going to be solidified from year one and, no issues or a very solid tackle immediately.
And will he be the right tackle, left tackle of the future for Dak Prescott, another quarterback? Dallas has made their pick, and the Baltimore Ravens are now on the clock at 30. San Francisco and Buffalo round out round one. Cooper DeJean continues to just plummet right now. And I don't see a spot for him. I don't think San Francisco needs him. I don't think Baltimore needs him. And I don't think Buffalo, maybe Buffalo, DeJean could be one of those early day two guys that you go up and get if you're Philly or somebody else. Yeah, the Guyton pick was just
seems
went
likely.
official on ESPN.
Yeah, seems likely he's going to be second round, to your point, Cooper DeJean. And you'd also wonder, because there's always a couple players each year that start to fall, and usually, not always, but usually there's something to do with the medical history, and teams bringing in these players and, taking a very in-depth look of, is there something there? So you kind of question, all right, is there something with the medical report? Take a look at his rehabbing or his healing, getting back to full strength. Now, he ran at the pro day and seemed to be perfect. I mean, should have dispelled those notions. But the other part too that we've mentioned, and you've gotten a ton of comments, I've gotten comments on shows, everyone's brought up before, is where does Cooper DeJean fit? You like the hybrid versatility. It is a weapon, but to a lot of people, it's a detriment. And I think, to some people in the league, just based on him falling here, you might be seeing teams going like, we don't exactly know where to classify you. You're not quite a cornerback, but we don't know if we want to fully go full-blown safety. And so maybe that's why he's falling now. It seems very likely, like you said, in the second round for Cooper DeJean.
Nate Wiggins still on the board. Cooper DeJean still on the board. Jackson Powers Jackson, is going to be there on day 2. A lot of good players, and I think DeJean and Edgerrin Cooper have got to be at the top of your list if you're the Philadelphia Eagles tomorrow night, right? And they have the ammo to do it. They have the ammo to go ahead and trade, 2 seconds to get an earlier second and get the defensive player that they want. And then you got 2 defensive starters who should have been round 1 players. I mean, come on, it sounds like a win-win.
For sure, you definitely could. Very, very likely.
Baltimore's pick is in here. Hang on. Let's just quickly get Baltimore's, and then I know you mentioned the sign, but Baltimore picked quickly. Hang on. All right, the Baltimore Ravens. Speaking of a player I just mentioned, Nate Wiggins has been picked, and I didn't make a highlight for him. So Nate Wiggins, the Clemson corner, is off the board. And Baltimore gets a first-round corner who we all thought would be an option for the Eagles if Quinion and Tyrion were gone. And sure enough, the Eagles get the better corner, but still, there you go. Nate Wiggins off the board.
I really like the pick. I had lots to like about Wiggins. I think everyone knows athleticism, 21 years old, 6'2", 185. Some people, the negative or the knock was getting comparisons to Emmanuel Forbes, but I don't think it's – I don't love player comps just in general because it's – hey, yes, I understand you want to be wise and take a look at, past history, size, and everything else. It does matter, but too many times I think it's like, this guy was that, so this guy's going to be the same thing. It's like, no, it doesn't always play out that way. And so Wiggins played physical. He could put on some weight, has the fluidity, has the movement, acceleration. Like I said, athleticism, not an issue. It's just, is he going to be size restrained or is he going to have to fight that throughout his career? Who knows? But he could very realistically end up being one of the best cornerbacks in the class, ahead of all the others. I'm not going to say I'd have Quinion Mitchell because, too much belief in that. But you could be like cornerback 2, possibly.
All right, let's give away your sign, huh? Let's go ahead and spin it.
Let's do it. Okay, let me got the picker set up here. Share the screen.
Make sure I got the screen here with people. Oh, I couldn't put people on it. Oh, it's just you. This works out well. It's your thing.
Okay.
All right. You got it ready? Randomly selecting the sign that is to your right. Here we go.
Yes. Good luck to everybody. Here you go. Out of the 1,000 comments or whatever it was. So
there's a lot.
And who will it be? Anyone who said go Birds on that previous video. It is
Jason Blessing.
Hey! My guy. Bro, you got it. Go Birds, Fly Eagles Fly was the comment. So, Jason, you're getting the sign.
I wonder if he's in right now. I saw him earlier. I don't know if he's here.
Earlier. Congrats, bro.
All right. Jason Blessing wins the sign. You know what to do. Get in contact with them. There you go.
I got to send you that, and you can show off the sign.
There you go. Jason Blessing wins it.
Sign that. Congrats, Jason.
Waiting for the 49er pick. They have not announced the Raven pick yet, so just FYI. There's Jason.
Here.
He is there.
Let's go.
Yes, you did, Jason.
Heck yeah.
Yes, you did.
Shoot me an email just so I double check and have your mailing address because I'm going to ship that out to you. But yeah, you got the sign. Teddy saying, yes, I won. It doesn't feel like that's your name, but that's cool.
Been here the whole time, says Jason Blessings. There you go. That's
how you do it. But, it's getting later, so just make sure. I guess for Vegas, it's much earlier. It's 8:30, so it's not that.
Yeah, it's a little earlier.
It's not that late.
Someone just said that sign is like $75,000. It's not that expensive, but it felt pretty close.
It's very expensive, but it's not that expensive. Not near that expensive. It's more than I thought.
All right, we were waiting on the Niner pick, 31. Let's see. Oh, Mark wanted to put that next to his Nick Foles Super Bowl picture. That'd have been cool. You always go and buy one, I guess.
It's true. The link is in the
not
description. I always leave it there in case someone wants it. It is just ridiculously expensive. So,
yep. Seiko, we appreciate it. Enjoy your sign. There you go. We got your sign. And we are 2 picks away from bedtime for everybody, huh? We're going to round out round 1.
Yeah.
Does San Francisco trade Ayuk and pick Adonai Mitchell? Maybe. They didn't trade Ayuk earlier today. I really thought that was going to happen. Not very many trades today. I thought there would be a lot more.
I thought so too. Kind of wild.
Someone texted Jordan Schultz of The Athletic. An AFC GM texted me on the Chiefs getting Xavier Worthy. F me. There you go.
Yep. That's the thought.
Funny.
That's literally what it should be.
Love you guys. Thanks so much, bro. I'll hit you up, says Jason Blessings, who won the sign. There you go. Remember, we're still going to do a jersey to someone who wins the draft league, which we're going to announce tomorrow night. We'll figure out who wins it. So
yes, and then we'll also do one more randomized for just for entering. So
that's right.
You have a chance, and if you're not too late. I mean, if you want to get in on the draft league randomized part, you could do the Venmo or the Cash App. I suppose you're not able to pick predictions at this point, but still worth a shot.
Okay. We are still waiting for the Niner pick. They have not made their selection yet, but we are getting close. Very close. Tell me about your 11-win prediction, Josh.
Did somebody ask you about that?
Someone
Where did that come
Official
from?
Exo Swiper.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's not a surprise that he's asking. I've been asked a couple different times, which also it's incredibly early to ask for, full season predictions. But yeah, hey Josh, what do you think our record's going to be next year? And I've said I think 11 wins. I'm trying to be cautiously optimistic. I don't want to be too crazy, but at the same time, I'm just put it out there there might be a little bit of growing pains. You might start out a little bit rocky trying to get things figured out, but I like the team. I like the dynamic of it. The swag that we have is different. You got a playmaker now with Quinyon Mitchell as another corner. This is great, and that may change my win-loss record too, because I said it before the draft. But I don't know. I don't want to just go overboard and be that type that's 14 wins. We're gonna just destroy everybody. So I said 11 wins. We'll see though. I feel like realistically, if you want a legit anyone to predict something, you got to at least wait until training camp, right? Because we don't know. There's so many things that could happen of trades and acquisitions, and then even hopefully no one gets injured, but sometimes things happen there too. And it's at least get to training camp where we're starting to get pretty close to preseason, and then we know the full schedule, we know how it's laid out, everything like that. But before then, that's where I'm kind of look, there's lots of things changing. So 11 wins, you make the playoffs, you have a chance to win the division. Is that enough to win it? Probably, but that's where I was at. I'm just go with 11. Feels solid.
CJ Deacon says, does the Penix pick remind you all when we picked Hurts after paying Wentz? No, because it wasn't with the 8th overall pick. Hurts was 52, 53. That's very different.
Yes.
Very different.
Totally different.
Super different, yeah. I saw a Niner fan in here saying we're not talking about who the Niners are going to take. I don't know. The pick is in, though, so let's go ahead and figure out who it's going to be. I don't see it yet. Do we have the Niner pick yet? I do not see it. No, I don't have the Niner pick yet. The pick is in. Oh. We're not going to like it. We're not going to like it. Yeah, this is not going to be fun. The Niners have selected Cooper DeJean. I'm seeing that they got DeJean, who was, loved by a lot of people in this draft. I'm trying to make sure that I'm correct here. It is. Yes, I got 2 people. Oh, no, I'm seeing something different.
Yeah, I'm seeing...
Am I wrong here?
Receiver.
It is receiver. Wow, I got duped. It's Ricky Pearsall. Oh, I thought it was Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, I saw a couple at first, and then I started seeing the others, and I'm like, hang on.
Wow. Okay, so
I'm curious
Albert
to know
Breer has
what
Ricky
happened.
Pearsall.
Yeah, and Ari Marovs has Ricky Pearsall.
Wow.
I'm curious to know how that happened, but yeah, you got a receiver.
It is Ricky Pearsall. It is Ricky Pearsall. Okay. All right. Well, they get a receiver, and that would tell you that they might be getting rid of a receiver at some point over the course of the weekend.
Read between the lines on that one.
What do you think of Ricky Pearsall?
Trade him.
Better than Adonai Mitchell? Are you a Pearsall
No,
guy? Sorry for ruining the DeJean thing. I was wrong on that. I thought I had it twice.
No, that's fair. I saw it. I saw it 2 times, but in between those 2, I saw the Pearsall. Yeah. That's why I was like, hang on. I was like, maybe not. But no, I think I'm definitely a big Ricky Pearsall fan. Really like his game. I think he's got a lot of potential. Over Adonai Mitchell, I no. To me, Adonai Mitchell has a lot more potential, a higher ceiling. If you talk about, though, like coming in and making impact from day one, I'd probably say Pearsall is going to be the more immediate, because he seems very NFL ready, route running, projection where he is, not a whole lot of weaknesses. I mean, especially for a rookie coming in. Age is one part that, you got a younger player than Adonai Mitchell. Ricky Pearsall is older. So again, it just kind of comes down to maybe scheme fit and where you might like him, certainly with like a Brock Purdy, quicker passes, different routes. Sure. So, for San Francisco and what they like to do, it does make sense. But if I'm just saying big board wise, I think this is a reach compared to getting an Adonai Mitchell.
I saw that Buffalo might have traded back, but I can't confirm this. Oh, yes, the Carolina Panthers. I didn't make a Carolina Panther on the clock thing that I'm just now realizing. I do not have a Carolina Panther on the clock. Okay, that was my mistake. They didn't have a first-round draft pick, and now they come up with a first-round draft pick. So, there you go. Whoops. The pick is going to be in pretty quickly for the Panthers. So Buffalo goes from 32 to 33. So, clearly Carolina was wanting someone, as we're about to get the final pick of the draft, and figure out who Mr. 32 is going to be.
So Buffalo decides they don't feel like
drafting the first round, I guess.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. Well, good for them, I suppose.
All right. Well, this is probably Adonai Mitchell, don't you think?
I think it has to be.
They need a receiver.
But again,
it's got to be a receiver.
If you're Buffalo, this honestly, you know what? Hey, this actually, if it's going to be receiver, it's going to be Xavier Legette. Because they said if he's available there at 33, they're going to take him. So they may just be like, hey,
Legette, yeah.
Buffalo, like we're going to make sure we get him in round 1. It's not that much. You just trade up a tiny bit. Well, you give a 6 for a 5th, swap it there. But again, this is Buffalo saying we need receiver, and we're just going to keep going like, no. Oh, well, whatever. We'll take a different one. Like, I don't know. I still like Adonai Mitchell over Xavier Legette, but I'm going to be shocked if they don't take Legette here.
Yeah, I'm very curious who this is. It is Xavier Legette. Yep, we have the pick. The pick is officially in. You mentioned it. They love Xavier Legette. They saw him a lot. I mean, he went to South Carolina. He's a very good football player. I thought he would be a very early second-round draft pick. He goes in round 1, and I think Carolina's got to be thrilled to get a weapon for Bryce Young to at least try and figure out some offense over there with the Carolina Panthers to round out number 32.
Yep. It makes a ton of sense. Like you said, it's right there in the backyard. You get your guy. Lots of potential in Leggett. Leggett's one of those strange kind of late bloomers, though, because he didn't have a lot of production at all until last season. It's like just kind of came out of nowhere. And you see, I mean, the size is evident. He's 6 foot, depending on where he's listed. Some places 6'1", some 6'3". So I'm going to say 6'2". We'll go in between there. So 6'2", 230 pounds. Dude runs a 4.39 40. I mean, like, come on, that is blazing fast. It's a lot of people say this, and again, I'm kind of like take it with a grain of salt in terms of NFL comps. But AJ Brown 2.0, a faster AJ Brown is what one scout called him. I don't know. We'll see. He is faster than AJ Brown. Does he have all the other intangibles? Maybe, maybe not. I can see the similarities when you watch them play. He does need to polish up some route running. Maybe improve a little bit of a route tree, but he's yards after catch, the ability to run away from players, break tackles, and especially make contested catches. I mean, you go look at this highlight tape of Xavier Leggett on anything really, and the catches that he makes are insane. So, sure, you need to get some more competitiveness, or I guess some more playmaking weapons for Bryce Young. Makes a lot of sense. You only trade up one spot to get him. Good for them. I will still say, if I had to choose, I got to go Adonai Mitchell over Xavier Leggett. For some reason, Mitchell's still falling wide receiver. Maybe the Bills knew that, and so they're willing to trade up and swap 5th and 6th picks because they're going to be fine with that. But it is interesting. The Buffalo continues to say, yeah, whatever, we'll just move back.
And that means that we have a real shock in the fact that Cooper DeJean is not going to go in the first round. Does he become a trade-up target tomorrow for you, Josh? I mean, the easy answer is yes, but the hard answer is, well, you got Quinyon Mitchell, and you only have so many DB spots back there. He's not really a safety. He's not really a corner. Would you trade up for a Cooper DeJean tomorrow morning or tomorrow evening around 7:30 p.m.?
I wouldn't. And that may be, I don't know, polarizing, or kind of some people, taking that and not really necessarily agreeing with it, but I don't think I would, because of the fact that you got your Quinyon Mitchell here. I know that they're not the same spot. Like you said, you've got a corner hybrid flexibility of safety and Fangio's defense. A lot of that makes sense, but you address your secondary pretty solidly in my mind. And so, yes, I think you do want to look at a safety later, but I'm not trading up draft capital, especially like you mentioned also with 50 and 53, when, if anything, maybe trade up and get an Edgerrin Cooper, or you kind of wait and see how this draft starts to fall. And if you could get him at 50, I mean, obviously that's going to be a steal. It seems somewhat unrealistic, but whatever we can do, it's going to shock me if one of those draft picks, Howie, does not trade back so that we can get into the third round and maybe pick up a couple extra selections, because there's a lot of depth in that scenario. I don't know. It'd be cool. It'd be fun to say, oh, wow, we bolstered the secondary. Not only do we get Quinyon, we'd also got Cooper DeJean, but I think draft capital wise and the way that things played out, you don't necessarily have to, and you can solidify a couple other spots in those key areas. So I would
agree.
Probably lean towards no.
There you go. All right. That is round one. Round one is officially over, as we had 31 football teams make a pick. One football team did not, and that was the Buffalo Bills, who will be 33 in the first team tomorrow, followed by New England and Arizona. And so it's going to be a very interesting night tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Josh and I will be live a little bit before that. Philadelphia will have 2 picks. They'll be active tomorrow. We expect trades, and it's going to be a very, very fun round 2 and 3. And Josh, put a bow on tonight. I think tonight was pretty wild. It felt normal until 8. And then the lack of defensive players was crazy. And then Quinyon Mitchell falls right in the lap of the Philadelphia Eagles. You extend A.J. Brown at the top. I don't know how you don't say A+. A+ offseason for Mr. Howie Roseman. I mean, take a bow. Take a bow.
Without a doubt, yeah. There's not a better way to describe it. A+, perfect night, dream scenario. You could not have scripted this any better. And I feel like I was saying almost the exact same thing a year ago when it was Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. And we're like, Are you kidding me? We got Jalen Carter. We get the best defensive player in the draft. And then this year you get the best cornerback in the draft. It's just, hey, sometimes you're just living right and things fall your way. So I guess that's the case here for the Eagles. But I am absolutely floored that Quinyon Mitchell, I don't know how long it's going to take me to fully realize that. But even whenever it happened, I mean, I think some hyperventilation and blacking out for a second, because I mean, the dude is just a game changer, and it is getting it on a Vic Fangio defense whenever he wanted his guy. And I'll say it again. We've said it a number of times, but I'll say it again. You didn't have to give up anything. So tomorrow night is set up. I think you're going to see some moves. You're going to get some more guys who can be impactful. Starters from day one are certainly impactful enough to get a lot of playing time year one in a couple different spots. And then you'll see how far maybe you draft or trade back and get some draft picks in the third round. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to have the coverage. But yeah, I'd say overall it's A+. Couldn't have gone any better for Eagles.
There you go. We appreciate you guys watching. I mean, we had 6,500 people at the peak of the middle of the first round. Tons of comments, giving away the hat. We mentioned that earlier. We're going to mention it on our shows tomorrow and obviously during the live jerseys tomorrow night because we got to see who won the first round draft league. Bunch of fun. We appreciate you guys, and we're going to go ahead and sign off and get some sleep and then do it all again tomorrow evening. So the first round is over. Philadelphia Eagles are a cornerback richer in Quinyon Mitchell at their first time since 2002. They have drafted a cornerback in the first round, and we could not be as happy, more happy. We're pumped. We'll see you guys tomorrow. For Josh Davis and Thomas Mott, signing off. See you guys.
Go Birds.